Chapter 758. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had arrived at the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The two middle-aged men that guarded the stairway to the 7th floor couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Obviously, they'd never imagined that there would actually be two young people that would ascend to the 7th floor. If these two young people had seniors by their sides, they wouldn't feel it was strange. But the problem was that they utterly didn't have any seniors by their sides. In other words, there was at least one of them that was a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, and now that they'd come here, they obviously wanted to ascend to the 7th floor. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage? The two middle-aged men glanced at each other, and they saw astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. Right when they were surprised, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already passed through the stairway. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, the restriction of the inscription formation here was the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Two clear voices sounded out, causing the two middle-aged men to seem as if they were jolted awake from a dream. In the next moment, the astonishment on their faces deepened once more, and their gazes that were already filled with disbelief flashed back and forth between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and they were covered in astonishment. Never had they imagined that the truth was even more terrifying than they'd imagined. It wasn't only one of these two young people that might be a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, but both of them were 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. One looks to be around the age of 25. The other is even more exaggerated. He looks to be a little over 20. When did such a monster appear in our Darming dynasty? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but communicate with his companion via voice transmission. If they're members of our Darming dynasty, do you think they would be unknown figures? The other middle-aged man seemed to have guessed something. You mean, they're from another dynasty? Don't forget that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is starting in a few months, and there are 3 dynasties that have to pass through our Darming dynasty on their way to the northern desert. Regardless of how the two middle-aged men communicated in private, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already walked into the lobby of the Ice Fire Pavilion's 7th floor. Even though the lobby on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion wasn't as spacious as the 6th floor below, it couldn't be considered to be narrow. Currently, there were a few customers sitting in the hall of the 7th floor. They were quietly tasting the wine in their cups and seemed to not care about their surroundings at all. The appearance of the Duan Lingtian duo did not attract too much attention. Elder brother Duan, come. Under the guidance of Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian sat down at a table not far away. Speaking of which, the table here was very different from the tables of ordinary restaurants. First of all, the bottom of the table was tightly sealed, as if it was hiding something. Secondly, in the middle of the table, there were actually 10 small holes surrounding each other, which looked very unique. After sitting down, Feng Tianwu smiled and said, Elder brother Duan, let's have a drink here first. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he raised his head and looked around for a moment before frowning and shouting, Hey, waiter, where's waiter? Waiter? Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the atmosphere in the entire 7th floor to slightly freeze. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't soft, and it entered into the ears of the two middle-aged men that guarded at the entrance to the 7th floor. He hasn't come to our Ice Flame Pavilion? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. I think so. The other middle-aged man spoke stiffly. After Duan Lingtian shouted in the lobby, he noticed that the gazes of all the customers on the 7th floor couldn't help but descend onto him one by one. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he noticed the slightly strange gazes of these people. Is there something on my face? It's the first time I've seen someone shout, Waiter, in the 7th floor. A nearby old man spoke with a smile. It's probably the first time they've come to the Ice Flame Pavilion, but since they were able to come here, I presume a senior brought them here. But could it be that their seniors didn't tell them that the Ice Flame Pavilion doesn't have a waiter? Another person laughed. Their seniors are really something. They actually left them here and didn't care about them. It's probably their seniors that sent them here and left. Numerous voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel his face burn. No waiter? How do we drink without a waiter? Elder brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu spoke out, and her beautiful face flushed red from anxiousness. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian would shout waiter in the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Earlier, she didn't even have the time to remind Duan Lingtian. Tianwu, there's no waiter here. How do we drink? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask with a light voice. Feng Tianwu didn't answer Duan Lingtian and directly withdrew 10 mid-grade origin stones from her spatial ring instead. And with a raise of her hand, she slapped these 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes at the center of the table. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed a strand of familiar aura arrive. An inscription formation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Emperor Wu and finally realized what was going on. In the memories of Emperor Wu, some restaurants in the foreign lands didn't have a waiter, and if one wanted to drink, then one had to insert origin stones into the small holes on the table to activate the inscription formation inscribed on the table. After the inscription formation was activated, the wine would be automatically delivered from the center of the table. It was similar to some vending machines on Earth in his previous life, and if one placed money into the vending machines, then the vending machines would automatically deliver the drinks one wanted. Of course, the Earth of his previous life relied on science, whereas this world relied on inscription formations. All methods returned to one, and the purpose was almost the same. No wonder they would say that it's really embarrassing. After knowing what was going on, Duan Lingtian was embarrassed to the point of being unable to show his face, and he wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Whoosh! At this moment, a faint layer of light appeared in the center of the 10 mid-grade origin stones at the center of the table. Half of it was blue and the other half was red. Elder brother Duan, I'll give you a jug of blazer wine first. As Feng Tianwu spoke, she raised her hand and pressed down on the red half of the light barrier. Instantly, the light barrier vanished, and the 10 low-grade origin stones were swallowed by the table. Subsequently, a light sound came from the center of the table. A wine tray with a jug of wine and a wine cup on it slowly rose and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Blazer wine? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he started to search the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he quickly found out what kind of wine it was. When one drank the blazer wine, it was as if one swallowed a ball of flames. His entire body, including his flesh, blood, bones, and meridians, would feel as if it was being burned by blazing flames at that moment. That feeling was extremely strong, extremely satisfying. Elder brother Duan, this blazer wine contains extremely dense origin energy of heaven and earth, and it has the same effect as spirit fruits, yet it's inferior to spirit fruits. Of course, the greatest effect of the blazer wine is to temper origin energy and make it purer. Feng Tianwu didn't know that Duan Lingtian already knew about the blazer wine, and she introduced it to Duan Lingtian as she pushed the wine tray in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she placed another 10 mid-grade origin stones and bought a jug of blazer wine. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this blazer wine must be tasted carefully. If it's directly poured into the stomach, it will cause heavy injuries to the body. However, in his second lifetime, Samsara Emperor Wu discovered a method to prevent the heavy injuries caused by directly pouring down the blazer wine. Moreover, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the blazer wine is only strong enough if it's poured down in one gulp. It's satisfying enough. Duan Lingtian grabbed the wine jug and poured himself a cup full of blazer wine. The blazer wine seemed to be crimson red, and it was actually still boiling in the cup, as if it was ceaselessly roiling lava. The dense and restrained wine fragrance entered Duan Lingtian's nose at the first moment. Good wine. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't be considered to be a person that liked wine, he was still able to determine the extraordinariness of the blazer wine from its smell. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu poured herself a cup of blazer wine as well. Then she picked up the wine cup and said with a light smile, "Elder brother Duan, try it." As she spoke, Feng Tianwu held the wine cup close to her lips and lightly took a sip. And it was this sip that caused Feng Tianwu's face to become slightly rosy, as if it was dyed with blood. Not only that, Feng Tianwu's neck that was white like jade had become slightly rosy at this moment. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he raised the wine cup and placed it by his mouth. Although he was able to understand the blazer wine from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, it was only limited to understanding. As for the feeling of drinking the blazer wine, he would only know after truly drinking it. Taking a deep breath and inhaling the fragrance of the blazer wine into his nose, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and poured all the wine in the cup into his mouth. He drank it all in one gulp. Gulp. Duan Lingtian's throat trembled, and he directly swallowed the cup of wine into his stomach. At this moment, he felt as if he'd swallowed a ball of flames. Not only did his throat feel as if it was on fire, even his internal organs were burning. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's face turned red, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. It's really as Samsara Emperor Wu's memories. This blazer wine, if I swallow it in one gulp, it's indeed very satisfying. If he hadn't used the method developed by Samsara Emperor Wu to quietly protect his internal organs and meridians with origin energy, just that cup of blazer wine from before would have been enough to cause his internal organs to suffer quite a bit of damage. Who? As he felt the strength of the blazer wine sweep through his meridians, flesh, blood, and bones, Duan Lingtian's body trembled for no reason, and then he fiercely exhaled a mouthful of wine. This is definitely the strongest wine I've ever drunk in my life. Feng Tianwu, who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian, was completely dumbfounded when she saw Duan Lingtian swallow the blazer wine in one gulp. Elder brother Duan, are you all right? Chapter 759. On the other hand, when they saw Duan Lingtian gulp down a cup of blazer wine and speak such casual words, the gazes of many customers on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion became slightly strange. This fellow is actually comparing the blazer wine with other wines. Moreover, he even dares to gulp it down? After all, with the strength of the blazer wine and its unique burning property, even an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist wouldn't dare gulp it down directly. What an ignorant fellow! He actually dares to gulp down a cup of blazer wine. He's simply courting death. At a table nearby Duan Lingtian, an azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh with ridicule when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, and he couldn't help but mock. According to my estimations, his internal organs have surely suffered a heavy injury, yet he's forcefully enduring it before a woman and doesn't dare reveal it. He's truly an idiot that values face more than his life. A blue-clothed middle-aged man that sat with the azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't refrain from continuing. The gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was filled with disdain, and his face even had an expression that said, "Kid, stop pretending. I've seen through you since long ago. Elder brother Duan, you're really injured?" When she heard the sarcastic ridicule of the two middle-aged men, Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to be enraged, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression as she said anxiously, "Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I'd told you how to drink the blazer wine since the beginning. It's all my fault." Duan Lingtian's slightly cold and indifferent gaze flashed past the two middle-aged men, and it transformed into gentleness when it moved onto Feng Tianwu. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Tianwu, if I'm not wrong, there's another type of wine that can be ordered here. That wine is called glaze wine, right?" Duan Lingtian recalled the other half of the blue-colored light barrier that appeared after the inscription formation was activated earlier. Hearing that Duan Lingtian was fine, Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Elder brother Duan, how did you know? Could it be that you've come to this Icefire Pavilion before?" As soon as she asked this question, Feng Tianwu knew that her question was unnecessary. Based on Duan Lingtian's appearance before he arrived, it showed that he'd utterly never come to this Ice Flame Pavilion. "Give me a pot of frost wine," Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu with a smile. Feng Tianwu nodded, then withdrew another 10 mid-grade origin stones and slapped them into the 10 small holes. Along with the 10 origin stones flickering with a white light, the inscription formation was activated once more. The half-red, half-blue light barrier appeared once again. This time, Feng Tianwu pressed her hand onto half of the blue light barrier. Instantly, another wine tray that held a pot of wine and a wine cup rose up from the center of the table, and then it was pushed by Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, this frost wine and blazer wine are two extremes. Its strength isn't inferior to the blazer wine, so you must not drink it like you did earlier. Feng Tianwu hurriedly reminded. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't reply. He naturally knew that the strength of the frost wine wasn't inferior to the blazer wine. The frost wine was similar to the blazer wine, and it contained a medicinal effect similar to spirit fruits, yet inferior to spirit fruits. If it was said that drinking the blazer wine was like swallowing a ball of scorching flames, then drinking the frost wine was undoubtedly like swallowing a mouthful of bone-piercing cold water. Moreover, it was the type of extremely cold water that was different from ordinary ice water. Duan Lingtian grabbed the wine pot and poured another cup of frost wine for himself. The frost wine was crystal clear, yet the cold air emitted from it was sufficient to cause one to feel terror from the bottom of their hearts. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian finished the frost wine in one gulp once more, and he finished it completely. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's crimson-red face was instantly covered in a layer of frost. Duan Lingtian's face instantly tensed up. At this moment, he felt a strand of cold air surge into his body, and it was icy cold to the bone, as if it wanted to freeze his entire body into an ice sculpture. His internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians were practically on the verge of being frozen into ice. Duan Lingtian didn't dare be negligent, and hurriedly used the special method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to use his origin energy to protect his internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians. However, even so, when the frost wine and the blazer wine in his stomach converged together, it seemed to have produced some sort of reaction, and it surged for a while. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt as if his stomach was being twisted by a knife, and his body couldn't help but tremble as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Only when his origin energy surged in and used the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to envelop the frost wine and the blazer wine did Duan Lingtian feel the pain in his stomach ease up. Although the moment just now was satisfying, in the end, it was as if he was playing with his life. I was careless. If I used the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu from the beginning, and then drank the wine, there would definitely be no problem. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and thought to himself. Elder brother Duan, are you all right? Seeing Feng Tianwu once again swallow the frost wine in one gulp, Feng Tianwu was dumbstruck, and she only reacted after a long time and asked anxiously. She couldn't figure it out. She'd already specially reminded elder brother Duan, but why didn't he listen to her advice? Wasn't this taking his own body as a joke? I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke. However, his red and white complexion that hadn't eased up to the extreme unsightly expression caused others to find it difficult to believe that he was fine. I can be considered to have gained knowledge today. I truly never imagined that there's actually such an idiot in this world. For the sake of showing off in front of a woman, he actually didn't hesitate to injure himself. The azure-clothed middle-aged man that mocked Duan Lingtian earlier mocked once more. Kid, be careful that you don't get the woman and lose your life first. At that time, even if you want to die under a peony, I'm afraid you won't be able to be a romantic ghost. Ha ha ha. As the other blue-clothed middle-aged man finished mocking, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Elder brother Duan, are you really all right? Feng Tianwu asked once more. Duan Lingtian's extremely unsightly expression caused her to be unable to refrain from feeling flustered and perturbed. I'm really fine. Duan Lingtian withdrew his cold and indifferent gaze that he looked at the two middle-aged men, then smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. At this time, his complexion slowly returned to normal. Kid, it's already come to this, yet you're still pretending? Let me tell you, perhaps the woman by your side isn't able to see through that little trick of yours, but I've seen through it since long ago. The azure-clothed middle-aged man seemed to want to waste time with Duan Lingtian, and he mocked a step further. Idiot, if I were you, I'd find a place where there's no one and spit out the congested blood. Otherwise, if this drags on for a period of time, even if you consume a grade 4 great recovery pill, it's useless. The blue-clothed middle-aged man echoed in ridicule. Feng Tianwu was the closest to Duan Lingtian, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's expression recover, she knew that Duan Lingtian was fine as he'd said, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. When she heard the two middle-aged men ridiculing Duan Lingtian once more, flames of rage instantly suffused her beautiful face, and she instantly stood up before glaring angrily at the two of them. "You too." But Feng Tianwu hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian interrupted her. "Tianwu, sit down and drink properly. They're only two clowns. There's no need to get so angry for them." Duan Lingtian's words caused the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to go silent for now. Subsequently, it was as if a fuse had been lit, and it caused the two middle-aged men to completely erupt. "Kid, say that again if you have the balls. Who are you calling clowns? Kid, I think you're tired of living and don't want to live anymore." The two middle-aged men were completely enraged, and their clothes fluttered without any wind, as if they were prepared to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson at any moment. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the two of them instead as he slowly stood up, and with a raise of his hand, he picked up the wine jug that contained the glazed wine before directly opening the lid of the jug. Under the curious gazes of everyone, including Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian opened the other jug that contained the blazer wine. Under numerous dumbstruck gazes, Duan Lingtian directly poured the glazed wine from the jug in his hand into the jug that contained the blazer wine. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, a strange reaction occurred between the two types of wine that were mixed together, and they completely started boiling. They didn't merge together, and they each occupied half of the wine and didn't give way to each other. A scorching aura and an icy cold aura arose, and it caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Since the establishment of the Ice Flame Pavilion until now, it wasn't that no one had drunk wine like this, and most of the people that drank like this had ended up with a heavy injury as the price. Even a void interpretation stage expert didn't dare rashly try drinking like this. Elder brother Duan, when she saw Duan Lingtian pick up the jug that contained the two types of strong wine, Feng Tianwu didn't discern what Duan Lingtian wanted to do at the beginning. When she reacted to it, it was already too late. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed the mouth of the jug towards his mouth. Subsequently, he directly swallowed the two types of wine that were mixed together into his stomach. The blazer wine that was scorching like flames and the glazed wine that was icy cold to the extreme played out the intersection of ice and fire within Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was prepared since the beginning and utilized the method that Emperor Wu had researched beforehand to protect his internal organs, flesh, and meridians with his origin energy, he still felt his meridians shake. Subsequently, his internal organs started to throb as well. All of this caused Duan Lingtian's face to flush red once more. After that, Duan Lingtian's face underwent a change, and it seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice, causing it to be pale without a doubt. Red and white ceaselessly changed on Duan Lingtian's face. Gulp! Gulp! For a time, only the sound of Duan Lingtian swallowing large mouthfuls of the blazer wine and glazed wine remained in the exceedingly silent 7th floor. At this moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body that protected his internal organs and meridians was resisting the baptism of the two boundless forces. Chapter 760. As expected of a wine that contains a medicinal effect similar to a spirit fruit, it caused my origin energy to become even purer, but unfortunately, my origin energy has already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, I would be able to obtain a certain improvement. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was slightly enjoying himself instead, because he possessed the method of Emperor Wu of Samsara to protect his internal organs with his origin energy. It allowed him to happily swallow the blazer wine and glazed wine. Even if the two types of wine were mixed together and formed a mixture of ice and fire, he similarly wasn't affected too much. Gulp! Gulp! Duan Lingtian continued to gulp down the wine in the wine jug in his hand, and if it was someone that didn't know, they would think that he wasn't drinking wine but drinking water instead. The pupils of everyone in the 7th floor, including Feng Tianwu, constricted when they saw Duan Lingtian's face that flickered between red and white gradually returning to normal. Hiss! 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 Some of them even couldn't help but gasp. On the other hand, the two middle-aged men that were mocking Duan Lingtian earlier were completely dumbstruck at this moment, and their expressions were extraordinarily colorful. Finally, Duan Lingtian finished the jug of wine in his hand that was filled to the brim. Satisfying! A bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he burped and spat out a mouthful of dense wine. Instantly, Feng Tianwu, who sat opposite Duan Lingtian, felt a wave of scorching and icy cold wine qi blow towards her face, and it slapped onto her beautiful face like two extreme winds blowing past. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu was stunned. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so ferocious to directly swallow the blazer wine and glaze wine that was mixed together. Moreover, it was a full jug. It wasn't only Feng Tianwu. All the other customers in the 7th floor were dumbstruck now, and all of them looked at Duan Lingtian with dumbstruck expressions. What kind of monster was this guy? That was the blazing wine and the glazed wine. They weren't ordinary strong wines. As for the two middle-aged men who had previously mocked Duan Lingtian, their eyes flashed. After looking at each other, they turned their heads away, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian again, not to mention mocking him. Even though they knew their strength was not weak, let alone drinking a mixture of the blazer wine and glazed wine like Duan Lingtian, even if they were to choose one of them to drink, they would still be heavily injured. Seeing Duan Lingtian's current expression of enjoyment, they were speechless, but at the same time, they also realized a problem. Since the other party dared to do this, it undoubtedly meant that he was stronger than them. The two of them looked at each other again and reached a consensus. Subsequently, the two of them silently stood up and glanced at Duan Lingtian with a slightly perturbed expression. When they noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to not have noticed them, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief before walking out of the hall. At this moment, they didn't even want the jug of wine that was worth 10 mid-grade origin stones that remained on the table. Presently, they only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, as no one knew if the violet-clothed young man they'd mocked numerous times would come get even with them. Their movements were extremely light and slow, as they were deeply afraid of alarming the others. Bang! A light bang sounded out, shocking them to the point their faces went ghastly pale, and at the same time that they glanced at each other, their heartbeats sped up abruptly and were unable to calm down for a long time. It was the sound of Duan Lingtian casually placing the jug of wine in his hand back on the table. The two of them were like children that had stolen candy, and they glanced at Duan Lingtian once more. After they confirmed that Duan Lingtian's back was facing them, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief before continuing to walk out of the hall with light footsteps. When they were about to walk out of the hall, their faces revealed pleasant surprise as if they'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Stop right there! But the sudden voice clearly entered into their ears, yet it caused them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and they stood on the spot as if their acupoints had been pressed. The two of them realized that they'd been noticed. For a time, their hearts were filled with a perturbed feeling. Aren't the two of you not bidding your farewells a bit too much? At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and he said slowly, "If the two of you give me face, then please sit back down, otherwise I can only personally make a move to ask the two of you to sit back down." The threat, an undisguised threat. At the same time, the other people on the 7th floor noticed that the two middle-aged men that mocked and ridiculed Duan Lingtian actually wanted to sneak off. The gazes of most people were filled with pleasure from their misfortune. Who asked you to show off earlier? Now you know you've bitten off more than you can chew, right? Duan Lingtian's words caused the bodies of the two middle-aged men to tremble slightly, and then they looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Yet they didn't dare leave and obediently returned to their seats. The two of you seem to have spoken to your heart's content earlier. Duan Lingtian looked at the two middle-aged men as his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed within them. Yet it just happened to be noticed by the two middle-aged men, causing their expressions to go grim. Shouldn't the two of you give me an explanation? Even though Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, yet it carried an indisputable tone, and it seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of the two middle-aged men. The expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim, and they were anxious to the point of breathing rapidly, causing their chests to rise and fall, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. "Brother, The azure-clothed middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and was just about to speak when he was interrupted coldly by Duan Lingtian. "Brother? Who's your brother?" The young middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed. Even though he was angry in his heart, yet he didn't dare reveal it. "Sir." The other blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath and said to Duan Lingtian, "We were only reminding you out of goodwill earlier. The blazer wine and glaze wine shouldn't be drunk as you do, but should be savored in small mouthfuls so as to have a boundless aftertaste." Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. This caused the two middle-aged men to be even more perturbed, as they didn't know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Even though Duan Lingtian hadn't made a move until now, but since he dared drink the blazer wine and glaze wine like that and was fine, it undoubtedly indicated that his strength was extremely formidable. At the very least, it wasn't something they could go against. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, then they would really be unable to resist. Right when the two of them felt extremely perturbed, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu instead. "Tianwu, give me 20 mid-grade origin stones." Feng Tianwu didn't say anything when she heard this and passed 20 mid-grade origin stones to Duan Lingtian. "Since it's like this, then please teach me how to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine correctly." After he obtained the 20 mid-grade origin stones, Duan Lingtian walked towards the table of the two middle-aged men as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the two middle-aged men instantly went pale when they heard this. "Sir, we overestimated our ability and had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Sir, drinking the blazer wine and glaze wine like that was right. It's our mistake. It's our mistake." The blue-clothed middle-aged man never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before him would reply to him like this, and he explained in panic. "Really?" Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already stood before the table of the two middle-aged men, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes on their table. In next to no time, a jug of blazer wine appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes, yes. How could the two middle-aged men dare deny it? And they hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took down the jug that contained the blazer wine, and then he raised his hand once more to slap the remaining 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes. In next to no time, another jug of glazed wine appeared. The scene before them caused the two middle-aged men to be stunned. Their nerves were strained, and their minds were in a state of mush, and they were unable to react to what Duan Lingtian wanted to do for a time. On the other hand, the others, including Feng Tianwu, had instead guessed something, and they glanced at the two middle-aged men with gazes of pity. "Are the two of you sure my method of drinking wine is correct? You wouldn't be deceiving me for the sake of making me happy, right?" Duan Lingtian held a jug filled with wine in his hand as he narrowed his eyes to look at the two middle-aged men before him, and he asked once more as if he wanted to confirm it once more. "No, no." The two of them spoke hurriedly, and they were anxious to the point of crying. "That's good." Duan Lingtian nodded with satisfaction, and then he placed the jug filled with blazer wine before the azure-clothed middle-aged man and placed the jug filled with glaze wine before the blue-clothed middle-aged man. "Since both of you think my method of drinking wine is correct, then please do as I did earlier and drink these 2 jugs of wine in one go. How about it?" Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face, yet when this smile entered into the eyes of the 2 middle-aged men, it was no different than the smile of a devil. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men went grim when they recovered from their shock, and their pupils constricted as their bodies trembled intensely from fear. Now, they really wished for nothing more than to slap themselves. Drink like this violet-clothed young man? Wouldn't that be asking for their lives? What? Could it be that both of you feel that only a single type of wine is too monotonous? If it's like this, then I'll help both of you add more. Tianwu, give me another 20. Duan Lingtian spoke as he looked at Feng Tianwu. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was hurriedly interrupted by the two middle-aged men. We'll drink right now. What a joke. Even if it was only a single type of wine, drinking it in one go was sufficient to take half their lives. If they were allowed to combine these two types of wine, then the impact of the combination of ice and fire would most likely take their lives. So they didn't dare hesitate and made their choice. Both of them stretched out their hands and each held a jug of wine before opening the jug's lid. But after they opened the jug's lid, their faces flickered between a livid and ashen expression, and the hand they held the jug with started to tremble. They didn't have the courage to drink the wine within after a long time. What? Both of you still want to drink the wine with added ingredients? When he saw the two of them hesitating, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the killing intent on his body shot into the sky and swept out to envelop the two of them, causing them to feel as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. Because of the slaughter in his previous life, Duan Lingtian had nurtured a terrifying killing intent. Chapter 761. On the other hand, the two middle-aged men that were targeted by Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate any longer at this moment, and they hurriedly pointed the mouth of the wine jug in their hands towards their mouths. Subsequently, they raised their heads in unison and poured the wine within the jug into their mouths, and they drank mouthful after mouthful fiercely. Instantly, the face of the azure-clothed middle-aged man flushed red, whereas the face of the blue-clothed middle-aged man seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Their pupils couldn't help but constrict, yet they still fiercely swallowed the wine within the jug, and they didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Finally, the azure-clothed middle-aged man was the first to finish swallowing the blazer wine, and after he let out a shrill cry, he hurriedly tossed away the empty wine jug in his hand before holding tightly onto his throat with both hands, and he felt as if there was a ball of flames burning there. It wasn't just that. The scorching heat that came from the meridians and internal organs in the various parts of his body even caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling intensely. At the same time, he let out a low roar as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood had a scorching aura mixed within it that caused one to be awed by the sight of it. Pooh! The body of the other blue-clothed middle-aged man shivered as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, and when the wine jug in his hand was moved away, he unconsciously spat out a mouthful of blood before directly fainting. A jug of blazer wine and a jug of ice flame wine was something that even an ordinary void interpretation stage expert wouldn't dare drink in this manner. They were merely two 7th level void initiation stage martial artists, so they were naturally unable to endure it. K off. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at the azure-clothed middle-aged man before returning to his seat. The azure-clothed middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate, and he disregarded the heavy injuries in his body as he carried his companion up in panic and fled from the 7th floor. Meanwhile, the 7th floor was deathly silent. When the gazes of most people descended onto Duan Lingtian, their gazes faintly contained traces of terror. Tianwu, if I'm not wrong, the wine in the 9th floor ought to be the best in the entire Ice Flame Pavilion, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who hadn't recovered from her shock, and he asked with a smile. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Feng Tianwu came back to her senses and responded, Yes, I want to try it, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Feng Tianwu was startled at first, then smiled. Then let's go up and take a look. Subsequently, the two of them left their seats and ascended the stairs that led to the 8th and 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion before heading up. Yet now, the group of customers on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion weren't surprised. Since that violet-clothed young man was able to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine in one go without being injured in the slightest, his cultivation was obviously profound. It was extremely likely that he was a void interpretation stage expert. As far as they were concerned, even if a void initiation stage martial artist was at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, it was impossible for him to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine without being injured in the slightest. What they didn't know was that the reason why Duan Lingtian dared to drink like that was because of the special method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. That method seemed to be simple, yet if one really wanted to use it well, it was instead extremely difficult. Tian Wu, have you been to the 9th floor before? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. When I came to the Darming Kingdom for the first time, my father brought me there. But my cultivation was low at that time, and I only watched him drink the wine there. Duan Lingtian nodded. As someone that had fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he naturally knew of some special wines, and not just anyone could drink them. Not to mention anything else. Just the blazer wine and glaze wine he drank on the 7th floor earlier would absolutely cause certain death if it was consumed by a martial artist that hadn't stepped into the void-prying stage. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu ascended the 8th floor and caused the inscription formation at the entrance of the stairs to emit 2 clear sounds, the 2 old men that were guarding there were instantly petrified. They are both 8th level void initiation stage martial artists? The 2 old men couldn't help but gasp. Obviously, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had shocked them. Yet they didn't know that after Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu ascended the 8th floor, they didn't stay here and headed directly to the 9th floor instead. Only an old man stood at the entrance to the 9th floor, and his originally calm expression was slightly moved when he saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. 2 little kids. Go look for your seniors if you want to ascend the 9th floor. The old man spoke slowly. Obviously, he didn't think that any one of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, as the 2 of them were truly too young. Whereas if one wanted to ascend the 9th floor, the 9th level of the void initiation stage was a threshold. Thank you for the reminder, senior. But there's entirely no need for this. Duan Lingtian took the lead and passed through the entrance to the 9th floor before Feng Tianwu. A clear sound resounded out. The old man's expression instantly froze. Tian Wu. After Duan Lingtian passed through the inscription formation, he turned around and smiled as he called out to Feng Tianwu. As far as he was concerned, he already possessed the qualifications to ascend the 9th floor, so even if Feng Tianwu was unable to pass through the inscription formation, it was fine as he could bring her in. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian's smile froze as well. A clear sound entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from revealing a surprised expression. Tian Wu, you've broken through? Never had Duan Lingtian imagined that Feng Tianwu had actually broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. I broke through some time ago. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly. Elder brother Duan, let's go in. Where did these 2 little freaks come from? The old man turned around, and his slightly dumbstruck gaze stared blankly at the figures of Duan Lingtian and Tian Wu that were disappearing into the distance as he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had entered the lobby of the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The 9th floor was the highest floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Presently, there were extremely few people drinking wine here, and it didn't exceed 20 people in total. Moreover, most of these people were actually young men and women. Of course, these young geniuses had formed a total of 3 tables, and it was extremely obvious that most of them were brought up by the other 9th level void initiation stage martial artists. At the beginning, no one paid attention to the appearance of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Only when a young man in embroidered clothes inadvertently saw Feng Tianwu and exclaimed with surprise, "What a beautiful woman!" Only then did the others notice Duan Lingtian and Tian Wu. How did they come up here? For a time, many people couldn't help but be slightly astounded. It was practically impossible to make them believe that this pair of young man and young woman possessed the strength to ascend the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, as the 2 of them were truly too young. It's probably their seniors that brought them up here before leaving. Someone couldn't help but guess. This guess of this person obtained the agreement of most people. Duan Lingtian naturally heard this as well, yet he didn't mind. As far as he was concerned, no matter if he'd relied on his true ability to ascend the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, it wasn't related to anyone else. The tables on the 9th floor of the Ice Fire Pavilion are a little bigger. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked towards a table, and they hadn't sat down when Duan Lingtian's pupils had already constricted. Heavens! What did I see? At the center of the table was actually a large ring-shaped groove that left the center empty. They wouldn't all be for placing origin stones, right? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. If one wanted to fill up the groove on the table, it would at least require around 100 mid-grade origin stones. After Duan Lingtian sat down, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when he saw Feng Tianwu withdraw a pile of mid-grade origin stones and place them into the groove. I truly never imagined that the wine on the 9th floor would be so expensive. Tianwu, there's at least 100 mid-grade origin stones here, right? It's exactly 99 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu said. 99 mid-grade origin stones? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled slightly. 99 mid-grade origin stones were equivalent to almost 10,000 low-grade origin stones. The wine of this ice flame pavilion was simply seizing money. No, seizing origin stones. Whoosh! Along with Feng Tianwu placing 99 mid-grade origin stones, the inscription formation on the table activated along with it, and in next to no time, a light barrier slowly floated into appearance. It was still half red and half blue. Feng Tianwu's hand pressed onto the red half of the light barrier. Instantly, a wine tray that held a jug of wine and 3 wine cups appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. There are actually 3 wine cups here. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He still remembered that every jug of wine on the 7th floor was only accompanied by a single wine cup. In other words, if a few people came to drink together, then they had to buy a few jugs of wine. Duan Lingtian picked up 2 wine cups and placed them before Feng Tianwu and himself. Subsequently, he started pouring the wine. When he saw the wine that was red like blood that was poured into the cup, his gaze couldn't help but light up. Blood charm? At the same time, a strand of the fragrance of wine entered Duan Lingtian's nose, causing the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body to seethe and be on the verge of bursting out. Blood charm lived up to its name. Elder brother Duan, you recognize this wine? Feng Tianwu, who was just about to introduce it to Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but be stunned, and she asked with surprise. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes flashed, and she suddenly felt that this elder brother Duan was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Exactly how many more secrets does elder brother Duan possess? Her heart was filled with curiosity towards this. Someone said that when a woman aroused curiosity towards a man, it was usually the beginning of stepping foot into the abyss. If I'm not wrong, the other wine ought to be blue longing? Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke. Elder brother Duan, where exactly did you hear of these 2 wines? Could it be that you've drunk them in the past? When she heard Duan Lingtian mention the other wine in the 9th floor, Feng Tianwu was first stunned, and then she was unable to restrain the curiosity in her heart and couldn't help but ask. According to her knowledge, even if it was in the entire Darkhan dynasty, there was no wine like the blazer wine and glaze wine that was sold, let alone the blood charm and blue love. I accidentally saw it in an ancient book in the past. Duan Lingtian casually found an excuse. Chapter 762. No matter if it was blood charm or blue love, they were both recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. These were 2 types of wine that could be considered as good wine in the foreign lands. Firstly, blood charm could be said to be an upgraded version of blazer wine, and its medicinal effect and taste far surpassed blazer wine. As for blue love, it was an upgraded version of glaze wine. I can't drink blood charm and blue love like before. The method of Samsara Emperor Wu can only be used against blazer wine and glaze wine that are of a comparatively lower grade. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Feng Tianwu didn't doubt Duan Lingtian when she heard his explanation, and she picked up her wine cup and smiled to Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, try and see if there's any difference between this wine and blazer wine. Duan Lingtian replied and raised his wine cup before placing it by his mouth and taking a sip. The scorching hot aura spread in his mouth before spreading throughout his entire body, causing him to feel his entire body become hot, and the origin energy in his body started to roil without end. Blood charm truly lived up to its name. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were drinking silently here, yet they didn't know that they'd already become the topic of discussion of the young men and young women at the 3 tables. Have all of you seen them in the past? A young man asked. No. The others shook their heads. Truthfully speaking, that woman is really beautiful. She's much more beautiful than those concubines of mine. Moreover, that figure, it really makes one drool. The young man with a slightly wretched appearance chuckled, and his eyes were filled with lust. Damnable monkey, I want this woman. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man that sat opposite the young man with a wretched appearance spoke indifferently. The white-clothed young man sat there and faintly revealed a trace of the dignity of a person in a high position. Obviously, his background was extraordinary. The young man with a wretched appearance froze when he heard this, and then he smiled flatteringly. Since Third Prince wants her, then I naturally don't dare be presumptuous. Third Prince, I'll help you invite her over? Yes. The young man in white nodded approvingly. His eyes were burning with passion. Don't disturb the beauty. Otherwise, I'll hold you responsible. Yes, yes. The young man with a wretched appearance nodded hurriedly, and then he left his seat and walked towards Feng Tianwu. At this time, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had just finished a bottle of blood charm and bought a bottle of blue love. They each took a sip and noticed the wretched young man walking over. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. He took a sip of the blue love and felt the coldness throughout his body. He felt refreshed. Good wine. Feng Tianwu's eyebrows slightly furrowed, then relaxed. She also took a sip of blue love, then gently closed her eyes, enjoying the moment of pleasure. Young miss, the Third Prince wants to invite you over for a seat. The young man with a wretched appearance looked at Feng Tianwu as he squeezed out a smile that was even more unsightly than crying, and then he turned around to look at the white-clothed young man as if he was indicating for Feng Tianwu to look over. After the white-clothed young man noticed the actions of the young man with a wretched appearance, he looked over with a smile on his face. But in next to no time, the smile on his face froze. The young man's expression went grim when he saw the expression of the white-clothed young man, and then he turned around and noticed that Feng Tianwu had utterly disregarded him. Young miss, I'm talking to you. The young man with a wretched appearance took a deep breath and worked hard to suppress the rage in his heart. He didn't dare act presumptuously before the Third Prince. But these two young men and young woman that he'd never seen in the capital of the Darming dynasty dared to give him attitude? If it wasn't for the Third Prince taking a fancy to this woman, he would have flared up long ago. But unfortunately, Feng Tianwu still disregarded him. Ha ha! Right at this moment, a young man couldn't refrain from laughing. Monkey! Looks like this young master of the Ho clan doesn't have much face. The Third Prince is still waiting for you. Feel free to speak up if you need my help. Monkey, you've suffered a loss, right? You usually brag about how awesome you are, but I never imagined that you're only good at talking. Monkey, come back if you really can't. You can afford to lose face, but the Third Prince can't. All the young men and young women couldn't refrain from ridiculing the young man with a wretched appearance. The young man with a wretched appearance took a deep breath when he heard this, and his face was covered in a layer of frost as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. Even though he knew that these companions of his were only joking and weren't really targeting him, he still felt that he had lost face. The young man with a wretched appearance revealed a fierce light as he stared at Feng Tianwu and cursed via voice transmission. Stinking bitch, it's your fortune that the Third Prince took a fancy to you. Don't be shameless. If you don't come with me to serve the Third Prince today, then But unfortunately, the young man didn't finish speaking via voice transmission in the end. Slap! A resounding slap sounded out, and the young man's head tilted to the side as a crimson-red palm print appeared on his face. At this moment, Feng Tianwu glared angrily at the young man with a wretched appearance, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. A single slap caused the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to fall into deathly silence. The young man with a wretched appearance was stunned, and his companions were stunned as well. The other middle-aged and old-aged customers were stunned as well. As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted cold lights as he stared fixedly at the young man with a wretched appearance. He knew clearly in his heart that it was surely this young man with a wretched appearance that said something to Tian Wu via voice transmission and infuriated her. Otherwise, it was impossible for Tian Wu to be so angry. Ha 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 ha. In next to no time, the silent atmosphere was broken, and it was some of the companions of the young man with a wretched appearance that couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter. Monkey, did you say something you shouldn't have said to that young lady? The third prince asked you to invite her over. Why did you infuriate her? Exactly. You can't even handle such a small matter properly, yet you still have the nerve to say you're the third prince's friend. The ridiculing laughter of the group of companions entered into the ears of the young man with a wretched appearance that was struck dumb, and it caused him to completely sober up. Stinking bitch, you dare hit me? Die! The young man glared as he raised his hand and swung a slap towards Feng Tianwu. What a joke! Even his parents had never hit him in his entire lifetime. How could he swallow this insult from being hit by a woman today? Feng Tianwu revealed an expression of disdain when facing the slap that the young man swung at her. In her eyes, the speed of the young man's attack was truly pitifully slow. Right when she was about to make a move, she seemed to have noticed something, and she put down the hand that she'd just raised. It was only because a person had made a move before her, and it caused a trace of happiness to flash past her eyes. Slap! Duan Lingtian's hand seemed as if it was assisted by the gods as it easily grabbed onto the hand that the young man swung towards Feng Tianwu, and he held it tightly. His icy cold eyes looked straight at the young man with a wretched appearance. The young man's face went grim, and he wanted to struggle free, yet he noticed that the strength of this violet-clothed young man that was much smaller than him was shockingly great. Even if he exerted his entire strength, he was unable to struggle free. Kid, you're courting death. Instantly, the young man shouted out explosively, and his other hand formed into a fist that smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! As his fist smashed out, the origin energy on his fist skyrocketed, and his concept followed along like a shadow. It was like a cannonball that swiftly flashed out, and it caused a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above the young man, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth converged into form. First, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level elementary concept. Duan Lingtian moved once more, and he instantly withdrew his hand that held onto the young man before grabbing onto the fist that smashed towards him like a bolt of lightning at a tricky angle. Slap! After Duan Lingtian grabbed onto the young man's fist, his gaze went cold, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to directly exert strength. Crack! H! The clear sound of bones shattering was accompanied by a wave of miserable shrill cries. Subsequently, the young man with a wretched appearance was pushed flying after having his fist crushed by Duan Lingtian, and he fiercely smashed onto the ground before rolling about in a sorry state. Swoosh! 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 At practically the instant that the young man with a wretched appearance had his fist crushed by Duan Lingtian and was pushed flying, the group of companions that originally had ridiculing expressions on their faces had gone grim. Besides the white-clothed young man who was the so-called third prince that still sat there, the other young men and young women had left their seats successively. The gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with hostility. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the actions of these people. Weren't these people ridiculing the young man with a wretched appearance earlier? Why do they seem to be very concerned about the young man now? How would Duan Lingtian know that these people had ridiculed the young man with a wretched appearance earlier because they were familiar with him and wanted to see him make a fool of himself? Now that the young man with a wretched appearance was heavily injured, as his companions, they naturally had to stand up for him. Damn monkey, are you all right? A young man squatted down and couldn't help but gasp after inspecting the injuries of the young man with a wretched appearance. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian angrily. You're really vicious. Do you know who he is? What's wrong? Instantly, the other young men and young women looked at the young man. The monkey's hand tendons and meridians are completely shattered and completely crippled. Even if there's a grade 3 life recovery pill, I'm afraid it won't be enough to save him. The young man said in a deep voice. What? Instantly, other than the white-clothed young man who raised his eyebrows and looked deeply at Duan Lingtian, the expressions of the other companions of the young man with a wretched appearance changed. Boy, you're really ruthless. Boy, unless you leave behind an arm and a leg today, don't even think about leaving. That's right, leave behind an arm and a leg. 10 young men and young women surrounded Duan Lingtian's table. All of them glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian, as if they were deeply afraid Duan Lingtian would escape. I don't want his arm and leg. Right at this moment, the young man with a wretched appearance endured the intense pain after consuming a healing medicinal pill and walked over. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. I want him dead. If I don't kill him, I, Ho Jun, am not human. An arm and a leg? Chapter 763. Looks like you don't want to be a human anymore. A short sentence from Duan Lingtian caused the expressions of the 11 young men and young women, including Ho Jun, to go pale, and all of them were infuriated by Duan Lingtian. Attack together! Someone suddenly shouted out, and the group of young men and young women pounced towards Duan Lingtian with tacit understanding. For a time, the sound of air exploding rose and fell in the sky without end. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky condensed into form, and they revealed a menacing aura. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he faced the young men and young women that assaulted him from all directions, and his eyes squinted abruptly before a dim light flashed within them. 1,000 illusions. In an instant, Duan Lingtian cast his exclusive soul skill. An illusory space appeared out of thin air and enveloped an area of over 10 meters with Duan Lingtian at the center. Even though it enveloped Feng Tianwu within it, it didn't target Feng Tianwu. So Feng Tianwu wasn't affected by it. Then, an inconceivable scene appeared. The group of young men and young women that were originally pouncing towards Duan Lingtian turned around when they were about to touch Duan Lingtian, and they entered into a chaotic battle. Kid, I'll kill you. Ho Jun shouted out explosively as his uninjured hand punched out, and it smashed onto one of his companions and injured him. Bang! Subsequently, Ho Jun was struck as well. Bang! 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 The chaotic battle continued like a raging fire. Tian Wu, let's continue. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded the 11 young men and young women that were in a chaotic battle, and he raised his wine cup as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu had been shocked by the scene before her since long ago. What exactly did elder brother Duan do? She was extremely puzzled in her heart. At the same time that the scene before her caused her to be shocked, she felt a chill run down her spine because it was truly too strange. This situation feels similar to when elder brother Duan defeated Bai Hao. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but recall the scene she saw during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. At that time, Duan Lingtian defeated Bai Hao, and the circumstances were similarly strange. It wasn't just Feng Tianwu. The group of middle-aged and old customers on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion were dumbstruck as well. What are these little ancestors that usually call themselves overlords in the Darming Dynasty's capital playing now? Even the third prince had an incomparably solemn expression at this moment. His brows were filled with fear. Who exactly is he? Soon, the third prince left his seat. He didn't leave the Icefire Pavilion's 9th floor, but walked inside instead. There was a spacious private room on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and it was usually provided for the few people with the highest status in the Zhao clan to use and entertain guests. Ouch. Ah! Wah-wah! Numerous miserable shrill cries rose and fell, and it wasn't long before only one of the 11 young men and women remained standing, whereas the others had all fallen on the ground in a disorderly manner. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as the dim light in the depths of his eyes was restrained, and he withdrew his soul skill. Instantly, the illusory space shattered into pieces. What's going on? After the illusory space vanished, the group of young men and women that lay on the ground were completely dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Didn't I knock him down? I clearly punched his face and bashed him into a pig's head? Huang Cui, why did you become a pig's head? After the group of young men and women glanced at each other, they finally realized a problem. The problem was that the person they'd injured earlier wasn't Duan Lingtian, but their own companions. But why did such a thing happen? Demonic arts. He knows demonic arts. It was unknown who shouted. Instantly, the expressions of the group of young men and women went pale, and their eyes were filled with terror when they looked at Duan Lingtian once more. What was unknown was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Earlier, they were completely unable to react to what had happened, and they'd directly fallen into Duan Lingtian's demonic arts. All of you, do you still want one of my hands and one of my legs? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the group of people before him and slowly asked. The latter looked at each other in dismay when they heard this, and all of them lowered their heads in shame. There were so many of them, yet they couldn't even deal with a kid that looked to be around 25 years old. They'd truly lost all face. You're called Ho Jun, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the young man with a wretched appearance that had one of his hands crippled by him. The young man's face went pale when he saw Duan Lingtian staring at him, and he shrunk back with slight fear. You, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, I'm the son of the Ho clan's patriarch. If you dare touch me, my father won't let you off. Earlier, you seemed to be working for that third prince, right? Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and then he raised his head to glance at the nearby Ho clan and said, But when all of you encountered trouble, he seemed to have fled the quickest. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Duan Lingtian's words caused Ho Jun to turn around in bewilderment, and his face went slightly pale when he saw the third prince had left. The third prince has gone to a room. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man at a nearby table reminded Ho Jun via voice transmission. Ha 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 ha. Ho Jun was stunned when he heard this, and then he started roaring with laughter at the same time. Duan Lingtian frowned. This Ho Jun wouldn't have gone mad, right? Kid, don't leave if you have the balls. Ho Jun stared hatefully at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a hateful voice. This caused his companions to be puzzled. The third prince has entered a room. Ho Jun spoke as he looked at the unique room on the 9th floor, and his eyes were filled with reverence, as if there was something terrifying within it. The third prince has entered a room? Instantly, the gazes of the other 10 young men and young women lit up. Kid, continue staying here if you have the balls. Exactly. You're a coward if you dare leave. You're my grandson if you leave. The group of young men and young women spoke at the same time. All of them had a common objective, and it was to goad Duan Lingtian into staying. Idiot! Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the group of young men and young women before paying no further attention to them, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, let's continue drinking. Feng Tianwu nodded. Since even Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid, then she naturally wouldn't be afraid as well. Right when the hall on the 9th floor was extremely bustling, after the third prince pushed open the door and entered into the room, he looked at the young man that sat upright in meditation with his eyes closed. Zhao Wei. The third prince spoke slowly. The young man wore green clothes, looked to be a little over 30, and had a handsome appearance. When looked at from afar, he was like a delicate and pretty woman, but the Adam's apple on his throat undoubtedly spoke of his identity as a man. He was precisely one of the 2 most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty. The Zhao clan's Zhao Wei. So long as it was a member of the Darming dynasty, they knew that this young man whose name sounded like a woman and looked like a woman possessed an extremely terrifying cultivation and extremely ruthless methods beneath his weak appearance. So long as it was Zhao Wei that made a move, there were very few survivors. Lu Hao, do you need something from me? Finally, Zhao Wei slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white-clothed young man with a calm expression, and he directly called out the white-clothed young man's name as if he didn't take the white-clothed young man seriously at all. Lu Hao wasn't surprised by this. After all, even if Zhao Wei faced his eldest imperial brother, the crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Zhao Wei directly called him by his name, let alone him. Most importantly, this Zhao Wei's strength was much stronger than his. Zhao Wei, if you still don't leave, then our Darming dynasty will lose face greatly this time. Lu Hao, the third prince of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, spoke slowly. Slight bewilderment appeared between Zhao Weiyi's brows when he heard this. The soundproofing effect of the room was extremely weak, and coupled with Zhao Weiyi being cultivating earlier, he didn't know what had occurred in the hall outside. Today, a young man and young woman came to the 9th floor of your Zhao clan's Ice Flame Pavilion. The young man looked to be around 25 years old, and the young woman was around 20 years old. Lu Hao spoke. What happened after that? Zhao Weiyi asked with interest. After that, Ho Jun's hand was crippled by that young man. That young man was ruthless, and even if he had a grade 3 life recovery pill, he was powerless to save Ho Jun. Lu Hao continued. Zhao Weiyi frowned when he heard this. Being able to cripple Ho Jun indicated that he was at least an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. An 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist around the age of 25? Even if it was Zhao Weiyi, he couldn't help but be shocked now. After all, even if it was him, he'd only broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage after the age of 30. Now, when he heard a young man at the age of 25 possessed a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above, it was slightly difficult for him to accept. As a genius in the martial Dao, he had his own pride, and it was difficult for him to endure someone's natural talent being so much stronger than him. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage? Lu Hao said with disdain when he heard Zhao Weiyi's judgment. He isn't simply at the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If I tell you that Ho Jun's group of 11, 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, 5 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, and 3 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists joined forces to deal with that young man, yet they weren't even able to touch the corners of his clothes before all of them fell down, what would you think? Whoosh! As soon as Lu Hao finished speaking, Zhao Weiyi instantly sat up as a bright light flashed within his eyes. There's such a thing? I'm slightly interested in him now that you've said this. He's most probably from another dynasty, and he's passing through our Darming dynasty with the intention of participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Let's go. Come with me to meet him. Zhao Weiyi walked out. Wait. Lu Hao stopped Zhao Weiyi. Zhao Weiyi looked at Lu Hao with a bewildered expression, and he didn't know what Lu Hao wanted to say. Zhao Weiyi, I have to remind you of something. When Ho Jun's group of 11 joined forces to deal with that fellow, not only were they unable to touch the corners of his clothes. When he spoke up to hear, Lu Hao paused for a moment before continuing. From the beginning until the end, that person sat on the spot without moving. He seemed to have utilized some sort of strange ability to cause Ho Jun's group of 11 to kill each other and injure all of them. What? Chapter 764. Zhao Weiyi's eyes flickered as his thoughts drifted. Such ability was astounding. It seems that only those formidable demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent are capable of executing such ability. It's an ability executed with spiritual force, and it's related to the soul. It's commonly called a soul skill. At this instant, Zhao Weiyi thought of many things before confirming it in the end. But according to rumor, that soul skill is a spiritual force ability. Unless a human martial artist is an expert at the Emperor Wu stage or above, otherwise, it's impossible for them to comprehend it. Only some demon beasts with extraordinary innate talent possess the innate soul brand and are able to execute such a spirit force technique. All of this was something Zhao Weiyi had seen in an ancient book in the Zhao clan's book collection pavilion. Could it be that he's a demon? Instantly, Zhao Weiyi's pupils constricted as he revealed astonishment. If he's really a demon, then all of this can be explained, even though he looks to be around 25 years old. But if he's really a person that a demon has taken human form, then no matter how young his appearance is, it wouldn't be strange. When he thought up to here, Zhao Weiyi's face was filled with fear. If Chun Shi was really a demon, then Chun Shi was at least in existence at the first level of the Void Transformation stage. Because only after a demon beast broke through to the Void Transformation stage would it be able to truly transform into a demon and possess the ability to take human form. When he thought of how it was very likely that she was a demon of legend, Zhao Weiyi's heartbeat sped up and was unable to calm down for a long time. An existence at the void transformation stage. Even his Zhao clan only possessed 2 people, and both of them were only at the first level of the void transformation stage. Zhao Weiyi took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart as his expression gradually recovered, and he walked out of the room slowly. The third prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Hao, frowned as he followed Zhao Wei out. In the lobby of the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, Duanling Tian silently savored blue love, and as he felt the bone-piercing coldness that spread throughout his entire body, he felt his entire body feel comfortable. Satisfying. Blue love was an upgraded version of the glazed wine, and besides being able to improve one's origin energy to a certain extent, it was also able to condense one's origin energy. Elder brother Duan. Someone is coming out. Feng Tianwu just happened to be facing the direction of the room on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and when she saw the third prince and another unfamiliar young man walking out slowly, she sent a voice transmission to warn Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian gently nodded. In fact, even if Feng Tianwu did not remind him, he had already noticed the 2 people behind him, because their gazes were now on him. Brother Wei Yi. Young Master Wei Yi. Soon, the young men and women who had taken the pills and recovered from their injuries greeted the young man who walked out of the private room. Young Master Wei? Zhao Wei? Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows and guessed the other's identity. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised because his spiritual power had already probed the other's cultivation at the first moment. This Zhao Wei was a martial artist at the first level of the void interpretation stage. One of the 2 most outstanding young geniuses of the Darming dynasty had already stepped into the void interpretation stage, and the other one, the crown prince, was probably not much inferior to him. As expected of the Darming dynasty, the prevalence of the martial spirit has created many martial artists with extraordinary natural talent. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Actually, not to mention Zhao Wei, even the cultivations of those 11 young men and women that didn't know what was good for them and attacked him earlier had similarly caused Duanling Tian to be shocked. 3 at the 6th level of the void initiation stage, 5 at the 7th level of the void initiation stage, and 3 at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Just the cultivations of these young geniuses of the Darming dynasty that were gathered here were so extraordinary, and if this was in the Darkhan dynasty, it was practically impossible for this to occur. Young Master Wei Yi. Presently, even if it was those middle-aged and old customers in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, they bowed respectfully to Zhao Wei who walked over slowly. From the beginning until the end, Zhao Wei had a carefree expression as he walked slowly to arrive before the table of Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu under the greetings of numerous respectful gazes. When he saw Feng Tianwu, a trace of surprise flashed past his eyes. He'd never seen such an outstanding woman in the Darming dynasty. Even though it was said that a fair and graceful woman was the ideal mate of a gentleman, as a martial maniac, Zhao Wei didn't have the interest of an ordinary man towards women. Moreover, his marriage had already been decided long before he was born. When the time came, he would directly marry and have children. The love between men and women didn't have the slightest attraction to him, and only the martial Tao that seemed to have no end was his lifelong pursuit. In his eyes, women were only tools used to carry on the family line. So Zhao Wei only glanced at Feng Tianwu before his gaze descended onto Duanling Tian that sat opposite Feng Tianwu. When he saw Duanling Tian was really young as Lu Hao had said, slight surprise couldn't help but appear on his face, and then he asked, "May I know your name?" Duanling Tian continued drinking his wine as if he hadn't heard Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei wasn't angry when he saw this, but Zhao Wei not being angry didn't mean that the others weren't angry, including Ho Jun, the group of young men and young women that had suffered a loss at the hands of Duanling Tian earlier glared angrily at Duanling Tian. "Kid, Big Brother Wei is asking you something. Didn't you hear him? Young Master Wei is asking you something because he thinks highly of you. If you know what's good for you, then quickly reply. Otherwise, don't dream of leaving this Ice Flame Pavilion today." After Zhao Wei made an appearance, The group of young men and young women seemed as if they'd found a backer, and they didn't have any worries when facing Duan Ling Tian. Don't dream of leaving the Ice Flame Pavilion? With just the few of you? Duan Ling Tian took another sip of the blue longing in his wine cup, and he didn't even raise his head to look at those young men and young women as his words were filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian's disdain was taken as a provocation by the group of young men and young women, and it caused them to be extremely furious. Big brother Wei Yi, this kid is too arrogant. You must teach him a good lesson. The group of young men and young women looked at Zhao Wei Yi and took Zhao Wei Yi to be their lifesaver. But unfortunately, even though they urged him, Zhao Wei Yi still didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. His eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as he said via voice transmission, "If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a formidable demon, right? Demon?" Duan Ling Tian was first stunned when he heard Zhao Wei Yi's voice transmission, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Wei Yi was slightly bewildered when he saw the smile that suddenly appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face, and he frowned before continuing to speak via voice transmission. "Could it be that I'm wrong? The ability you executed earlier that effortlessly caused them to kill each other ought to be a soul skill that some demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were born with, right? You even know about soul skills?" Finally, Duan Ling Tian raised his head and glanced at Zhao Wei Yi with slight surprise before speaking via voice transmission. "Looks like you're really a demon." Zhao Wei Yi glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian before continuing to speak via voice transmission. "I know you're probing me, but if you say I'm a demon, then so be it." Duan Ling Tian smiled and replied via voice transmission. Zhao Wei Yi, who'd already confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was a demon when he heard Duan Ling Tian admit that he'd utilized a soul skill, yet his expression couldn't help but freeze when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. What does this violet-clothed young man mean by this? Could it be that he isn't a demon? But if he isn't a demon, then how could he possibly execute a soul skill? How could he possibly possess such terrifying abilities at such a young age? Right at this moment, two light footsteps sounded out. One of the footsteps that was closer to the front was extremely steady, and every single step it took caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be unable to help but tremble slightly. Void transformation stage expert. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and at the same time, his gaze descended towards the source of the footsteps. There were two people walking slowly into the lobby of the 9th floor at that location. The person in the lead was a robust, middle-aged man that wore green robes, had disheveled hair that fluttered in the wind, and his face was covered in stubble. He looked to be ordinary, yet was actually restrained. Duan Lingtian sensed an extremely dangerous aura on him. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended behind the robust, middle-aged man, and his gaze froze with a single glance because he recognized this person. Su Li. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Feng Tianwu had already noticed Su Li, and she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Su Li, who heard the voice, noticed Feng Tianwu at the first possible moment as well, and then he noticed Duan Lingtian, causing his face to be filled with astonishment. Obviously, he never imagined that he would be able to encounter Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu here. Meanwhile, the robust young man that seemed to be unruly had already sat before an empty table, and after Su Li greeted him, he walked towards Duan Lingtian's table. Even though a group of young men and young women were glaring fiercely at Duan Lingtian now, Su Li utterly paid no attention to these people and directly sat by Duan Lingtian's side. "Young Miss Tianwu." Su Li greeted Feng Tianwu first, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian? What are you and young Miss Tianwu doing here?" Passing by. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and then he glanced at the robust, middle-aged man in the distance before asking in a low voice, "Su Li, that's your master?" The robust, middle-aged man seemed to be sloppy, yet the feeling he gave Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than the Darkhan dynasty's imperial families by Nanxiang. At any rate, Bai Nanxiang had revealed the might of a void transformation stage expert before him. On the other hand, Su Li's master didn't make a move, and he only stood there and sat there, yet he brought extremely great pressure to Duan Lingtian. "Yes." Su Li nodded, and then he said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, "Come, I'll introduce both of you to my master." As he spoke, Su Li stood up and led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to walk towards the robust middle-aged man. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had completely disregarded Zhao Wei and the others. They, Ho Jun gnashed his teeth. Even though he was furious to the limit, he who'd suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian didn't dare make a move rashly before Zhao Wei made a move. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 765. Master. This is the Feng clan's young Miss Tian Wu. As for this person, he's the good friend I mentioned to you, Duan Lingtian. Su Li brought along Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu to arrive before the middle-aged man and introduced them. Duan Lingtian? After the middle-aged man's gaze flashed past Feng Tianwu, it locked onto Duan Lingtian. You're that Duan Lingtian that obtained the first in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition over half a year ago? Duan Lingtian greets Senior. The middle-aged man was Su Li's master, so Duan Lingtian couldn't be disrespectful. Moreover, this middle-aged man before him was absolutely the strongest person besides his father and Qing Nu that was by the side of the mysterious young woman, Han Xuanai. Qing Nu wasn't a human martial artist, and her strength was restrained, causing Duan Lingtian to be completely unable to see through her. As for his father, he was completely unable to see through him. He's indeed a good seedling. After sizing up Duan Lingtian for a moment, the middle-aged man nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly and spoke to Su Li before returning to his original seat with Feng Tianwu. Now, the gaze Zhao Wei shot at Duan Lingtian was completely different. Earlier, he'd finally recalled it when the middle-aged man reminded him. Not long ago, he'd heard of the final results of the martial competition held by the nearby few dynasties, and he had some understanding of the person that obtained the first position in the martial competition of those few dynasties. The person that obtained the first position in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition was a young man called Duan Lingtian. Supposedly, Duan Lingtian was a young man around the age of 25. Now he'd completely confirmed it. The violet-clothed young man that sat before him was precisely that Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? The third prince, Lu Hao, frowned and glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. He'd heard of the person that obtained the first position in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition in the past. As for Ho Jun and the other young men and women, they'd heard the middle-aged man earlier and knew that Duan Lingtian was the first in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition. Instantly, their expressions became slightly unsightly. No wonder this young man's strength is so strong. It turns out he's the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkhan Dynasty. So, you're the Darkhan Dynasty's Duan Lingtian. Zhao Wei. Duan Lingtian's gaze was replaced Zhao Wei for the Lingtian Wu. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Lingtian was a formidable demon, he was filled with fear towards Duan Lingtian, and he didn't dare arouse the slightest intention to go against Duan Lingtian. Now, after he found out about Duan Lingtian's true identity, his face sank slightly. Duan Lingtian, you've injured so many people of my Darming dynasty in my Zhao clan's Iceflame Pavilion. Shouldn't you give my Zhao clan an explanation? Give the Darming dynasty an explanation? After he found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, Zhao Wei instantly became overbearing and overbearing. What? You're not afraid of me? Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly lazily and glanced indifferently at Zhao Wei as he spoke lazily. You! Zhao Wei's face sank. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Lingtian was a demon, so besides being courteous to Duan Lingtian, he was even slightly afraid of Duan Lingtian. Now that he was exposed by Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be slightly enraged from embarrassment. Duan Lingtian, I'll say it one more time. Today, you either give me an explanation or lie down. As he finished speaking, Zhao Wei's clothes fluttered without any wind, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Explanation? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhao Wei. What explanation do you want? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Ho Jun and the others. I'll make the decision to let this matter go. Zhao Wei spoke with a low voice. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times? Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything when Feng Tianwu's expression had already gone grim, and she glared angrily at Zhao Wei. The members of the Zhao clan are really impressive. The expression of Su Li, who just sat down in the distance, went grim when he heard Zhao Wei, and he instantly stood up while his gaze that was like a sword stared at Zhao Wei's back. He can do what you can do as well. You might not be able to do what he can do. The robust middle-aged man that sat opposite Su Li spoke indifferently, and his voice wasn't loud, causing only Su Li to hear it clearly. Su Li laughed bitterly and sat down once more. He was naturally able to discern the meaning behind his master's words. It was none other than Master was saying that Duan Lingtian was able to deal with what he could deal with as well, whereas he might not be able to deal with what Duan Lingtian was able to deal with. Kid, did you hear what Big Brother Wei said? Quickly kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Ho Jun took a step forward and acted like a fox, assuming the majesty of Duan Lingtian, as he gestured at Duan Lingtian. Swish! At practically the instant Ho Jun finished speaking, a sword howl suddenly resounded out, and it only lasted for a brief moment. Ah! In the next moment, Ho Jun let out a shrill and miserable cry as his other hand was severed at the shoulder, causing blood to gush out like a pillar, and he was barely able to stop the bleeding with his origin energy after a short while. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd instantly struck out with his sword and severed Ho Jun's arm. Yet all of this didn't stop. Swish! 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 The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning, causing numerous sword lights to flash out and mince Ho Jun's severed arm that had fallen to the ground into pieces in a short moment, and it was utterly impossible to reattach it. You're so vicious. When he saw this scene, Ho Jun was angered to the point his face flickered between livid and ashen, and he wasn't able to catch his last breath before fainting directly. After he fainted, his wound didn't have origin energy to stop the bleeding, and it continued to gush out, dyeing the ground red with blood. Monkey! Ho Jun's companion hurriedly moved forward to stop the bleeding for Ho Jun. You dare injure someone before me? Zhao Wei? Zhao Wei's expression was extremely gloomy as he took a stride forward, and in the next moment, he'd already arrived before Duan Lingtian. Bang! Terrifying origin energy instantly exploded out from his body, and the vast energy of the heavens and the earth caused space to shake before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were the first to appear. First level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim when she saw this scene, and she cried out in shock. Whirlwind. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had already left his seat before Zhao Wei had the time to utilize his concept when Zhao Wei approached him, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the sound of wind and thunder exploded out, and it was like thunder that reverberated in the ears. In the sky above him, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared. First, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 9 and 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 9th level of the void initiation stage. 9th level wind concept. 4th level lightning concept. At the same time, the milky white origin energy that skyrocketed on Zhao Wei's body instantly transformed into an expanse of fiery red, and it seemed to have formed a ball of real flames. Whoosh! In the sky, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared by the side of the 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and they coiled down and were lifelike. The strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength Duan Lingtian utilized to flee, it was an entire strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. The concept you've comprehended isn't bad, but unfortunately you're only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage and aren't a match for me. Zhao Wei's entire body was enveloped in flames, and he was like a god of fire as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and cripple one of your own arms and legs. Out of consideration that the Darkhan dynasty can be considered to be a neighbor of our Darming dynasty, I'll spare your life. Zhao Wei finished speaking in a single breath. Based on your tone, you seem to be confident in defeating me? Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest as he met Zhao Weiyi's gaze. I know you know that only special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent are capable of executing spiritual force soul skills, but I want to tell you that I'm a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and my spiritual force is stronger than yours. Your soul skill is completely useless against me. Zhao Weiyi sneered. Soul skill? Zhao Weiyi's words caused everyone besides himself and Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. Soul skill? The robust middle-aged man looked at Su Li and asked, "This Duan Lingtian knows soul skills?" I'm not too sure as well. Su Li shook his head, and then he said, "But Duan Lingtian does indeed possess an extremely terrifying ability that's capable of affecting a person and causing that person to seem as if he's possessed. Many people call that ability of his as a demonic technique. Could it be that he really knows soul skills?" The robust middle-aged man's brows raised, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian with interest, and his eyes faintly contained slight anticipation. A human martial artist that hadn't attained the realm of Emperor Wu was capable of executing a spiritual force ability like a soul skill, and it was truly unbelievable. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was really capable of executing spiritual force abilities. Looks like you have a rather good understanding of soul skills. When facing Zhao Weiyi, who revealed a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian's expression still remained calm as he spoke indifferently. Zhao Weiyi revealed a complacent expression and had an expression of, "I'll definitely defeat you. But, since you said my soul skill is useless against you, then feel free to give it a try." Duan Lingtian continued. The complacent smile on Zhao Weiyi's face instantly froze, and his eyes seemed as if they could shoot out flames. "Since it's like this, then I'll fulfill your wish. The number one figure in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty will perish here today." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Weiyi moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Right at the instant Zhao Weiyi's figure moved, a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. His spiritual force that he'd accumulated strength since long ago instantly fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed the soul skill that belonged to him. Thousand illusions. Instantly, an illusory space appeared and directly enveloped Zhao Weiyi within it. In the next moment, everyone on the 9th floor was stunned. They saw Zhao Weiyi, who originally charged over menacingly, had actually strangely turned around when he was about to approach Duan Lingtian, and he flashed to the side and attacked the air. Presently, in the eyes of others, he seemed as if he'd gone mad. "Master, this is Duan Lingtian's ability," Su Li said. "If they aren't acting, perhaps this Duan Lingtian really knows soul skills." Chapter 766. Big Brother Weiyi. Young Master Weiyi. Instantly, the group of young men and young women shouted out loudly with the intention of waking up Zhao Weiyi, who seemed to be possessed. But unfortunately, no matter how they shouted or condensed their origin energy into voice transmissions, Zhao Weiyi was still attacking the air by himself, and he remained indifferent towards everything in his surroundings. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and watched coldly. This Zhao Weiyi actually thought that his spiritual force was similar to his cultivation and was only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. He was truly naive. After all, his current spiritual force had already attained the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Not to mention Zhao Weiyi, who possessed a 1st-level void interpretation stage spiritual force. Even if it was a 2nd-level void interpretation stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist wasn't an inscription master, then once the martial artist fell into the illusory space created by his soul skill Thousand Illusions, it would be utterly impossible for the martial artist to leave the illusory space unless the martial artist took the initiative to stop. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he moved behind Zhao Weiyi with a thought. Bang! Duan Lingtian pushed out with his palm, and it descended onto Zhao Weiyi's back before vast origin energy gushed into it, causing the origin energy in Zhao Weiyi's body to disperse and injure him. Zhao Weiyi's body shook as he let out a muffled groan before flying out like an arrow that left the bow, and he fell onto the ground in a sorry state as blood sprayed out violently from his mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian withdrew his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, causing the illusory space to disperse along with this. After Zhao Weiyi left the illusory space, his face went grim as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was completely unharmed. No, impossible. You're only a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and your spiritual force ought to be only at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. How could your soul skill possibly affect me? You still want to try? Duan Lingtian stared at Zhao Weiyi with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Zhao Weiyi's face froze when he heard this, and his eyes flickered with fear. After he found it impossible to escape the effect of Duan Lingtian's soul skill, he knew that he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian, at least not now. At this moment, he still couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian's soul skill was effective against him. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had already reached the void interpretation stage? Now that he thought about it, this was the only possibility. I admit, I'm no match for you. However, do you think that you'll be able to leave the Ice Flame Pavilion in one piece if you can defeat me? Zhao Weiyi sneered. Right at this moment, an old man slowly walked out from a room on the 9th floor. The old man was dressed in gray and had a thin figure. His face was cold and emotionless, as if he was a living dead. The gray-clothed old man had come out from the inner room. Even though there was only a single room on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, it was divided into the outer room and inner room. So long as Zhao Weiyi came to the Ice Flame Pavilion, he would usually stay in the outer room. Within the inner room was an expert of the Zhao clan that was guarding the experts of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Elder Kuan. After the gray-robed old man came out, Zhao Weiyi bowed respectfully to him. Elder Kuan. The other young men and young women had perturbed expressions as they looked at the old man that walked over slowly. They possessed extraordinary backgrounds and had heard of the deeds of this old man. Not only was this old man one of the 2 strongest people in the Zhao clan, he killed without batting an eyelid, and there were at least 800 people that had died at his hands. The old man nodded to Zhao Weiyi, and as for the others, he directly disregarded them. In next to no time, he stood before Zhao Weiyi, and his muddy eyes abruptly shot out a sharp bright light that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Second young master, how do you think we should deal with him? The old man asked. His words were obviously spoken to Zhao Weiyi. Zhao Weiyi stared coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and then he said with a low voice, Elder Kuan, kill him. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian was dead, then he would have one less opponent that was stronger than him in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months from now. Yes. The old man nodded lightly as his eyes flickered with bright lights that instantly suffused them with ghastly killing intent. Whoosh! Along with the gray robe on the old man's body flashing, the energy of the heavens and the earth gradually roiled, and when a layer of origin energy barrier appeared on his entire body, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared in the sky above him. 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly appeared with a vast impetus. Void Transformation Stage Expert. The faces of Feng Tianwu and Su Li went grim. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and a jade pearl appeared in her hand. The pearl looked to be simple and unadorned, yet Feng Tianwu had obviously taken it out at this moment. However, when Feng Tianwu's finger moved slightly with the intention of crushing the pearl, a voice transmission entered into her ears, causing her to be stunned for a moment before putting away the pearl. This pearl was a pearl that was inscribed with a detection inscription. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wudao, would notice at the first possible moment and rush over with the fastest speed possible. It was precisely because of the existence of this pearl that her father felt at ease and allowed her to come here with Duan Lingtian. Kid, with Elder Kuan making a move, you're dead. You even dare touch young Master Weiyi, you're truly courting death. The gazes the group of young men and young women looked at Duan Lingtian were as if they were looking at a dead man. Kid, remember this, the person that's going to kill you is me, Zhao Kuan. The old man sneered as he abruptly took a stride forward. With a raise of his hand, vast origin energy swept out, and a material palm print instantly appeared before vanishing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Of course, it didn't truly vanish, but its speed was swift to the point that Duan Lingtian was unable to capture it with his eyes. At practically the exact same moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying gale approach head-on, and it grew closer and closer, as if it would blast onto him in an instant. But even then, Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression, and he was fearless. Swish! Suddenly, a sword howl sounded out, and it only appeared briefly. In the next moment, an explosion sounded out in the air, and the material palm print that the old man condensed was directly crushed. Who is it? The old man's face went grim as his gaze swept towards the robust middle-aged man that sat at the nearby table. Swish! Another sword howl sounded out, and it only appeared briefly. The expressions of the group of young men and young women went grim as they cried out in terror, and their constricted pupils stared blankly at the old man. Elder Kuan! Zhao Wei cried out sorrowfully. What a swift sword! As he looked at the bloody hole that appeared on the old man's throat, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine, as he'd only heard the sword howl that appeared briefly, and he'd entirely not captured the trace of the sword. Bang! The old man's corpse fell to the ground, and blood gushed out from his throat like a pillar and flowed out like a small stream. When the gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, descended onto the robust middle-aged man, who was also Su Li's master. From the beginning until the end, Su Li's master hadn't spared a glance at the old man's corpse. A void transformation stage martial artist from a mere dynasty dares to shout at my master. Damn it! Su Li glanced coldly at the old man's corpse as he spoke indifferently. Thank you, senior. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he thanked the robust middle-aged man. Earlier, it was precisely because he noticed the aura of the robust middle-aged man had locked onto the old man that he stopped Feng Tianwu from crushing the pearl that had a detection inscription inscribed on it and didn't take out one of the two talismans his father left behind. The robust middle-aged man was an expert from a power of the foreign lands, and it was extremely easy for him to deal with the old man. But never had he imagined that the robust middle-aged man would directly kill the old man. Everyone says that those formidable sword cultivators are extremely ruthless. Today I can be considered to have witnessed it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. There's no need to thank me. You're Su Li's friend, so you're naturally my junior. As a senior, protecting a junior is a matter of course. The robust middle-aged man waved his hand and spoke indifferently. Presently, even though Zhao Wei stared hatefully at the robust middle-aged man, he could only forcefully endure it and not dare make a sound. He believed that if the robust middle-aged man intended to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. So for the sake of survival, he could only endure it. Moreover, the robust middle-aged man was able to instantly annihilate one of the two strongest void transformation stage experts of their Zhao clan, and it indicated that the robust middle-aged man entirely possessed the strength to annihilate their Zhao clan. If they went head-on against such an expert, then their Zhao clan would lose for sure. Duan Lingtian, all of this is because of you. Our Zhao clan is unable to take revenge on him, yet will surely burn your bones and scatter your ashes before tearing your corpse into pieces. Zhao Weiyi's gaze that was filled with extreme hatred moved onto Duan Lingtian, and he secretly swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zhao Weiyi's gaze, yet he utterly didn't care. After a short moment, the robust middle-aged man put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up before walking towards the stairway that led to the 8th floor with large strides, and he intended to leave. At the same time that Su Li stood up and followed closely behind the robust middle-aged man, he didn't forget to greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, my master and I are leaving first. See you during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile, and at the same time, he looked at the robust middle-aged man. Senior, take care. At the same time that Zhao Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the robust middle-aged man leave, he decided in his heart. So long as the robust young man left, he would return to the Zhao clan. No matter what, Duan Lingtian must die. Elder Kuin's death had to be paid with Duan Lingtian's blood. But in next to no time, his expression couldn't help but go grim. The robust middle-aged man slowly turned around and casually glanced at Zhao Wei before he said indifferently, "If I don't see Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, I'll come to the capital of the Darming dynasty again after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and annihilate the entire Zhao clan." After he finished speaking these extremely overbearing words, the robust middle-aged man brought Su Li along and left. "Thank you, senior." Duan Lingtian started smiling. He knew that not only would the Zhao clan not dare take revenge on him after Su Li's master left behind these words, the Zhao clan would even protect him. Otherwise, once something happened to him before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began, the Zhao clan would be doomed eternally. "Tian Wu, let's go back as well." After Su Li and his master left, Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu before swaggering out of the 9th floor and vanishing before the eyes of Zhao Wei and the others. Zhao Wei was angered to the point his body trembled intensely, and he was furious to the limit, yet he was helpless. Wow! Chapter 767. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked out of the Ice Flame Pavilion, they'd already lost sight of Su Li and his master. "I truly never imagined that we would be able to encounter Su Li here today." Feng Tianwu smiled. "Yeah, I never imagined it as well." Duan Lingtian nodded, and he was surprised as well. After that, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, "Even more unexpected to me is that I'm actually able to drink wines like the Blazer wine, Glaze wine, Blood Charm, and Blue Longing in a mere capital of the Darming dynasty. Looks like because the Darming dynasty is adjacent to the foreign lands, besides the prevailing trend of martial arts, there are many things that other dynasties don't have. Elder brother Duan, do you think the Zhao clan will send someone to protect you?" When she recalled the scene from before, Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian laughed as well. "But I truly never imagined that one of the 2 most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty, Zhao Wei, is actually already a void interpretation stage martial artist." Feng Tianwu sighed. "Supposedly, the strength of the Darming dynasty's crown prince surpasses Zhao Wei. I presume that the Darming dynasty's crown prince ought to be in existence at the void interpretation stage or above." After the 2 of them returned to the inn, they rested for another 2 days before continuing on their journey. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the capital of the Darming dynasty and arrived at the place they'd split up with the Azure-Eyed Eagle that day, and the Azure-Eyed Eagle was already waiting there. After the 3 of them descended onto the back of the Azure-Eyed Eagle, the Azure-Eyed Eagle flapped its wings and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly vanished on the spot. Its target was the ancient desert city in the northern desert. That place was precisely the place the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held. On the way, Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment in his hand and comprehended wind concept with great concentration. Presently, he was only a step away from comprehending first-level intermediate wind concept. Once his concept attained it, his cultivation would instantly break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Time flew by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the Azure-Eyed Eagle like a statue, finally moved. On Duan Lingtian's body, wisps of solid green energy were about to burst out, and finally wrapped around his body, as if they were forming wisps of clear wind that were pulsating rhythmically. Suddenly, origin energy surged from Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the green energy to form a real wind. The wind did not blow in all directions. Instead, it swirled around Duan Lingtian's body and spun faster and faster. In the end, it almost formed a tornado. At first, the tornado was inconspicuous. However, after 3 days and 3 nights, it caused the airflow in the air to rapidly rotate. It was as if it had formed a whirlpool that was constantly rotating. Elder brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu was jolted awake from her cultivation, and she was jolted awake by the tornado on Duan Lingtian's body. "Father, what's wrong with elder brother Duan?" Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wudao, who sat nearby, and asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, it's a good thing. He's about to break through. How shocking was Feng Wudao's discerning ability. He'd long since seen through the changes that occurred on Duan Lingtian's body, and it was the 9th level elementary wind concept completing its final transformation. Once the transformation was successful, a pheasant would transform into a phoenix, and the elementary wind concept would transform into intermediate wind concept. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would advance a step further, and he would break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Break through. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes lit up as a smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she felt happy for Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the tornado formed around Duan Lingtian's body revolved faster and faster, and in the end, it even caused the origin energy light barrier of the azure-eyed eagle to shake as if it would tear it apart at any moment. Qing, withdraw your origin energy light barrier. Allow him to stay outside. Feng Wudao said to the azure-eyed eagle. The azure-eyed eagle nodded lightly, and the origin energy light barrier instantly withdrew to only protect Feng Wudao and his daughter. As for Duan Lingtian, he was completely outside, and he welcomed the waves of piercingly cold strong winds that assaulted his face. But these strong winds hadn't even approached Duan Lingtian when they were completely minced into pieces by the tornado around him, and Duan Lingtian was safe and sound within the tornado. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and he himself didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he wanted to comprehend intermediate wind concept a step further. Unknowingly, he'd touched the threshold of intermediate wind concept, and he was only a step away in the end. Yet it was precisely this step that stumped him. At the beginning, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless, and he gradually couldn't help but be slightly discouraged. But later on, when he was disappointed to the point of wanting to give up, he was instead unintentionally successful, and it allowed him to take that final step. Bang! When he took this final step, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd been enlightened, and waves of refreshing wind fused into his body from the pores on his entire body. After all the wind fused into his body, with a single thought of his, waves of awe-inspiring azure-colored strong winds arose around his entire body once more. Presently, even if he didn't utilize his origin energy, his wind concept wasn't much different from ordinary wind. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. After he opened his eyes, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to raise his head to look at the sky above him. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had already condensed into form there. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes were gathered there, and they dashed out with extremely swift speeds along with him. A total of 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He knew that he'd succeeded and smoothly comprehended intermediate wind concept, which was also commonly known as void interpretation concept. Comprehending void interpretation concept meant that he'd obtained the pass to enter the void interpretation stage. Elder brother Duan, congratulations. Feng Tianwu smiled as she congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, and then he couldn't help but ask, "How long has it been now? We've already left the capital of the Darming dynasty for 2 months. We'll be able to enter the northern desert very soon." Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he looked down below for a moment, yet he noticed that everything that entered his eyes was gray and hazy, and because there was no sunlight, his line of sight was completely obstructed by the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he nodded to indicate to Feng Wudao, he closed his eyes once more, and the first-level intermediate wind concept on his body was restrained along with this. The scene before her eyes caused Feng Tianwu to be slightly puzzled. Hasn't elder brother Duan already broken through in his wind concept? Why has he closed his eyes again? Could it be? Seeming to have thought of something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted. Elder brother Duan wants to directly charge into the first level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Tianwu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's ambition would be so great. For a time, At the same time that she exclaimed with admiration, she felt a shapeless force that seemed to be urging her to quickly work hard in her cultivation. Instantly, Feng Tianwu sat down cross-legged before starting to cultivate and comprehend fire concept. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu's body was suffused with origin energy, and when combined with fire concept, it actually transformed into material flames that were like real flames. If Duan Lingtian saw this scene, he would surely be greatly shocked. Because the fire concept Feng Tianwu executed now wasn't an ordinary elementary fire concept. Presently, her fire concept could already be material, and it also meant that she wasn't far away from first-level intermediate fire concept. She would be able to officially comprehend intermediate fire concept at any moment. Once that time arrived, Feng Tianwu's cultivation would advance a step further and attain the void interpretation stage. Feng Wu Dao stood at the side, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. At this moment, he faintly sensed that the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body actually showed signs of breaking through. This kid Lingtian is truly surprising. He has just comprehended void interpretation concept and is about to break through to the void interpretation stage. Presently, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and the origin energy in his body was increasing at an extremely swift speed. Because he'd comprehended void interpretation concept, his origin energy that had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage was already able to increase once more. I'll rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the void interpretation stage. With a command in Duan Lingtian's heart, his origin energy started to guide the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated in his body to assist his origin energy to advance a step further. At every moment, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense the origin energy in his body strengthening ceaselessly. A day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed, the 5th day. Bang! Under the guidance of his origin energy and the extremely overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had finally smoothly charged through the final bottleneck of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. After the bottleneck was charged through, the origin energy flowed throughout his body and underwent a transformation with an extremely swift speed. Not long after, the origin energy had completely transformed. After the origin energy within Duan Lingtian's Dantian transformed, the infant-shaped mist condensed from his origin energy became even more material, and it wasn't as illusory as it was before. This is the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and lightly clenched his fists. Instantly, origin energy flowed through his body and coiled around his entire body for a short moment. The energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as an unexpected change occurred abruptly in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form and converged together with a vast impetus. There was a total of 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Merely origin energy was comparable to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons when utilized, and it was precisely the symbol of the first level of the void interpretation stage. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian started laughing extremely brilliantly. Originally, in his expectations, it would be not bad if he was able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, yet he never imagined that he would be able to break through an entire 2 months in advance. Perhaps, I'll be able to rely on the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge into the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage during these 2 months of time. Chapter 768. Kid, you're really surprising. You've only comprehended void interpretation concept for 5 days, yet you've already smoothly broken through to the void interpretation stage. Such an advancement is sufficient to cause any 9th level void initiation stage martial artist to feel embarrassed. Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian grinned modestly, and he wasn't surprised that he was able to break through to the void interpretation stage so quickly. Not to mention his origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Just the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated within his body was sufficient to allow him to swiftly break through to the void interpretation stage. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill wasn't a joke. Almost 2 months of time. My target is the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once more and continued cultivating. Even though he could rely on concept fragments to comprehend concept as he cultivated, he didn't do so. Because he needed to concentrate on the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was called the Sword Dragon form. Besides being able to improve his cultivation at the void interpretation stage, the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, was also able to help him swiftly comprehend sword concept. It wasn't just that. The Sword Dragon form also carried a high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a martial skill that used sword concept as its foundation. My wind concept is already at the void interpretation stage now, and it satisfies the conditions to execute a heaven rank martial skill. But this 9 Dragons Radiant Flash requires sword concept as its foundation to be able to be executed. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, I at least have to comprehend first-level elementary sword concept. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and started cultivating according to the mental cultivation method of the Sword Dragon form, and he quickly immersed his entire body and mind into it. The 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, was able to improve one's cultivation while comprehending sword force and even sword concept. Of course, he could only comprehend up to the first level of elementary sword concept, and he still had to rely on himself to comprehend the rest. In this way, before I comprehend first-level elementary sword concept, I can't divert my attention to comprehend other concepts with concept fragments. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Now, he only hoped that he would be able to comprehend first-level elementary sword concept as soon as possible while improving his cultivation. After he broke through to the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate, and he quickly familiarized himself with the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, allowing his cultivation to be on the right track. By the time he woke up from his cultivation, half a month had already passed. The sun rose high in the sky and shone down on the earth. The sunlight enveloped Duan Lingtian's body, causing the Duan Lingtian to squint his eyes. This is the northern desert. Duan Lingtian looked down at the boundless earth beneath the azure-eyed eagle. This expanse of earth was an expanse of desolate plains and hills, and it was desolate and uninhabited to the point he couldn't see the end of it. Yes. Feng Wu Dao replied. Uncle Feng, have you been here before? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I've been here once. Feng Wu Dao nodded. The furthest place I've been to was the ancient desert city in the northern desert. The ancient desert city is also the city in the foreign lands that's closest to our various dynasties. Duan Lingtian nodded with sudden understanding. Swoosh! Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out from behind, and it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from turning around to look. There was an extremely swift flying demon beast heading towards this direction, and there were 2 figures faintly visible on the back of the flying demon beast. The flying demon beast flew at full speed, and its speed wasn't inferior to the azure-eyed eagle. Coupled with it utilizing void interpretation concept, it quickly closed the distance between it and the azure-eyed eagle. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian saw the appearance of the flying demon beast clearly, and it was an extremely ugly flying demon beast that seemed like a vulture. 7th level void interpretation stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force easily detected the cultivation of this vulture demon beast. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he quickly found records related to this type of vulture demon beast. Lightning Vulture. A void interpretation stage demon beast that's even more formidable than the azure-eyed eagle. It's one of the top figures in the Lightning Vulture clan, and it's in existence at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. It's even to the extent that a demon had once appeared in the Lightning Vulture clan. After he found out about the Lightning Vulture, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Swoosh! Meanwhile, the lightning vulture approached the azure-eyed eagle, and in a short moment it was parallel to the azure-eyed eagle. The two figures on the lightning vulture were clearly reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. A young man around the age of 30 that wore a jade-green robe, had slanted brows, starry eyes, a handsome appearance, and a graceful bearing. However, at this moment, his face contained slight anxiousness mixed within. Whereas beside the young man stood a young girl around the age of 15 or 16. The young girl had an appearance that was like carved jade, and she tightly grabbed onto the young man's sleeve as her watery eyes revealed an expression of terror. Right when Duan Lingtian was curious why these two people would have such expressions, another ear-piercing howl of the wind assaulted from behind Duan Lingtian. Another flying demon beast appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The speed of this flying demon beast was swift like a bolt of lightning, and it was much swifter than the azure-eyed eagle and the lightning vulture. Swoosh! After a short moment, this flying demon beast passed by the azure-eyed eagle and chased after the lightning vulture that had already flown far ahead of the azure-eyed eagle. Another lightning vulture. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the appearance of this flying demon beast, and it was a demon beast that was exactly similar to the lightning vulture from before. But its body was even larger, and the pressure it brought to others was much heavier than the previous one. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the ability of this lightning vulture at the first possible moment. 9th level Void Interpretation Stage Demon Beast. After he detected the ability of this lightning vulture, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted instantly. Even if it was in the lightning vulture clan, a 9th level Void Interpretation Stage lightning vulture could be considered to be an extremely rare top figure, and he never imagined that he would encounter one. A black-robed person stood on the lightning vulture, and this black-robed person's entire body was enveloped in a loose black robe, causing it to be utterly impossible to see his appearance clearly. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting the ability of this black-robed person. But his spiritual force hadn't even approached when it seemed as if it had pierced into a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force. Your spiritual force isn't bad at such a young age. Right at this moment, an exceedingly hoarse voice suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it revealed a trace of gloominess. Obviously, it was the voice of the black-robed person. Based on the voice, it was an old man. Instantly, Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat from fright. He was practically able to confirm that this black-robed person was in existence at the Void Transformation Stage or above. During this half a year of time, besides this black-robed person, he'd already successively encountered 2 Void Transformation Stage experts. The first was the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial families by Nan Xiang, and the second was the Darming Kingdom's Zhao clan's Zhao Kuan. The 2 Void Transformation Stage experts had 2 things in common. Firstly, both of them were existences at the first level of the Void Transformation Stage. Secondly, both of them were dead. The former was killed by the miraculous talisman left behind by his father, Duan Rufeng, whereas the latter was killed by Su Li's master. We've arrived at the northern desert? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was Feng Tianwu who'd awoken from her cultivation. Elder brother Duan, you've awoken. Feng Tianwu lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, and in next to no time, she noticed the 2 demon beasts ahead that were approaching closer and closer. What's that? Right at this moment, the 2 lightning vultures ahead had stopped. It was the black-robed person behind them that was controlling the 9th level Void Interpretation Stage lightning vulture, and he'd easily stopped the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage lightning vulture. The 2 lightning vultures stood in confrontation with each other. On the other hand, the azure-eyed eagle Duan Lingtian's group of 3 instead approached the 2 lightning vultures that were in confrontation. Third Lu, do you really want to annihilate us siblings? The young man that stood on the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage lightning vulture spoke to the black-robed person, and it clearly entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Second young master, I'm only acting under orders. Please don't blame me. The eldest young master said that his heart would be unable to be at ease if you don't die. The black-robed person's hoarse voice sounded out. That bastard! The young man was extremely furious, Yet he was helpless, and he said with a low voice, "You can kill me, but I hope you can let Pinger off. She's innocent." Second brother, "I won't leave you behind. If we're going to die, then we'll die together." Although the young woman by the young man's side had terror mixed within her eyes, her expression was extremely firm, and she was fearless at such a young age. Second young master, "I'm sorry." The eldest young master said that you and the seventh young miss have to die. The black-robed person continued speaking, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. But the black-robed person didn't make a move for now, because his gaze descended onto the azure-eyed eagle that was coming closer and closer to him. More precisely speaking, it descended onto Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Even though Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu felt that the pair of brother and sister were extremely pitiful and even aroused pity in their hearts, they didn't dare act rashly. That black-robed person was obviously an extremely terrifying expert, and even Feng Wudao might not be able to go against him. It was fine if they didn't interfere. Once they interfered, they might even pay with their lives. There was no need for them to take a risk for 2 strangers. Of course, perhaps Duan Lingtian would be able to kill this black-robed man if he utilized the talisman his father gave him, but he only had 2 talismans left in his possession, and 1 less talisman would be equivalent to 1 less life in the future. He wasn't generous to the point of being willing to utilize such a precious talisman for 2 strangers. But unfortunately, sometimes, things might not go as they wished. "Stop!" the black-robed person shouted out in a low voice, and a terrifying imposing aura swept out to instantly envelop the azure-eyed eagle, causing it to stop. Chapter 769. The azure-eyed eagle didn't dare move rashly when it was enveloped by the imposing aura of a void transformation stage expert, and it stood on the spot as it flapped its wings and asked with a low voice, "Lord, do you need something? All of you stay behind." The black-robed man's hoarse voice sounded out, and subsequently, he abruptly raised his hand as origin energy condensed into form in the sky to transform into 4 arrows that flashed directly towards the azure-eyed eagle and Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that stood on the back of the azure-eyed eagle. The 4 arrows had only just appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu when they completely vanished from their field of vision in the next moment. 2 swift, swish, 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 for piercing howls that appeared briefly were like muffled thunderclaps that exploded in the ears of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and it caused them to be unable to refrain from going pale. A talisman had even appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Whoosh! Feng Wudao took a stride forward to stand before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and with a raise of his hand, vast origin energy swept out along with his sleeve to easily stop the 4 arrows. Void transformation stage? The black-robed man originally thought that he would be able to annihilate the 3 people and beast before him with a raise of his hand. Yet he completely never imagined that there was actually an existence at the void transformation stage amongst the 3 of them. "It seems that I've misjudged. The 4 of you can leave now." The black-robed man looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and the azure-eyed eagle as he spoke slowly. At the same time, the imposing aura that enveloped the azure-eyed eagle was restrained. "It's easier to invite the devil in than to send the devil away. Could it be that you haven't heard of this?" Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. "What? Could it be that you want to fight me? If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a top martial artist from the few dynasties in the south, right? According to my knowledge, the strongest martial artist in those few dynasties is only at the 2nd level of the void transformation stage." As the black-robed man spoke, the origin energy on his body pulsated. In the next moment, 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and they coiled down while accumulating force and waiting to attack. 3rd level void transformation stage expert? Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's pupils shrank. Just his origin energy alone was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, and it was the symbol of the 3rd level of the void transformation stage. "If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay here," the black-robed man said slowly after revealing his cultivation base at the 3rd level void transformation stage. the third level of the void transformation stage. Unexpectedly, after Feng Wudao saw the cultivation displayed by the black-robed man, his eyes that were originally calm lit up, and monstrous battle intent arose from his body. Whoosh! In the next moment, Feng Wudao stepped out in the sky with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived nearby the lightning vulture beneath the black-robed man's feet. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling could be heard for a brief moment. In the next moment, the pupils of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the brother and sister on the other lightning vulture instantly constricted. The lightning vulture that was originally controlled by the black-robed man was split into two. A ninth-level void interpretation stage demon beast was instantly killed by a single sword strike from Feng Wudao. As for the black-robed man, he'd already left the lightning vulture when Feng Wudao attacked, and he stood at an even higher place in the sky as he looked down at Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao stood proudly as the sword condensed from origin energy in his hand gradually vanished. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that had just condensed into form, the 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, slowly vanished without a trace. Uncle Feng is a third-level void transformation stage expert as well? Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw this scene. Even though he'd guessed since long ago that Feng Wudao might be a void transformation stage expert, yet he'd never imagined that Feng Wudao would be a third-level void transformation stage expert. Such strength was much stronger than the Darkhan dynasty's imperial families by Nanxiang that he'd killed with a talisman. The number one expert of the Darkhan dynasty ought to be this Uncle Feng of his. If I knew earlier that Uncle Feng's strength was so strong, I would have brought Uncle Feng along when I went to the Flying Rainbow sect that day. In that way, I would have been able to save a talisman. After his surprise, the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind was this. When he recalled the talisman he'd used that day, he was slightly unable to let it go. That was his life-saving talisman. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with surprise as well, and he instantly realized that Feng Tianwu didn't know of Feng Wudao's cultivation beforehand as well. You aren't from those dynasties as well? After he saw the cultivation Feng Wudao revealed, the black-robed man's hoarse voice faintly contained slight fear. But unfortunately, Feng Wudao utterly paid no attention to him and instantly vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and when he appeared once more, he was already nearby the black-robed man. Swish! The brief sword howl sounded out once more, and Duan Lingtian noticed that the black-robed man had vanished before their eyes as well. Feng Wudao and the black-robed man were both existences at the third level of the void transformation stage. Once they moved, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to catch their movements. Duan Lingtian was slightly dispirited when he saw he was unable to catch sight of anything. Swish! 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 In the sky, piercing howls that appeared briefly rose and fell. Of course, these piercing howls weren't only caused by the 3-foot-long blade in Feng Wudao's hand, as when the black-robed man attacked, he'd taken out a bow and arrow as well. A bow that wasn't inferior to the Grade 3 spirit sword in Feng Wudao's hand. Besides that, the arrow used by the black-robed man was a Grade 3 spirit weapon as well, and because it was inscribed with a special inscription formation, every time the arrow was shot out, it would return to his hand at the first possible moment to allow him to shoot the next arrow. The black-robed man was the first martial artist Duan Lingtian had seen that used a bow and arrow against his enemies, and this sort of weapon that very few people would use was at his fingertips, and its might was extremely terrifying. This could be seen from how he was able to fight Feng Wudao to a draw. But unfortunately, his speed was too swift, and it was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to see his movements clearly, and he was only occasionally able to see his posture of bending his waist and drawing the bow. My current cultivation is still too low. I'm actually unable to see through such a rare, fierce battle. It's truly a pity. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian's gaze unknowingly slowly descended onto the young man and young woman on the other lightning vulture. That young man was watching the battle in front of him with great interest. He's able to see the movements of Uncle Feng and that old fellow clearly? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he felt it was slightly unbelievable. Under his curiosity, his spiritual force stretched out to envelop the young man with the intention of detecting the young man's cultivation. This detection shocked Duan Lingtian to the point his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Eighth level of the void interpretation stage? He couldn't help but be shocked, because this young man that looked to be a little over 30 was actually in existence at the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. No matter how well he took care of his appearance, he's at most around the age of 35 now. Duan Lingtian gasped. Amongst the people of the younger generation he'd encountered in his lifetime, it seemed that only that little girl, Xuanai, was able to firmly suppress this person in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. This little girl wouldn't be a little freak like Xuanai, right? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian used his spiritual force to detect the young woman's cultivation, and in the end, he noticed to his astonishment that the young woman was only a second-level void prying stage martial artist. The difference in strength between the young man and young woman was like a chasm, and they were utterly not people of the same world. But these two people just happened to be a pair of brother and sister. Haha, thank you. Suddenly, a wave of hearty laughter sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to be unable to help but freeze, because this voice wasn't unfamiliar to him. This wave of hearty laughter precisely belonged to Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao stood in the sky, and the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him before condensing into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. First, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 140 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Uncle Feng has broken through? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered. The scene before him undoubtedly indicated that Feng Wu Dao had smoothly broken through from the 3rd level of the Void Transformation Stage to the 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage during the battle with the Black-Robed Man. The 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage possessed the strength of 200 ancient horn dragons more than the 3rd level of the Void Transformation Stage. This extra strength, coupled with the amplification of the Grade 3 Spirit Sword that Duan Lingtian personally refined in Feng Wu Dao's possession, was able to provide an additional strength of 140 ancient horn dragons. Presently, Feng Wu Dao's strength had increased by an entire 340 ancient horn dragons when compared to before. You've actually broken through? The black-robed man's hoarse voice was filled with disbelief when he saw this. You actually used me to carry out your own breakthrough. When he saw Feng Wu Dao's gaze that was suffused with cold lights and was prepared to attack him at any moment, the black-robed man said with a low voice, "No matter who you are, if you dare kill me, then the Northern Mountains Lu clan won't let you off." Northern Mountains Lu clan? Feng Wu Dao said indifferently, "I've never heard of such a clan in the various dynasties. In this way, you ought to be from a foreign clan? It's good that you know." The black-robed man spoke coldly. "Lu San, don't forget that you're only a dog slave of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. A mere dog slave dares to use his clan to oppress others. Truly laughable." The slanted brows of the young man that stood on the back of the lightning vulture raised as he sneered. "I've never heard of the Northern Mountains Lu clan, but I know that the Northern Mountains Lu clan might not know that I'm killing you here today." Feng Wu Dao spoke slowly. The black-robed man's face instantly went grim when he heard this. In the next moment, the expression on his face froze completely. Blood flowed out from the bloody hole that appeared out of thin air between his brows. At the same time, Feng Wu Dao's figure was like a ghost that appeared before the black-robed man like a shadow, and the Grade 3 Spirit Sword in his hand slowly dripped with fresh blood. After Uncle Feng broke through, I'm even unable to hear the howl of his sword when he draws his sword. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up abruptly, as he deeply realized how terrifying a 4th-level void interpretation stage expert was. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Lu Bai will remember it in my heart." Chapter 770. Okay. Feng Wu Dao glanced indifferently at Lu Bai before vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. May I know Senior's name so that Lu Bai can repay you in the future? Lu Bai asked. There's no need. Feng Wu Dao spoke with a calm tone. Today, if it wasn't for that person taking the initiative to provoke me, I originally had no intention of saving you. Besides that, Cloud Continent is so huge, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again in the future, let alone repay you. After he finished speaking, Feng Wu Dao looked at the azure-eyed eagle. Qing, let's go. The azure-eyed eagle nodded. Then its wings swept out as its figure flashed out. No matter what, Lu Bai of the Northern Mountains Lu clan will remember Senior's great kindness today. Lu Bai spoke out loudly when he saw Feng Wu Dao was about to leave. At the same time, his gaze moved from Feng Wu Dao to flash past Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's faces, as if he wanted to deeply remember their appearances. Lu Bai's gaze was extremely friendly, and Duan Lingtian couldn't help but return a smile. Lu Bai only recovered from his shock when he looked at the azure-eyed eagle from afar and watched it vanish into the clouds and mist, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Lu Song, I originally had no intention of competing with you, but since you're so ruthless and not only want to kill me, you even want to kill Seventh Sister, then I can't help but compete with you. Second brother, who do you think that Senior from before is? Could he be a member of the few dynasties in the south? The young girl that followed by Lu Bai's side asked curiously. It might be, it might not be. Ping, we ought to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bai looked at the lightning vulture. With a command, the lightning vulture transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished within the boundless clouds and mist. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. After the azure-eyed eagle flew out for a distance, Duan Lingtian congratulated Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao breaking through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage was undoubtedly something worthy of celebration. Father, I actually didn't know you were a 3rd level void transformation stage martial artist in the past. You really hid it from me. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly. Feng Wu Dao smiled lightly but didn't say anything. Father, how did you suddenly break through to the 4th level void transformation stage? Feng Tianwu asked. I was originally only a step away from the 4th level of the void transformation stage, and the battle with the black-robed man just happened to allow me to obtain the critical factor to break through. Now that I speak of it, it's all thanks to him that I was able to break through. Feng Wu Dao said. Feng Tianwu suddenly understood. When that black-robed man revealed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the void transformation stage, Uncle Feng's battle intent had already risen. Obviously, at that time, Uncle Feng had the intention of using the black-robed man to break through. Recalling the scene just now, Duan Lingtian was secretly surprised. After this battle, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. Even if it was in the 10 dynasties, Feng Wu Dao would probably be a top expert. Perhaps only the Outer Realm would be able to find a match for him. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, only 10 days remained before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. On this day, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the back of the azure-eyed eagle and allowed the wind and rain to batter him, skyrocketed for no reason or rhyme, and it was like a ball of milky white flames. In the next moment, the milky white flames trembled and seemed to have undergone some sort of change. Whoosh! Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky, and in the end, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared. 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. At the same time, the milky white flames shook before charging into the sky once more, and it actually faintly seemed to have transformed into an enormous sword. But unfortunately, this enormous sword didn't exist for long. Along with the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dispersing, the enormous sword that enveloped Duan Lingtian was instantly restrained before transforming into a ball of flames that completely fused into his body. At practically the exact same time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a sword light vaguely flashed within his eyes, causing others to feel as if he was showing off his ability. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Even though he knew that the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was overbearing, yet he never imagined that it would be so overbearing, and it had assisted him to break through once more after such a short period of time. There's also advanced sword force. It wasn't just that. Through the cultivation of the seventh form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, Duan Lingtian had taken a great stride on the path of comprehending sword concept. He who'd comprehended advanced sword force was only a step away from comprehending sword concept. Freak! A voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle, successively breaking through 2 levels in a short period of 2 months. As expected of the man Tian Wu has taken a fancy to. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Exactly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wudao's gaze flashing over, and the gaze Feng Wudao shot at him with was filled with surprise. Tian Wu hasn't broken through? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, who sat cross-legged nearby and cultivated. She's already broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago. Feng Wudao spoke. Duan Lingtian was instantly shocked when he heard this, and his spiritual force couldn't help but stretch out to detect Feng Tianwu's current cultivation at the first possible moment. It was indeed the first level of the void interpretation stage without a doubt. Tian Wu's improvement caused him to be shocked. After all, Tian Wu didn't possess a rebirth pill. These 2 little freaks have already surpassed you from all those years ago. The azure-eyed eagle spoke. Its words were obviously spoken to Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao didn't mind, and his gaze looked ahead with a magnanimous gaze. They're different from me. Even if it's the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it's only a starting point for them. The entire Cloud Continent is the stage that belongs to them. Feng Wudao's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Of course, the precondition for all of this is that Tian Wu is able to live past the age of 30. As he finished speaking, Feng Wudao couldn't help but sigh. His daughter's fire spirit body had always been a sore point in his heart. Uncle Feng, don't worry, Tian Wu is so kind, she'll surely have a way. Duan Lingtian consoled. I believe in that prophecy. Feng Wudao nodded. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He naturally knew what the prophecy Feng Wudao spoke of was, and it was none other than the prophecy that said he was able to help Feng Tianwu overcome the tribulation of turning 30. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, 3 awe-inspiring howls of the wind sounded out from the surroundings, and it clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian saw 3 demon beasts flying towards the direction they were heading towards with an extremely swift speed, and there were more or less some people standing on the backs of these demon beasts. Amongst them were old men, middle-aged men, and most of them were young men. They ought to be the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties. Merely the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties number 100, and coupled with the representatives of the various dynasties, there'll surely be many people gathered here this time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As they continued forward, they encountered another 2 demon beasts. At the same time, a small black dot appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the distance ahead. The small black dot ceaselessly grew larger within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, and in the end, it transformed into a city that grew closer and closer. A city like this stood in the boundless desert, yet it didn't give off the slightest feeling of disharmony, and it seemed as if it ought to be like this. Ancient desert city? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he guessed that the city ahead ought to be their destination. It was also the place where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would be held. What a large city! After they approached the ancient desert city, Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked. In terms of area, the city before him was more than 10 times larger than the Darkhan dynasty and Darming dynasty's capital. Large. Too large. This city looked to be extremely ancient, and it had obviously experienced an extremely long period of time. This city didn't have a city gate or guards, so anyone could pass through it without obstruction. Azure, go in, Feng Wudao said. Instantly, at the same time that the azure-eyed eagle swooped down, its speed sped up, and it entered the ancient desert city from the sky in the blink of an eye. The streets and alleys of the ancient desert city appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the sky above the ancient desert city, there were many martial artists flying in the sky, and there were some demon beasts flying by as well. Duan Lingtian didn't dare rashly utilize his spiritual force to detect others here, as the slightest carelessness would infuriate an expert, and then he would undoubtedly suffer misfortune. Even though Feng Wu Dao was in existence at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage and could be called a hero in the 10 dynasties. But in the foreign lands, existences like Feng Wu Dao or even stronger than Feng Wu Dao could be found everywhere. Not to mention other places. Even in the ancient desert city, there were probably many existences that were even stronger than Feng Wu Dao. This is the ancient desert city? Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu awoke from her cultivation, and she curiously sized up the ancient city before her eyes. Uncle Feng, where are we going now? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Wu Dao. Skywolf Fort. Feng Wu Dao's gaze descended onto the distant north of the ancient desert city at the first possible moment. There was a vast base that was similar to the imperial palace standing there. This place is even larger than the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted, and she couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. Just the area this place occupies is practically more than 2 times the size of the entire Darkhan dynasty's capital, and even the Darming dynasty's capital. Uncle Feng, you said this is the Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The Skywolf Fort can be said to be the owner of the ancient desert city, and it's a formidable power of the foreign lands that's close to our 10 dynasties. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is held by the Skywolf Fort. When Feng Wu Dao introduced the Skywolf Fort, his expression was slightly serious. This also allowed Duan Lingtian to deeply realize how formidable and terrifying the Skywolf Fort was, and it completely surpassed the 10 dynasties. Let's go. Feng Wu Dao ordered, and the azure-eyed eagle flew towards the Skywolf Fort. After they approached the Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there were practically no people or demon beasts in the sky above the Skywolf Fort. Those human martial artists and demon beasts that flew in the sky hadn't even approached the Skywolf Fort when they went around it. Chapter 771. The azure-eyed eagle carried Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and they just approached Skywolf Fort when a person flew out from Skywolf Fort and directly stopped the azure-eyed eagle. This person was a middle-aged man that wore green uniform clothes. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, and there was an extremely special badge on the left side of his chest. The badge had the pattern of a savage skywolf inscribed on it. The eyes of the ash wolf's head were copper in color. Why have the 3 of you come to our Skywolf Fort? The middle-aged man asked. We're members of the Darkhan dynasty, and we've come for the sake of participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Feng Wu Dao spoke of the reason for their arrival. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he was slightly surprised in the end. As far as he was concerned, this violet-clothed young man ought to be one of the 10 great young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and his young age caused him to be unable to help but be surprised. As for the red-clothed young woman, he only thought that she'd come to join in the fun because she was truly too young. The 3 of you, please follow me. The middle-aged man led the way ahead, and the azure-eyed eagle followed. In the end, he first arranged a place for the azure-eyed eagle before leading Duan Lingtian's group of 3 towards the west. All along the way, Duan Lingtian curiously sized up the surroundings. The Skywolf Fort was divided into 2 areas. The area he was at now was the area towards the south, and it was as large as the Darkhan dynasty's capital, whereas there was a towering combat arena in this vast area. There were no spectating areas in the surroundings of this combat arena, and one could only stand in the surrounding air and watch. That place is the combat arena that will be held in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 10 days from now. The middle-aged man introduced. Not long after, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 approached the continuous group of buildings in the west under the lead of the middle-aged man. These buildings were numerous pavilions. Above each pavilion, there was a plaque hanging there, such as Chrysanthemum Pavilion, Osmanthus Pavilion, Peony Pavilion, and so on. These pavilions were of different heights and were all named after flowers. As they approached the pavilion, Duan Ling Tian could see a middle-aged man who was similarly wearing a green uniform leading 8 people into a 4-story pavilion. Those 8 people should also be from some empire, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 arrived in front of a 2-story pavilion. This Narcissus pavilion will be occupied by the 3 of you. Besides that, I'd like to ask this little brother to register your name and which dynasty you're from. The middle-aged man took out a pen and paper as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded and immediately reported his name and origin. Are they going to register to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Feng Tianwu asked. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Then add in my name, Feng Tianwu said. The middle-aged man was first stunned when he heard this, and then he recovered from his shock as his gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be? You're a young genius from the Darkhan dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well? At the beginning, he only thought that Duan Ling Tian was a young genius from the Darkhan dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even then, he was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was actually able to stand out amongst the group of young experts of the Darkhan dynasty, and it was truly rare and commendable. But now, when he realized that Feng Tianwu was a young genius that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well, he was shocked. This red-clothed young woman looked to be a little over 20 at most. Even if she took good care of herself, she was at most around the age of 25. Looks like there aren't any outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. Otherwise, how could they allow 2 young people like this to seize the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The middle-aged man registered Feng Tianwu's name as he thought as a matter of course. After he finished registering, the middle-aged man passed a command token to each of Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. These 3 command tokens will allow all of you to pass through the outer fort of our Skywolf Fort unobstructed. As for the inner fort, those that aren't disciples of our Skywolf Fort are prohibited from entering or leaving. Gather on the combat arena in the outer fort 10 days from now. At that time, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties will gather together and carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left directly. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 walked into the Narcissus Pavilion as well. The Narcissus Pavilion had a total of 2 floors, and every floor had 2 rooms and a balcony, causing it to be extremely spacious. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 stayed in the Narcissus Pavilion. After Duan Ling Tian entered his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed and calmed his heart to cultivate 9 dragons war sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Presently, Duan Ling Tian only had an urgent goal, and that was to comprehend sword concept. So long as he comprehended sword concept, he would be able to cultivate the high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 dragons radiant flash. If I'm able to successfully cultivate 9 dragons radiant flash before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins, then my strength will advance a step further. Duan Ling Tian's entire body and mind were immersed in his cultivation, and he seemed to have forgotten the time. Elder brother Duan. Elder brother Duan. After an unknown amount of time, a wave of hurried voices entered into the room and entered into the ears of Duan Ling Tian, causing Duan Ling Tian to awaken from his cultivation. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian opened the door and looked at Feng Tianwu who stood outside the door. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties has begun? Why do I feel that I haven't cultivated for long? Elder brother Duan, there are still 5 days before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I called you out because big brother Zhang has come twice, and he asked us to go out for a meal. Feng Tianwu smiled. Duan Ling Tian followed Feng Tianwu out of the Narcissus Pavilion, and only now did he notice that Zhang Shouyong was already waiting outside. Big brother Zhang. Brother Ling Tian. Zhang Shouyong replied with a smile, and then he said enthusiastically, "Come, the three of us are going out for a meal. I've already arrived at Skywolf Fort for 3 days, yet I still haven't gone out properly." "All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said to Feng Tianwu, "Tianwu, go tell Uncle Feng." Feng Tianwu nodded, and then she went to greet Feng Wu Dao. "Brother Ling Tian, you're really good. Now you're even singing along with your husband." Zhang Shouyong teased. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. "Big brother Zhang, you know that I still have little Fei and the others, so don't joke like this in the future. Tianwu and I are only ordinary friends, and we don't have a relationship like you think. Aren't you Lord Wu Dao's son-in-law? It's already spread throughout the Darkhan dynasty." Zhang Shouyong was stunned. "It's a long story," Duan Ling Tian sighed. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu had returned as well, so he didn't continue explaining. "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 soared up into the sky side by side, and they left Skywolf Fort in the blink of an eye before looking around for a nearby restaurant. In next to no time, they found a restaurant that was comparatively larger in scale. After they sat at a table by the window, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but stretch out his spiritual force to envelop Zhang Shouyong, and he detected Zhang Shouyong's current cultivation at the first possible moment. First level of the void interpretation stage. Big brother Zhang has broken through as well. Even though Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised by this, he was still happy for Zhang Shouyong. He knew Zhang Shouyong before he knew Feng Tianwu. Besides that, Zhang Shouyong had saved his life before, so he'd always maintained the respect he had in the past and took Zhang Shouyong as his big brother. "Oh, isn't this an expert from the Darkhan dynasty? You seem to be called Zhang Shouyong?" Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice approached from afar. At the same time, 2 young men around the age of 37 or 38 that were almost middle-aged walked over side by side and stood before Duan Ling Tian's table. The blue-clothed young man amongst them looked at Zhang Shouyong with a mocking gaze. "What? Wasn't yesterday's lesson enough?" Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain and shouted coldly, "Scram!" The blue-clothed young man's face went grim as he said with a cold voice, "Zhang Shouyong, I admit that I'm not a match for you, but your opponent today isn't me." When he spoke up to hear, he looked at the gaunt young man that was reserved in speech and manner, and a humble expression appeared on his face. "Big brother Kong, it was him yesterday that said all the young geniuses of our Darchu dynasty that came to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are trash and defeated by him." Zhang Shouyong frowned slightly. When had he said all this? But when he saw the icy cold gaze of the gaunt young man sweep over, he couldn't be bothered to explain, as if he explained at this moment, it would undoubtedly cause his imposing manner to be inferior to the gaunt young man. On the other hand, even though Duan Ling Tian, who sat at the side, didn't know what had happened, he discerned some clues from the blue-clothed young man's words. The blue-clothed young man was obviously slandering Zhang Shouyong. He'd known Zhang Shouyong for a long time, so he naturally knew that it was impossible for Zhang Shouyong to speak such words. "You're not a match for him, yet you didn't hesitate to seek the help of others. I don't know about the others, but you're surely trash." Duan Ling Tian raised his head slightly to look at the blue-clothed young man and spoke indifferently. "What did you say?" The blue-clothed young man's face went grim as he glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian, and the origin energy on his body raged. However, he didn't dare make a move, and his fearful gaze flashed past Zhang Shouyong. He knew extremely clearly in his heart that unless Zhang Shouyong was entangled with someone by his side, otherwise, it was impossible for him to injure this violet-clothed young man that called him trash. So even though he was furious, he could only endure it for now. "Kid, I'll tear you into pieces." The blue-clothed young man's voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness fiercely pierced into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. A 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist wanted to tear him into pieces? "You said you want to tear me into pieces?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the blue-clothed young man, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Then why haven't you made a move?" Or perhaps, you're afraid of my big brother Zhang, so you don't dare make a move until now? If it's really like this, I can guarantee that if you make a move, big brother Zhang will absolutely not interfere. Chapter 772. You! The blue-clothed young man's face went grim, and then he laughed with ridicule. Kid, I never imagined that you would dare be so arrogant at such a young age. A little kid like you dares to go against me? Slap. A clear sound of a slap instantly resounded out, and a crimson-red palm print appeared on the blue-clothed young man's face. Clean your mouth. It was precisely Duan Lingtian that had left his seat and slapped the young man before sitting back down. The blue-clothed young man only felt something flash before his eyes before he was slapped, and he was utterly unable to react to it. You? The blue-clothed young man was angered to the point his eyes went crimson red. However, even though he was furious to the limit, he utterly didn't dare make a move. He wasn't an idiot, and just the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was far from something he could compare to. On the other hand, the thin young man that originally glared fiercely at Zhang Shouyong had a gaze filled with fear when it descended onto Duan Lingtian. You possess such a cultivation at such a young age. I wonder if you've come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well? When faced with the question of the thin young man, Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him instead, and he called over the waiter to order. For a time, the thin young man's face flickered between livid and ashen, yet he didn't flare up in the end. The speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier allowed him to faintly notice Duan Lingtian's terrifying cultivation, and he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to defeat Duan Lingtian. The thin young man took a deep breath before turning around and leaving. On the other hand, when the blue-clothed young man saw his backer had left, he hurriedly turned around and followed, and he was deeply afraid Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong would get even with him. Brother Lingtian, your cultivation. After the 2 young men from the Darchu dynasty left, Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck expression. Earlier, even he wasn't able to completely see the speed Duan Lingtian attacked with. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Second level of the void interpretation stage? Instantly, Zhang Shouyong was dumbstruck. Only Feng Tianwu had long since known that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage, so she wasn't surprised. Even though I was mentally prepared since long ago that you would sooner or later leave me behind in terms of cultivation, but I never imagined that you would break through from the 9th level of the void initiation stage to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage in such a short period of time. After Zhang Shouyong regained his senses, he couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's martial talent made him feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. Even though he could be considered to be a genius in the martial Tao amongst the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, that little bit of innate talent of his was nothing. After the 3 of them finished their meal, they reached a consensus that they would take a stroll around the ancient desert city before returning to Skywolf Fort. I've long heard that the foreign lands don't circulate gold and silver, but I didn't expect it to be true. Just this meal alone cost a low-grade origin stone. This is too much. Zhang Shouyong sighed as he walked out of the restaurant. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything. If this big brother Zhang were to go eat at the best restaurants in some bustling cities in the central area of Cloud Continent, he might curse. At those places, even the most ordinary of dishes would cost a few mid-grade origin stones. A slightly better meal would require origin stones of high grade. After they left the restaurant, the 3 of them started strolling on the streets of the ancient desert city, and they felt that the air here was different to the Darkhan dynasty. The spirit energy of the heavens and the earth here seems to be even denser. After a while, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, and he seemed as if he discovered a new continent. Indeed, Feng Tianwu nodded as she sensed the spirit energy in the air when she heard this. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything because he'd noticed it since long ago. Moreover, he who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu wasn't surprised by this. In Cloud Continent, the closer one was to the central area, the denser the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth was. At any place in the central area of Cloud Continent, the density of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth wasn't inferior to an ordinary spirit point in the Darkon dynasty. All of this was because of the extremely abundant origin stone veins at the central area of Cloud Continent. There were even many high-grade origin stone veins there, and they were controlled by some top powers of Cloud Continent. Those origin stone veins would emit extremely dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, and when they gathered together, it caused the spirit energy in the air at the central area of Cloud Continent to become extremely abundant. Hiss! Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and casually picked up the wine gourd at his waist before pouring a few mouthfuls into his mouth, and then he exhaled with a delighted expression. Big brother Zhang really never leaves his wine. Feng Tianwu smiled. Go! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a cold and stern shout sound out from behind him, and subsequently, the sound of hurried horse hooves swept over. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 couldn't help but turn around to look. They saw a Fergana horse dashing madly on the road, and everywhere it passed, dust and dirt flew into the air, and the passers-by moved aside as they were deeply afraid of being hit. A young man sat on the Fergana horse. The young man was around the age of 25, and his white robe that was inlaid with gold fluttered with the wind, and the horsewhip in his hand flashed out like a dancing spirit serpent. K off. Suddenly, the young man shouted out coldly. There was a woman with a child that wasn't able to dodge in time, and she still stopped in the middle of the road, and she had a panicked expression as she looked at the Fergana horse that dashed over. Swoosh! The horsewhip tore through the sky and fiercely whipped onto the woman's body, and it tore open her coarse clothes and caused her skin to split open. The woman emitted a shrill cry as she was directly whipped flying, and she heavily fell to the side of the road. Whereas her child stood in the middle of the road and was using an innocent gaze to look at the Fergana horse that dashed over, and he completely didn't realize that danger was approaching. Watch out! A fiery red bolt of lightning flashed by, and it was Feng Tianwu who was by Duan Lingtian's side that made a move to bring the child to the side of the road before the Fergana horse dashed over. Halt! At this moment, the young man who was galloping on his horse instantly stopped the Fergana horse, and he raised his head to look at Feng Tianwu. Halt! Halt! At the same time, a few more Fergana horses stood behind the young man, and they were clearly his followers. This also showed that the young man's background was not simple. In the ancient desert city, even if the power was weak, it couldn't be that weak. Moreover, since the young man dared to ride his horse to commit a crime on the street, the power behind him was clearly not simple. Otherwise, how could he dare to be so high-profile? Meddlesome woman. After the young man saw Feng Tianwu's peerless beauty, his eyes revealed a greedy and lewd expression, and he coldly shouted, "Bring her back. This young master will properly teach her the rules." As he spoke, he wanted to forcefully snatch a woman. As for the followers behind him, they seemed to have long been accustomed to it. They rode their horses forward, wanting to capture Feng Tianwu. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved, and in an instant he caught up to the young man's followers. He raised his hand, and a terrifying force swept out, directly flipping them over and causing them to scream miserably. Brat, you actually dare to meddle in other people's business. You're courting death. When the young man saw that someone had interfered and ruined his plans, he was instantly furious. He rode his horse forward, and the horsewhip in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, fiercely whipping towards Duan Lingtian. I think you're the one courting death. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who had sent the child to the injured woman's side, moved, and as if she had transformed into a ball of flames, she rushed out. In the next moment, she had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. She casually raised her hand and grabbed the horsewhip that the young man had pulled out. Bitch, you're courting death. The young man's gaze turned cold, and the horsewhip in his hand shook, wanting to take the horsewhip back from Feng Tianwu's hand. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the remaining half of the horsewhip in Feng Tianwu's hand still didn't move in the slightest. Riding a horse to commit murder and forcefully seizing a woman, A profligate disciple like you deserves death. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes were suffused with coldness, and her hand shook, causing the horsewhip to instantly fly out and fiercely smash onto the young man's chest, causing the young man to be blasted flying off his horse. H! The young man emitted a shrill cry and fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he crawled up after a short moment before staring hatefully at Feng Tianwu and shouting furiously, "All of you, kill this bitch. If she doesn't die, then all of you will die." Instantly, the followers that were thrown to the ground by Duan Lingtian earlier charged towards Feng Tianwu without regard for their lives. But unfortunately, the outcome was the same. Before Feng Tianwu, who was at the first level of the Void Interpretation stage, even though they possessed extraordinary strength at the Void Initiation stage, they were easily stopped and blasted flying by Feng Tianwu. Bang! 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 After a short moment, the followers of the young man were lying in a disorderly manner around the young man, causing the young man to be angered to the point his face was livid. A bunch of useless trash. The young man cursed his followers, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu as his eyes were suffused with cold lights. "Bitch, you actually dared make a move against me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You deserve death for committing murder and forcefully seizing a woman on the streets." Feng Tianwu shouted out furiously, and she seemed to be about to make a move. Instantly, the young man was terrified to the point his face was livid, and he abandoned his horse and fled swiftly, not even caring about his followers as he arrived in the distance in a short moment. "All of you just wait. All of you just wait." The young man didn't forget to threaten Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he dashed into the distance, and his voice drifted over from afar and was filled with extreme coldness and fierceness. "I'll kill him." Feng Tianwu was instantly enraged when she saw the young man fleeing yet didn't forget to threaten them, and her figure flashed out with the intention of pursuing him. "Tianwu." Duan Lingtian stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head. "Don't pursue a cornered enemy. If he really dares come again, then I'll be the first to kill him. Since he dares to cause trouble in the ancient desert city, the power behind that fellow is probably not simple." Zhang Shouyong arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he guessed. "The three of you should leave quickly. That person is the eldest young master of our ancient desert city's Dongua clan, and he's the most beloved grandson of the Dongua clan's patriarch. He won't let the matter go after you've taught him a lesson." After a short moment, a kind-hearted passerby couldn't help but advise, "Yeah, the three of you should leave quickly." Chapter 773. "I'm afraid it's already too late." Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked towards the direction the young man left towards. At this moment, waves of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from high above in the sky, and they grew closer and closer. Not long after, 5 demon beasts flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above Duan Lingtian's group of 3 before circling in midair with an aggressive aura. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 raised their heads, and they saw the young man that wore a white robe with gold inlays sitting on the demon beast in the lead with a single glance. His cold eyes were filled with ghastly killing intent as they flashed down from the sky and locked onto Duan Lingtian's group of 3 tightly. "It's them!" The young man shouted out coldly as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, whereas the demon beast beneath him accumulated strength and was ready to attack as well. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky appeared, and they coiled down with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like rainbows. 9th level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he never imagined that a mere 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist like this young man would actually be able to control a demon beast that was 2 levels stronger than him. Looks like the Dongua clan isn't simple at all. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other 4 demon beasts gathered together with the demon beast beneath him. The 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage demon beasts stared coldly at Duan Lingtian's group of 3. They were only waiting for the young man to give the order before they would pounce towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and fight with all their might. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to these 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage demon beasts, and his gaze descended onto the backs of the 4 demon beasts. There were 4 middle-aged men with cold expressions standing there. The 4 middle-aged men wore black clothes and had expressionless faces, and they were like 4 zombies. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the cultivations of the 4 of them at the first possible moment. All of them are at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Never had he imagined that the Donghua clan behind the young man that Tian Wu had taught a lesson to earlier was actually so strong. Only 4 ordinary guards possessed a strength at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. As for those top-notch experts, it was not hard to imagine their strength. They must be extremely terrifying. The passers-by around Duan Lingtian and the other 2 retreated to the side. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the 4 flying demonic beasts and the people on them. In their opinion, these 3 kind-hearted youngsters were going to be in trouble. The Donghua clan was one of the 3 great clans in the ancient desert city, and amongst the numerous powers in the ancient desert city, it was only inferior to the Skywolf Fort that controlled the ancient desert city. Of course, not to mention the ancient desert city, even in the surrounding areas, the Skywolf Fort could be considered an overlord. If the Skywolf Fort wanted to annihilate the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, they only needed to send out a vice fort master to annihilate them. The 3 great clans of the ancient desert city were incomparably powerful in front of ordinary people. But in the eyes of the Skywolf Fort, they were like ants that were unable to withstand a single blow. The Skywolf Fort was a colossus in a corner of the foreign lands. Even if the experts of the 10 dynasties in the south were to move out and join forces with the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, it would be impossible to shake it in the slightest. The strength of the Skywolf Fort was obvious. However, even though the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city were nothing before the Skywolf Fort, any one of the clans wasn't something the 10 dynasties in the south could compare to. Once the experts of any one of the clans were to move out, it was sufficient to annihilate the 10 dynasties. The forces of the clans in the foreign lands were absolutely not something the forces of the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the ancient desert city, the Skywolf Fort occupied an area with an extraordinary status that was impossible to shake. However, it was precisely because of this that the Skywolf Fort rarely interfered with the matters of the ancient desert city. Everything in the ancient desert city, like the various businesses and the mid-grade origin stone vein, was shared and controlled by the 3 great clans. Moreover, 90% of the profits the 3 great clans obtained in the ancient desert city had to be handed over to the Skywolf Fort. No matter if it was the Skywolf Fort, the 3 great clans were the 3 overlords of the ancient desert city, and no one dared offend them. The tiger was sleeping and the monkey was king. It was nothing more than that. Yet today, the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans, the Donghua clan, had led the Donghua clan troops with the intention of killing 3 young men, and no one felt that the latter would be able to survive. They'd seen many similar scenes in the past. The outcome was more or less the same. Not a single person that had offended the Donghua clan's eldest young master was able to survive. As far as they were concerned, today would be no exception. Thump! Suddenly, a figure flashed out, and it was the woman that was whipped flying by the Donghua clan's eldest young master earlier, and she brought along her child to kneel on the ground. "Young Master Han, please don't hold a grudge against me and let them off." The woman spoke as she kowtowed and pleaded for mercy for Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and it wasn't long before her head was already bleeding. "Kill this lowly commoner." Right when Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked by the woman's actions and were unable to react for a moment, Donghua Han shouted out coldly, "Shit!" Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his face went grim. But unfortunately, it was still too late. The Donghua clan general that stood on the back of the 9th level void initiation stage flying demon beast instantly made a move, and a vast palm print enveloped down to directly blast the woman and her child to death, causing blood to dye the ground red. The terrifying palm print descended onto the ground, causing numerous hideous cracks to be shaken open on the ground, and the cracks were dense and crisscrossed together like a spiderweb. "You, damn it!" The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. After a short moment, Crimson red suffused his eyes as he stared fixedly at Dongguan, and he wished for nothing more than to burn Dongguan's bones and scatter his ashes. "I'll kill you!" Feng Tianwu was enraged, and her beautiful face went grim as the monstrous flames on her body skyrocketed, causing her entire body to seem to have transformed into a ball of flames that swept towards Dongguan. Never had she imagined that the mother of the child she saved would kowtow and beg for mercy to Dongguan for them. Even more unexpected to her was that Dongguan actually directly ordered his subordinates to kill the mother and child. That child was only 4 or 5 years old, and he didn't even have the time to properly see the world before being killed. Feng Tianwu's rage at this moment was practically capable of setting a prairie ablaze. He didn't even let off a woman and child. Bastard! Zhang Shouyong's face went cold as ghastly flames of rage leaped about in his eyes, and then he stomped on the ground before his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that went to help Feng Tianwu. No matter if it was Feng Tianwu or Zhang Shouyong, they didn't know the terrifying strength of the 4 generals Dongguan brought along. But even if they knew, they wouldn't shrink back. Bang! A 4th-level void interpretation stage general by Dongguan's side made a move, and a terrifying force swept over to instantly blast Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong back. Both of them descended by Duan Lingtian's side in a sorry state, and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky. 4th-level void interpretation stage. Ha 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 ha. Dongguan laughed wildly when he saw the expressions of Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong. "Weren't both of you extremely arrogant? Didn't both of you want to interfere in this young master's business? Come on, come on. How is it? Now, have both of you started to feel regret and terror in your hearts?" Dongguan stood on the flying demon beast, and he who was surrounded by 4 4th-level void interpretation stage generals seemed to be superior as he looked down at Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong didn't speak, and they only stared coldly and indifferently at Dongguan. Regret? Terror? Besides teaching Dongguan's subordinates a lesson at the beginning, Duan Lingtian, who didn't make a move later on, glanced indifferently at Dongguan. "I've never known what regret and terror are. If I really want to talk about regret, I only regret that I didn't chase after you and cripple you earlier." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's voice went slightly cold. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd of onlookers to be dumbstruck. Is this young man courting death? With a quick thought, they came to an understanding. In the situation before them, even if this young man begged for mercy, with the temper of the Dongua clan's eldest young master, it would probably be impossible for him to survive. Now, his best choice was to protect his dignity before he died. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. Good, good. Dongguan's face was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he started laughing from extreme rage. Never had he imagined that this violet-clothed young man would actually dare speak to him like this at a time like this, and the young man simply didn't know how to write the word death. Suddenly, cold lights shot out from Dongguan's eyes as he directly ordered. "Leave this woman behind. I want to bring her back and play with her properly. As for the other 2 men, kill them directly." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At practically the instant Dongguan gave the order, the other 4 demon beasts pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and pairs of sharp claws that flickered with cold lights smashed towards the heads of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong. As for the 4 4th-level void interpretation stage generals on the backs of the demon beasts, one of them had his gaze locked onto Feng Tianwu, and the other 3 had instead locked onto Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong. "Let's retreat." Feng Tianwu shouted out lightly as she called out to Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to retreat, and a crystalline and translucent pearl appeared in her hand. It was precisely the pearl that had a detection inscription inscribed on it. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wudao, would notice it at the first possible moment and rush over. Tian Wu. But Duan Lingtian instead stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head to her. Subsequently, under Feng Tianwu's dumbstruck gaze, Duan Lingtian flashed out to meet the 4 demon beasts that pounced down without the slightest fear, and he went head-on against the 4 4th-level void interpretation stage experts. "Elder brother Duan." Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and she didn't listen to Duan Lingtian before crushing the pearl in her hand without the slightest hesitation. Even though this pearl was precious, yet in her eyes, it was far inferior to Duan Lingtian's life. At this moment, her heart burned with anxiety, and she only hoped that her father would be able to rush over as soon as possible. No! Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu saw Duan Lingtian was about to pass by the 4 demon beasts, and her beautiful face couldn't help but go grim as she cried out in terror. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky and fearlessly chased after Duan Lingtian. Chapter 774. When Duan Lingtian faced a dangerous situation, Feng Tianwu's mind was completely blank, and she only knew that nothing could happen to Duan Lingtian. Felt as if she was about to lose something important, uncomfortable and oppressive. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sharp claws of the 4 enormous flying demon beasts soared through the sky as they fiercely clawed towards Duan Lingtian, who charged over, and the depths of their eyes were filled with heartfelt disdain. As far as they were concerned, such a young human martial artist dared be arrogant before them, and he was simply courting death. On the other hand, the 4 4th-level Void Interpretation Stage generals of the Dongua clan looked at Duan Lingtian, who charged towards them with disdain now. Kill him! High above in the sky, Dongua Han shouted out explosively. Yes, eldest young master. Instantly, the 4 Dongua clan generals flew out and seemed to have transformed into 4 goshawks that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as a wisp of disdain suffused the corners of his mouth, and a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Along with his cultivation advancing to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation Stage, his spiritual force that had advanced to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage along with him instantly gushed into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and it directly activated his exclusive soul skill. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, an illusory space appeared out of thin air, and it ceaselessly expanded to directly envelop the 4 9th-level Void Initiation Stage flying demon beasts and the 4 Dongua clan generals that approached menacingly within it. When the attacks of the 4 Dongua clan generals were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, they instantly seemed to have lost their target and turned around. Subsequently, fierce lights flickered within their eyes as each of them pounced towards the 9th-level Void Initiation Stage flying demon beasts that carried them over earlier. The eyes of the 4 9th-level Void Initiation Stage flying demon beasts shot out ferocious lights as well, and they seemed as if they'd seen Duan Lingtian when facing the 4 4th-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artists that pounced towards them, and they directly pounced over. Bang! In a single move, a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage flying demon beast was killed by a Dongua clan general. Bang! Bang! Boom! Subsequently, the other 3 9th-level Void Initiation Stage demon beasts were killed by the other 3 Dongua clan generals as well. For 4th-level Void Interpretation Stage generals of the Dongua clan, killing 4 9th-level Void Initiation Stage demon beasts was simply as simple as killing chickens and cutting grass. The latter had no ability to fight back in front of them. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, fish on the chopping board, unable to withstand a single blow. Duan Lingtian paused in mid-air, watching the scene with cold eyes. It was as if everything that was happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. Whoosh! At this time, Feng Tianwu also landed beside Duan Lingtian. The scene in front of her also shocked her. What are you doing? High above in the sky, Dongua Han's face went grim as he shouted furiously. Everything in front of him made his scalp go numb. Were these 4 guys crazy? He actually started killing the demonic beasts on his side. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. What are they doing? Aren't they members of the Dongua clan? Why would he attack the demonic beasts of his own clan? Have they gone mad? Moreover, they've gone mad together. Everyone was puzzled by this. But in the next moment, something that caused them to be even more puzzled occurred, and it caused their pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Heavens! What have we seen? They saw that the 4 Dongwa clan generals that had just killed the 4 9th-level Void Initiation Stage demon beasts actually didn't have the intention of stopping after each of them killed a demon beast. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed as Void Interpretation concept fused into their origin energy, causing it to completely material. Subsequently, they pounced towards their former companions and started a bloody battle. The chaotic battle began here. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 Dongwa clan generals seemed as if they'd gone mad as they madly attacked each other. After a short moment, all 4 of them were heavily injured. Even then, they still fought each other desperately, as if they wouldn't stop until they killed each other. Everyone including Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong was stunned. Stop! Stop! Presently, Dongwa Han, who stood on the remaining 9th-level Void Initiation Stage demon beast that was shivering, had an extremely unsightly expression, and he ceaselessly roared at the 4 Dongwa clan generals as if he wanted to wake them up. But unfortunately, the 4 Dongwa clan generals only cared about killing each other, and they seemed as if they utterly didn't hear him. Why is it like this? Who can tell me exactly what the fuck is going on? Dongwa Han's expression was extremely unsightly. He utterly didn't know what was happening before him and why the 4 Dongwa clan generals would kill each other. Could it be that they've all gone mad? In next to no time, Dongwa Han's expression went grim, because Duan Lingtian had already appeared before him, and Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression, said indifferently, "The Dongwa clan's eldest young master, right? Kill him." Dongwa Han shouted out explosively as he urged the demon beast beneath him to make a move and kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, the demon beast had only just pounced out when it was killed by the 3-foot-long blade condensed from Duan Lingtian's origin energy. And from the beginning until the end, it only spent the time of a single move. The demon beast perished and fell to the ground. On the other hand, Dongwa Han was dumbstruck, and he stared blankly at Duan Lingtian as he said with slight disbelief, You're actually a Void Interpretation Stage martial artist." Obviously, he'd only truly felt Duan Lingtian's true strength now, and it far exceeded his strength. "Now it's your turn." Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Dongwa Han, and his eyes didn't contain the slightest emotion. You dare kill me? Let me tell you, if you dare kill me, then no matter who you are, no matter if you're in the heavens or the earth, you'll die for sure. Let me tell you, my grandfather is... Dongwa Han's face went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he threatened Duan Lingtian with words. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish his words, because the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had already pierced through his throat, and it gave rise to gorgeous and dazzling fresh blood that covered the sky, and the blood sprayed through the sky and condensed into numerous red roses. Whoosh! Right at the instant Duan Lingtian killed Dongwa Han, a figure appeared out of thin air in the nearby sky. The person that arrived was completely stunned when he saw the scene before him. "This is... Father!" Feng Tianwu flew out to arrive by the side of the person that arrived. "Wu-er, you used the sensory pearl I left for you just so that I could watch the show?" Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the situation before him. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh bitterly as well. "I never imagined that elder brother Duan would actually be able to deal with these people. Those 4 people are all existences at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage." Feng Tianwu spoke as she looked at the 4 Dongwa clan generals that were still killing each other. The 4 Dongwa clan generals were heavily injured, yet they still fought ceaselessly, and they'd completely gone red from killing each other. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhang Shouyong, and then he arrived by the side of Feng Wu Dao and Feng Wu Dao. Subsequently, the 4 of them left directly and returned to Skywolf Fort. On the way, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but glance at Duan Lingtian, and when he thought of the scene that occurred earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Brother Lingtian is actually already so strong now. For 4th-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artists were instigated by him to the point of killing each other. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, those 4 4th-level Void Interpretation Stage fellows aren't inscription masters. Otherwise, the illusory space constructed by my soul skill thousand illusions, would be utterly unable to affect them. Duan Lingtian rejoiced in his heart. What happened? Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu because everything had already ended when he arrived earlier. It was precisely because of this that he didn't have the time to find out what had happened. It's nothing. Feng Tianwu shook her head. We just killed a profligate disciple. That profligate disciple even killed a woman and a child that didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, and he deserved death for his crimes. As she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu revealed an enraged expression, and she seemed to have recalled the scene from before. At that time, if it wasn't for the woman bringing along the child to plead for mercy on their behalf, they wouldn't have been killed. This caused Feng Tianwu's heart to be filled with guilt. Feng Wu Dao didn't ask any further when he felt the atmosphere seemed to be slightly heavy. Yet there was slight fear in the depths of his eyes. Profligate disciple? This place wasn't one of the 10 dynasties. Even though the ancient desert city was situated at the border of the foreign lands, it belonged to the foreign lands at any rate, and the experts within it were numerous like the clouds. Even an ordinary power possessed an extremely terrifying strength. On the other hand, the power behind the profligate disciple of the ancient desert city was presumably not simple. But when he thought about how they'd been staying at Skywolf Fort recently, he came to an understanding. No matter how strong the powers of the ancient desert city were, they were only vassals of the Skywolf Fort, and they would absolutely not dare rashly trespass into Skywolf Fort to cause trouble. So he set his heart at ease. Of course, this was also because Feng Wu Dao didn't know that the person who died earlier was the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, the Dongua clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so composed. Perhaps ordinary disciples of the Dongua clan wouldn't dare directly trespass into Skywolf Fort to take revenge, but their patriarch was instead able to speak with the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort. Along with Duan Lingtian's departure, the illusory space created by the soul skill, thousand illusions, naturally dispersed along with it. At the same time, the 4 Dongua clan generals that dragged their heavily injured and crippled bodies to kill each other had finally escaped from the illusory space. With a single glance, they saw each other that were heavily injured. All of you, what's going on? Why have all of you suffered such heavy injuries as well? I truly never imagined that kid was actually so terrifying. Something seems to be off. Unknowingly, the gazes of the 4 Dongua clan generals had first descended onto the 5 enormous flying demon beast corpses on the ground, and then it descended onto a human corpse. Their pupils instantly constricted when they saw this corpse, and they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Eldest young master. Subsequently, the 4 of them glanced at each other, and they saw terror in each other's eyes. If the patriarch finds out that the eldest young master was killed under our protection, and we're still alive, we'll die for sure. Quickly, let's quickly consume medicinal pills to heal our injuries, and then leave the ancient desert city far away. Chapter 775. Under the astounded gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators, the 4 Dongua clan generals directly left after consuming healing medicinal pills. The direction they left towards wasn't the direction of the Dongua clan. Now, they only had a single thought. That was to go as far as they could and never return to the ancient desert city. Only in this way would they be able to avoid the pursuit of the Dongua clan. However, even though the 4 Dongua clan generals had fled, the news of the Dongua clan's eldest young master, Dongua Han, being killed still reached the Dongua clan. The Dongua clan was one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, and it controlled an area of the ancient desert city. At this moment, at the side of the pergola at the center of the vast lake within the Dongua clan estate, an old man was sitting silently there, and he held a fishing rod in his hand as he was fishing. Even though the old man was fishing, his eyes were closed tightly, and he seemed to be extremely carefree and content. This old man looked to be no different than an ordinary old man. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Swoosh! At the same time, the hand the old man held the fishing rod shook and directly pulled up the fishing rod, and a large fish was hooked up and just happened to be tossed into the nearby bamboo basket by him. If someone was here and saw the hook on the fishing rod in the old man's hand, the person would surely be extremely astounded. That was because the hook was straight. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would surely be unable to help but recall the legend of Grand Duke Jiang fishing that had been passed down since ancient times on Earth in his previous life. When Grand Duke Jiang fishes, those who are willing to take the bait, whereas the hook Grand Duke Jiang used to fish was precisely straight. I finally caught one. Han has the fortune of tasting good food today. The old man lightly smiled as he muttered, and when he spoke the two words Han, his muddy eyes seemed to reveal dense doting. His life was filled with misfortune. His son had died young and only left behind a single grandson, and it could be said that he had a single heir. It was precisely because of this that he loved and doted on that grandson of his, and he wished for nothing more than to give the best things in the world to him. It was also because of that grandson that he'd always occupied the position of patriarch of the Dongua clan, because he intended to pass this position down to his grandson in the future. He had placed his greatest hopes on his grandson. As for his grandson, he did not disappoint him. Although he was a little foppish, his talent and comprehension were not bad. As for the term silk pants, he didn't take it to heart. Who hadn't been young and frivolous? Moreover, he had the capital to allow his grandson to be a playboy in the ancient desert city. He was not worried at all that anyone would dare to provoke his grandson. Suddenly, the old man raised his eyebrows. He saw a figure running towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake in a panic. "Didn't I say that I don't like to be disturbed when I'm fishing?" The old man's face darkened. As he spoke, an incomparably powerful aura emanated from his body. It enveloped the newcomer, causing him to involuntarily bend his back. The person that arrived was an old woman, and she was precisely the Dongua clan's manager. Presently, her expression was extremely unsightly, and she seemed to hesitate to speak. Seeing the old woman's expression, the old man's face sank. The old woman had worked her entire life for their Dongua clan, and he knew the old woman extremely well. If it wasn't an extremely important matter, it was impossible for the old woman to lose her composure like this. What happened?" the old man asked. The old woman took a deep breath when she heard the old man, and then she said with a trembling voice, "Clan, patriarch, eldest young master, he..." "What happened to the eldest young master?" The aura on the old man instantly strengthened to press down onto the old woman, causing the old woman to break out in cold sweat as her body shivered. The old man's gaze was like a sword, and it seemed as if it could penetrate the old woman's body. "Patriarch, my condolences." Finally, the old woman caught her breath and spoke with her head lowered. "My condolences?" The old man's body shook when he heard the old woman. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the old man's body. In the next moment, waves of terrifying gales suddenly arose in the surroundings of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, and the gales grew faster and faster before finally transforming into numerous material wind blades. Swish, 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 swish. The old man was enraged, and wind blades swept out to instantly mince the entire pavilion into pieces before crashing into the vast lake. The entire pavilion in the middle of the lake instantly ceased to exist. It wasn't just that, at this moment, the water in the entire lake was enveloped by numerous terrifying gales before sweeping up, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous roaring water dragons. At this moment, only the old man and the old woman weren't affected. The old woman lowered her head and didn't dare speak another word. She was able to deeply feel the monstrous rage of the patriarch, and she didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak out of turn now, it was very likely that she would become the target of the patriarch's rage. "Lead the way!" The old man shouted out coldly as he raised his hand and brought the old woman along to instantly vanish in the sky above the vast lake. Meanwhile, the lake water that was seething in the lake recovered its calm once more. Who did it? Many higher-ups of the Dongua clan were gathered within the Dongua clan's audience hall, and they couldn't help but sigh when they saw the old man roaring as he charged in. Han The old man stood by the side of the corpse that lay on the ground, and his eyes flickered with a ferocious light as he looked at the corpse that had its throat pierced through. "Don't tell me. All of you haven't found out who did it." The old man's words were filled with extreme icy coldness, and it caused everyone present to be unable to refrain from shivering. "Patriarch, he's one of the eyewitnesses." In next to no time, the old woman that followed behind brought along a young man that had his head lowered to walk in, and she spoke to the old man. The old man's gaze that was like a sword descended onto the young man when he heard this, and his imposing aura swept out along with this. Bang! The young man's face instantly flushed red when he was enveloped by the old man's imposing aura, and then he collapsed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the old man with a terrified expression. "Speak!" The old man's icy cold voice that was filled with killing intent caused the young man to feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, and he didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly spoke of the scene he saw not long ago. At the beginning, young Master Han spurred his horse and used his horsewhip to strike a woman flying, and the woman's child stood on the road and was about to die beneath the horse's hooves. At this moment, a young woman in red clothes made a move to save the child. After that, young Master Han. The young man was precisely a passerby that had witnessed the entire process today, and he spoke of the scenes he'd seen without missing a single word. Whoosh! As soon as the young man finished speaking, a terrifying imposing aura gushed out from the old man's body, and it pressed down on the higher-ups of the Dongua clan to the point they couldn't help but repeatedly take a few steps back. As for the young man, he was directly blasted flying, and his head collided with the pillar in the audience hall, causing him to be deader than dead. Perhaps, even the young man himself had never imagined that he would die so aggrieved. After all, the reason he'd come to the Dongua clan to tip them off was precisely for the sake of the Dongua clan's reward. Yet now, he hadn't obtained the reward he deserved yet. Yet he died an unjust death. Good. Very good. He even dares to kill the grandson of Dongua Lei. Looks like that violet-clothed kid is tired of living. The old man, the patriarch of the Dongua clan, Dongua Lei, spoke with a voice that was like a thunderclap, and it caused the eardrums of some of the higher-ups of the Dongua clan that had comparatively lower cultivations to tremble as their expressions went grim. "Grand Elder, I'll give you a day of time. I want to see the heads of those 4 traitors after a day." Dongua Lei looked at a white-haired old man as he spoke with a low voice. "Yes, Patriarch." The old man replied respectfully before turning around and transforming into a bolt of lightning that left to busy himself. The remaining people. Subsequently, Dongua Lei looked at the remaining higher-ups of the Dongua clan, and killing intent flickered within his eyes. "Your mission is to investigate the identity of that violet-clothed kid that killed my grandson. Once you find out where he is, then bring him back. I want him alive. As for those 3 companions of his, kill them directly. The first person to investigate the identity of that violet-clothed kid will be able to obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones. The person that brings that violet-clothed kid back will be able to obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Besides that, the person that brings back the head of any one of the 3 companions of that violet-clothed kid will be able to obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones." Dongua Lei issued a reward within the clan as he spoke, and this was sufficient to display his impatience to take revenge for his grandson. Yes. The gazes of everyone lit up in unison, and they left impatiently after replying respectfully. Every single one of them hoped to be able to obtain the reward set by the patriarch. The person that brought that violet-clothed kid back would be able to obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Even if it was the 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and other elders with lofty statuses in the Dongua clan, they impatiently desired 10,000 low-grade origin stones. Along with Dongua Lei giving the order, the entire Dongua clan was mobilized. The entire ancient desert city had gone completely mad, whereas the person in question, Duan Lingtian, was currently silently staying within the Narcissus Pavilion in Skywolf Fort and cultivating diligently. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form, along with the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill spreading out from his body. Duan Lingtian's origin energy increased at an extremely terrifying speed. This speed was sufficient to cause any martial artist on Cloud Continent to feel ashamed and even feel inferior. According to this speed, I ought to be able to smoothly break through to the third level of the void interpretation stage in at most 2 or 3 months. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he felt the swift increase of his origin energy. Along with the increase of my origin energy, the advanced sword force seems to be on the verge of transforming as well. There are still 3 days of time before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins. Duan Lingtian continued cultivating for the sake of sword concept. Finally, another day passed. On this day, Duan Lingtian woke up from his cultivation, and when he opened his eyes, a sword light that was filled with a sharp and fierce aura faintly seemed to flash past within his eyes. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's origin energy condensed into a sword, and strands of fierce aura leaped about on it as it emitted a wave of light sword howls. At the same time, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air at the side of the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Chapter 776. I can finally cultivate the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy shook abruptly. For a time, besides the strands of sharp and fierce aura contained within it, a strand of deep azure-colored energy coiled around it, and there was even violet-colored energy and earthen yellow-colored energy mixed within it. The deep azure-colored energy seemed as if it had the help of the gods as it fused into one with the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy. The milky white 3-foot-long blade gradually transformed into a true 3-foot-long blade that was completely azure in color. Presently, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he was holding a true 3-foot-long blade condensed from wind. Concept materialization. The 3-foot-long blade contained Duan Lingtian's origin energy and first-level intermediate wind concept, and it emitted a sharp and fierce first-level elementary sword concept. Besides that, the surroundings of the 3-foot-long blade were coiled with 4th-level elementary lightning concept and first-level elementary earth concept. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the heaven and earth energy roiled before converging into the heaven and earth phenomenon in the end. The first 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared were the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by Duan Lingtian's origin energy. Subsequently, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and this was the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by first-level intermediate wind concept. In the end, for silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, 1 silhouette of ancient horned dragons, and 1 silhouette of ancient horned dragons appeared. They were respectively the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the 4th-level elementary lightning concept, 1st-level elementary earth concept, and 1st-level elementary sword concept. There was a total of 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The strength of 56 ancient horned dragons was the strongest strength Duan Lingtian could exert without a spirit weapon. Once he utilized a spirit weapon, his strength would be even stronger. Of course, it could only amplify the strength contained within his origin energy, and it could only amplify the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword or the devil seal tablet, it could amplify his strength by another 100%, which was the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he attacked with a grade 3 spirit sword, it would provide an additional 70% boost to his strength, which was equivalent to the strength of 21 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword definitely can't be used in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The devil seal tablet can be used, but the prerequisite is that its amplification ability can't be exposed. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, what a joke! Whether it was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand or the devil seal tablet, both of them had the ability to double his strength. Once exposed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Perhaps, even the members of the Skywolf Fort would arouse greed in their hearts because of this. Duan Lingtian knew his limits. Currently, he did not have the strength to protect the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and the devil seal tablet. Besides that, he couldn't use the grade 1 spirit sword he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. This was only the border of the foreign lands, so not to mention a Grade 1 spirit weapon, they might not even possess a Grade 2 spirit weapon. The spirit weapons used by the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are at most Grade 3 spirit weapons. So, besides the quasi-royal Grade Spirit Sword, the Devil Seal Tablet, and the Grade 1 Spirit Sword that can't be used, Grade 2 spirit weapons can't be used as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Duan Lingtian broke through to the Void Interpretation stage, his origin energy had undergone a tremendous change compared to when he was at the Void Initiation stage. At the same time that his origin energy transformed, he was able to condense an even stronger weapon flame. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only able to condense a Grade 3 weapon flame, the Violet Copper weapon flame. Yet now, Duan Lingtian was already able to condense a Grade 2 weapon flame, the Violet Silver weapon flame. Relying on the lifetime of experience and ability in weapons refinement of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to easily refine a Grade 2 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian had already gathered most of the materials required to refine a Grade 2 spirit weapon while he was still at the Darkhan dynasty's capital. Whoosh! 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 With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian withdrew a large pile of materials and intended to start refining the weapon. Hiss! A strand of violet-colored flames abruptly sprayed out from Duan Lingtian's palm, and the surroundings of the flames were faintly coiled with strands of silver, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian started refining the pile of materials. Profound methods of weapon refinement came easily to him. After around 3 hours, a jade-green flexible sword that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared in his hand, and its shape was extremely similar to the violet myrtle flexible sword. Origin energy flickered in Duan Lingtian's hand, and the jade-green flexible sword instantly became taut. Along with his origin energy fusing into the sword, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him before finally forming the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. First, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. An 80% amplification. Not bad. Duan Lingtian put away the Grade 2 spirit sword into his spatial ring with satisfaction. Then he opened the door and walked out to arrive before the pavilion's balcony, before silently sitting there to get some fresh air. He gazed at the vast space that he occupied, the exceedingly vast Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered. All along the way from Azurewood Town, he'd unknowingly grown from an ignorant youth to such a height, and he was even about to represent the Darkhan dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, I've already arrived in this world for over 10 years. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. During these 10+ years, he'd already completely merged into this world, and everything from his previous life on Earth had become an eternal memory. He wasn't the cold and emotionless mercenary king of the past any longer, and he'd become a genius martial artist of Cloud Continent with flesh and blood. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he started to search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, recorded in the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was executed with sword concept, and it could be combined with other concepts. When cultivated to the limit, it could develop into 9 divine dragons. 9 divine dragons striking out in unison. An extreme flash. This was the perfection stage of the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Just like Earth rank martial skills, Heaven rank martial skills were divided into 4 great stages, and they were respectively rudimentary, initial, mastery, and perfection. When using the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, one could be considered to have reached the beginner level if one could create 1 divine dragon. 3 divine dragons would be considered to have reached the initial level. 5 divine dragons would be considered to have reached the mastery level. When 9 divine dragons were formed, it would be considered perfection. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was formed from the fusion of 2 high-grade heaven rank martial skills by Samsara Emperor Wu. whereas those two high-grade heaven-rank martial skills were cultivated to the perfection stage by Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Heaven-rank martial skills are different from those martial skills I cultivated before. Heaven-rank martial skills rely more on comprehension ability and experience. Comprehension, you need to rely on yourself. This experience can be absorbed from the rebirth martial emperor. Although he did not cultivate the 9 dragons radiant flash, he cultivated the other 2 martial skills that were fused into the 9 dragons radiant flash. As the saying goes, different paths lead to the same destination. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate the 9 dragons radiant flash, and he quickly got the hang of it. Of course, all of this was attributed to Samsara Emperor Wu's experience. Whoosh! After an hour, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed with his sword finger. In an instant, his origin energy vaguely condensed into a divine dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced out. It tore the sky apart, causing the air to compress and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. All of this was not over yet. Flash! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and the divine dragon's eyes instantly shot out 2 beams of condensed radiant flash that whistled out. Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian, it pierced into a huge rock outside the water fairy pavilion. In an instant, 2 bottomless holes appeared on the huge rock, and the radiant flash that easily pierced into them disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved his body and flew out. He arrived beside the huge rock and casually pushed it away. Rumble! After the huge rock was pushed away, Duan Lingtian saw 2 bottomless holes on the floor. He could not help but extend his mind energy, wanting to probe the depths. Duan Lingtian's mind energy extended along the 2 small holes for 15 minutes, but it still did not reach the bottom. As expected of an advanced heaven-class offensive martial skill, such powerful power, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. A dragon can shoot out 2 radiant flashes in an instant. 9 dragons, wouldn't they be able to shoot out 18 radiant flashes in an instant? When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. He clearly saw the speed and power of the radiant flash. With the same power, even if he used an advanced Earth-class offensive martial skill and condensed origin energy to attack, in terms of speed, it would be far inferior to the radiant flash that was shot out from the divine dragon's eyes that was derived from the 9 dragons radiant flash. Those 2 radiant flashes from before were too swift and too overbearing. Heaven-class offensive martial skill? Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Suddenly, Feng Wu Dao had appeared on the balcony before the pavilion, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised gaze. Uncle Feng. After pushing the huge rock back to its original position, Duan Lingtian flew out to descend by Feng Wu Dao's side. I originally intended to choose a heaven-class martial skill that's suitable for intermediate wind concept for you, but now it would seem that it's slightly unnecessary. The heaven-class martial skill you executed earlier ought to be a middle-class heaven-class offensive martial skill, right? As Feng Wu Dao finished speaking, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with burning desire. Heaven-class martial skills were extremely difficult to come by. Even the Dark Han Dynasty's Feng clan he was from only possessed a few low-grade heaven-class martial skills, whereas, because he traveled outside all year long, he'd collected many low-grade heaven-class martial skills, but they were all low-grade heaven-class martial skills. According to his knowledge, even the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family did not possess a middle-grade heaven-class martial skill, yet he never imagined that he would be able to see one in Duan Lingtian's possession. Middle-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Feng Wu Dao. The 9 dragons radiant flash he executed earlier was not a middle-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill, but a high-grade heaven-class offensive martial skill. Chapter 777. An unexpected guest had arrived at the Donghua clan estate today. In the audience hall, the Donghua clan's second elder, Donghua Zong, looked at the white-clothed young man before him and asked directly, I heard my subordinates say, You know where the person that killed our Dongwa clan's eldest young master is? The white-clothed young man glanced indifferently at Dongwa Zong. You're the second elder of the Dongwa clan? I'm sorry. I've come to see your Dongwa clan's patriarch, and I'll speak after he arrives. You! Dongwa Zong's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Kid, do you think that our patriarch is someone you can meet as you please? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what kind of trash you are? When facing the enraged Dongwa Zong, the white-clothed young man had a calm expression and simply disregarded him. Men, see the guest out. Dongwa Zong, who was disregarded, had a gloomy expression as he spoke furiously. Instantly, two Dongwa clan generals walked in from outside the hall, and they walked directly towards the white-clothed young man before making a gesture. Please leave. Second elder, I'm telling you now, I'm leaving the Dongwa clan today, and it won't be so easy for you to get me to come again. The white-clothed young man glanced deeply at Dongwa Zong, and then he turned around and intended to leave. I won't see you off. Dongwa Zong grunted. His Dongwa sect had roamed unhindered for half of his lifetime. When had he ever been looked down upon by a little kid like this? Not to mention that the person might not know where the person that killed their Dongwa clan's eldest young master was. Even if the person knew, for the sake of his face, he wasn't willing to allow the person to continue staying here. Wait, right at this moment, an aged yet resonant voice sounded out from afar. Soon, an aged old man walked in. Behind the old man, there was an old woman following him like a shadow. Patriarch. Dongwa Zong's face went slightly pale when he saw the old man, and he hurriedly bowed while cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Get out. The expression of the old man, the patriarch of the Dongwa clan, Dongwa Lei, sank as he shouted furiously. When Dongwa Zong heard this, his face alternated between green and white, but he still left obediently. As for the other two guards, when they saw Dongwa Lei's fierce gaze sweep over, they hurriedly retreated behind Dongwa Zong, and they didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. For a time, only Dongwa Lei, the old woman, and the white-clothed young man remained within the spacious hall of the Dongwa clan. Patriarch Dongwa. The white-clothed young man nodded to Dongwa Lei with a calm expression, and it was as if he wasn't facing the patriarch of one of the three great clans of the ancient desert city, the Dongwa clan, but an ordinary old man. How should I address you? Dongwa Lei's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Patriarch Dongwa, you can call me Purple Decease. The young man in white smiled faintly. You are not from the ancient desert city? Dongwa Lei asked. No, I'm from one of the 10 great dynasties in the south, the Darkhan dynasty. I've come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held at Skywolf Fort. Zishang didn't conceal his identity and origins because he knew that even if he intentionally concealed it, with the ability of this old man before him, the old man would quickly find out about his background. If that was the case, he might as well tell the truth as it would be more beneficial to his plan. Yes. Dongwa Lei nodded, and then his white brows raised as his face tensed up slightly. You said earlier that you know where the person that killed my grandson is? Do you know him? During these past few days, Dongwa Lei had suffered greatly. The members of his Dongwa clan had spent a few days of time, yet were actually unable to find out who and where the person that killed his grandson was. This caused him to be both furious and anxious, and he wished for nothing more than to go look for the person himself. Today, when he heard that someone had come to look for him and had news of the person that killed his grandson, he rushed over impatiently. Yes, Zishang nodded. So long as I can confirm that the person you speak of is the person I'm looking for, I can agree to any condition of yours that's within the ability of me and the Dongwa clan. Dongwa Lei's muddy eyes lit up abruptly as he spoke frankly. Patriarch Dongwa, you're too kind. Since it's like this, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Zishang started smiling as he was waiting for these exact words. Speak. Dongwa Lei spoke again with a tone that was filled with anxiousness. What he wanted to do the most now was to drag out the violet-clothed kid that killed his grandson, then give him extreme punishment and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Patriarch Donghua, before I speak of that person, I want to ask you to swear an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. That is, Zishang looked at Donghua Lei as he spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the old woman that stood behind Donghua Lei, and the old woman said angrily, "Kid, you dare threaten our patriarch? It looks to me like you're tired of living." Zishang paid no attention to the old woman and looked seriously at Donghua Lei instead with a spurious smile. Donghua Lei raised his hand to stop the old woman, and then he looked at Zishang. "Continue. Patriarch Donghua, please forgive me. I'm doing this for the sake of safety. Besides that, I'm willing to swear with my blood that if I'm unable to help you find the person that killed your grandson, then I'm willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." Zishang spoke resolutely. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Donghua Lei to reply before he pinched open his finger, causing a drop of blood to rise into the sky as he directly swore an oath. After a short moment, 9 thunderclaps descended from the sky. At the same time that it alarmed the entire Donghua clan estate, it entered into Donghua Lei's ears as well, and it caused Donghua Lei to reveal a smile. "Little fellow, you're really not bad. Since you're so sincere, then feel free to speak frankly. What oath do you want me to swear with the 99 heavenly tribulation?" Donghua Lei glanced deeply at Zishang. "Patriarch Donghua is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Patriarch Donghua, please swear that once I help you find the person that killed your grandson, you must hand over the spatial ring in his possession to me intact, and you're not allowed to use any method to take revenge on me." Zishang spoke frankly. "All right." Donghua Lei didn't care why Zishang would be interested in the spatial ring of the person that killed his grandson, but what he wanted to do now was only take revenge for his grandson. As for anything else, he didn't care. In next to no time, Donghua Lei pinched open his finger and swore a blood oath with the 99 heavenly tribulation according to Zishang's request. Subsequently, 9 thunderclaps descended once more, and it bore witness to the oath Donghua Lei swore. "Now you can speak, right?" Donghua Lei looked at Zishang. Of course. Zishang hurriedly nodded, and then he said, "Patriarch Donghua, during these past few days, I've confirmed many times, and I've finally confirmed, the person that killed your grandson is an enemy of mine in the Darkhan dynasty. Just like me, he's representing the Darkhan dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in ancient Desert City. His name is Duan Lingtian. Presently, he's living in the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort." Zishang finished speaking in a single breath. After he finished speaking, Zishang didn't wait for Donghua Lei to reply before leaving with large strides. After he walked out of the audience hall of the Donghua clan estate, Zishang's face revealed a brilliant smile as he muttered, "Duan Lingtian, you're really bold. You've only just arrived at ancient Desert City, yet you've offended a colossus like the Donghua clan, but I still have to thank you for helping me achieve my goal." Presently, Zishang seemed to have already seen the scene of him obtaining the broken Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. So long as he obtained the broken Devil Seal tablet, his future would be bright. "Zishang, needless to say, your plan isn't bad, but making a deal with the Donghua clan is no different than asking a tiger for its skin. That Donghua clan's patriarch not making a move against you doesn't mean that others would." A ghastly and hoarse voice reverberated within Zishang's mind. "Don't worry, Elder Ghost, I know what to do." Zishang had a confident expression. After Zishang left, a violent gale quickly arose within the audience hall of the Donghua clan estate, and it blew to the point the various decorations within the entire audience hall moved, and the murals that hung on the walls even fell down. Duan Lingtian, Skywolf Fort? Along with the violent aura on Donghua Lei's body gradually being restrained, the waves of violent gale that arose within the audience hall gradually vanished. "No wonder my Donghua clan's members were unable to find you after searching through more than half of ancient Desert City. So it turns out that you were hiding within Skywolf Fort." Cold lights flickered within Donghua Lei's eyes, and he seemed ready to swallow his enemies. "Patriarch." The old woman behind Donghua Lei said, "If the person that killed the eldest young master is really at Skywolf Fort, then I'm afraid you can only personally go to Skywolf Fort to ask for him. Even if Skywolf Fort was the outer fort, it wasn't a place that anyone could act rashly. Even if it was Dongua Lei, the patriarch of the Dongua clan, if he didn't obtain the permission of the person in charge of Skywolf Fort and rashly made a move within Skywolf Fort, then he would similarly be unable to escape death. Skywolf Fort had rules. Any outsider that dared to make a move against the disciples or guests of Skywolf Fort within Skywolf Fort would die without a doubt. Dongua Lei didn't reply to the old woman. He glared with his crimson-red eyes as he left the audience hall, left the Dongua clan estate, and headed directly towards Skywolf Fort. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was at the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort, didn't realize that there was danger that was gradually approaching him. Presently, he was standing on the open space outside the Narcissus Pavilion and diligently cultivating the Nine Dragons' Radiant Flash. Of course, at the same time that he cultivated the Nine Dragons' Radiant Flash, he didn't forget to hold onto the wind concept fragment and comprehend the wind concept at the same time. His wind concept was still improving ceaselessly, and according to his estimations, it wouldn't be long before he ought to be able to smoothly break through to the second level of intermediate wind concept. At that time, his strength would increase greatly once more, and it would directly increase by the strength of an entire 10 ancient horned dragons. Swoosh! Swoosh! Presently, Duan Lingtian was already capable of developing a second divine dragon when he executed the Nine Dragons' Radiant Flash. But the body of this second divine dragon wasn't material enough, and its eyes hadn't appeared, so it was unable to condense a flash of light to attack. Not long after, Duan Lingtian felt slightly tired, and he stopped. Of course, it wasn't physical exhaustion but mental exhaustion. He felt that even if he continued cultivating, it would be difficult for him to break through in the slightest, and it might instead produce the opposite effect. So he stopped in time. Chapter 778. It had been some time since he arrived at Skywolf Fort, yet Duan Lingtian hadn't really strolled through it. Even if it was only the outer fort. All along the way, Duan Lingtian passed by many pavilions. These pavilions were used to entertain the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that had come from afar, and it included the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty like him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and drew Duan Lingtian's attention. Zishang. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the white figure before him. At the same time that Duan Lingtian saw Zishang, Zishang had obviously seen him as well. After a short moment, Zishang's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, I really admire you. You dare do anything and kill anyone. Ha ha ha. As he finished speaking, Zishang roared with laughter as he returned to the pavilion he stayed in during this period of time. He's talking about the Dongua clan's eldest young master? This was something that wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. But Duan Lingtian didn't mind. On that day, since he dared to make a move and kill the Dongua clan's eldest young master, then he was prepared to deal with what would happen later on. He'd heard of the rules of Skywolf Fort. It was precisely because of this that he wasn't worried that someone would dare come to Skywolf Fort to take revenge on him. As for what happened after that, he had his own plans. So long as he stood out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and even obtained the honor of being the first, he would surely be able to obtain high regard from Skywolf Fort and even become a disciple of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, he would be a disciple that was heavily fostered. After all, no power would allow a disciple with extraordinary natural talent to be covered in dust. He was extremely confident in this. He believed that with his value, he would surely be able to make Skywolf Fort protect him after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and prevent him from being harmed by anyone or any power. To put it bluntly, he intended to borrow the power of the Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian. After a few steps, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice. As far as the eye could see, a familiar figure was standing on the balcony of a pavilion not far away. Su Li. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He rose into the air and arrived beside Su Li in the blink of an eye. Su Li, when did you arrive? I just arrived yesterday. Su Li smiled. Senior, you're here too? Duan Lingtian asked again. He had always been respectful towards the master behind Su Li, because Su Li's master had saved his life. Yes. Su Li nodded. Master is meditating in his room. Then I won't disturb Senior any longer, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Su Li, you're really extraordinary. How long has it been? You actually broke through 3 levels in one go and directly broke through to the second level of the Void Interpretation stage. The second level of the Void Interpretation stage was precisely Su Li's current cultivation. It was also discovered by Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment with his spiritual force. Duan Lingtian, your eyes are still as poisonous as before. Su Li couldn't help but sigh, and then he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Your cultivation is surely not inferior to mine, right? Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't reply. Su Li seemed to have discerned something instead, and he scolded with a smile. You're really a freak. I remember that I was already at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage during the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition, whereas you were only at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Now, even if I've broken through to the second level of the Void Interpretation stage, who do you think is more like a freak? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes angrily at Su Li, and it caused Su Li to be unable to refrain from laughing bitterly. My situation is different. After that time, Master gave me another 2 spirit fruits, and one of them was even a spirit fruit used by Void Interpretation stage martial artists, and it assisted me to break through from the first level of the Void Interpretation stage to the second level of the Void Interpretation stage in one go in a short period of time. Can I take it that you're showing off? At the same time that Duan Lingtian was speechless, he deeply felt the benefits of having a master that had a deep background. Why didn't he have such a good life? Even though Samsara Emperor Wu had left behind a great treasure in the foreign lands during his second lifetime for his third lifetime, and he could rely on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to retrieve it. But he didn't have a map of the entire Cloud Continent in his possession, and he didn't know exactly which area of Cloud Continent he was at now. So even if he wanted to retrieve that great treasure, he didn't know where to start. While Duan Lingtian and Su Li were waiting for a long time, there was an aged old man standing in the air near the inner fort of Skywolf Fort, and he silently waited there as if he was waiting for something. After a short moment, whoosh! A figure flashed out from the inner fort and arrived nearby the aged old man in a short moment before standing firmly in the air. This was a middle-aged man that wore the uniform of Skywolf Fort. However, the badge on his chest, the picture of the Azure Wolf, had a pair of golden eyes. In Skywolf Fort, the uniform that wore the copper-eyed Azure Wolf badge belonged to the ordinary disciples, whereas the uniform that wore the silver-eyed Azure Wolf badge belonged to the core disciples and ordinary elders. On the other hand, only the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had the qualifications to wear the uniform that carried the gold-eye Skywolf crest. Thus, the middle-aged man's identity was obvious, and he was precisely one of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Vice Fort Master Feng. The old man slightly bowed when he saw the middle-aged man. Perhaps his age was much older than the middle-aged man before him, but in terms of strength, he was far inferior to the middle-aged man. Moreover, the middle-aged man's identity was sufficient for him to look up to him. If it wasn't for him helping the middle-aged man in some matters all those years ago, the middle-aged man might not even give him face and come out to see him. The middle-aged man was called Feng Wei, and he was one of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Do you need something from me? Feng Wei asked with slight impatience when facing the patriarch of one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city. Perhaps the patriarch of the Dongua clan could do as he wished in the ancient desert city, but in the eyes of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, the patriarch was no different than an ant. So long as he wanted, not to mention the patriarch of the Dongua clan, even the entire Dongua clan would cease to exist. If it wasn't for the middle-aged man helping him all those years ago, it would be impossible for him to come out to see the middle-aged man today. Vice Fort Master Feng. I came to look for you today because I have something that I need your help with. Dongua Lei revealed a humble attitude when facing Feng Wei, and he completely didn't have the superior attitude he had in the Dongua clan as he bowed respectfully and reverently. Speak. Feng Wei was extremely straightforward. Vice Fort Master Feng. My grandson was ruthlessly killed a few days ago. Today, I received news that confirmed the person that killed my grandson was precisely a kid from one of the 10 great dynasties in the south, the Darkhan dynasty. When he spoke up to hear, Dongua Lei slightly gnashed his teeth. Get to the point. Feng Wei spoke with slight impatience. Yes, yes. Dongua Lei was slightly panicked when he heard Feng Wei's impatience, and he hurriedly said, Vice Fort Master Feng, that kid that killed my grandson is one of the 10 great young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty that have come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he's currently living in the Narcissus Pavilion in the outer fort of your distinguished fort. Dongua Lei begs Vice Fort Master Feng once again. I hope Vice Fort Master Feng can allow me to personally drag him out and take revenge for my grandson. Dongua Lei spoke of the reason he'd come. You want to kill someone in my Skywolf fort? Feng Wei's face seemed as if it was instantly covered in a layer of frost, and his voice revealed extreme coldness and fierceness, causing Dongua Lei to feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. I only need to take him away, and I'll absolutely not allow Skywolf Fort to be tainted with even a drop of blood. I hope Vice Fort Master Feng can help me out on account of the matter from all those years ago. Dongua Lei took a deep breath and took out his greatest trump card. This trump card was precisely the favor Vice Fort Master Feng owed him all those years ago, and he'd originally intended to leave this favor to his grandson, Dongua Han. But now, his grandson had been killed, and he didn't have any more concerns, so he directly used it on the matter of taking revenge for his grandson. Feng Wei's eyes flashed when he heard Dongua Lei. Are you sure you want to use the favor I owed you all those years ago? Let me tell you, once this favor is used, there won't be any relationship between us in the future. Even if you die, or even if the Dongua clan is annihilated, it's unrelated to me. Feng Wei's words were loud and clear. Dongua Lei took a deep breath once more and nodded fiercely. I understand. That's good. Feng Wei nodded. Come with me, and I'll hand him over to you. From today onwards, we'll be strangers. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wei flew out and directly flew towards the row of pavilions in the outer fort that served the 10 dynasties. The favor he owed all those years ago had always been a sore point in his heart. Being able to return that favor today was undoubtedly a form of relief to him. In his eyes, the life of a kid from a dynasty was lowly like grass, and being able to help him return the favor was a form of fortune that the kid had cultivated in his previous lifetime. Dongua Lei followed behind Feng Wei with a delighted expression as he flashed through the sky. The Peony Pavilion was precisely the pavilion Su Li resided in. I truly never imagined that you've practically traveled through the other 9 dynasties in this 1 year of time. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he heard of Su Li's experiences in the past year, and he felt that Su Li's life was truly too brilliant when compared to his own. It caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling slightly envious. What about you? What have you been doing in this 1 year of time? Su Li smiled as he asked. Me? I wasn't as carefree as you, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. But he hadn't finished speaking when his expression had already gone grim. This was because there was a loud and clear voice coming from outside. Duan Lingtian of the Darkhan dynasty, come out. This voice had come precisely to look for him. Who is it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard this voice. He was sure that he'd never heard of this voice in the past. In other words, he utterly didn't know the owner of the voice in the past. Duan Lingtian flew out while carrying bewilderment. On the other hand, when he saw Duan Lingtian's bewildered expression, Su Li, who'd noticed that something was off, hurriedly followed Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian and Su Li flashed into the sky and arrived in the sky above the Peony Pavilion in a short moment, and they looked at the 2 figures that stood in the distant sky from afar. Chapter 779. Presently, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian and Su Li that had come out. Even the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties in the surrounding pavilions had come out as well. Amongst them included Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong. It also included the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, the second prince, Bai He, and the young prince, Bai Hao. As for Zishang, he stood in the sky with a black-clothed old man. The black-clothed old man was his master, Bai Nan-in, and the imperial uncle of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. He was the half-brother of Bai Nanxiang that was killed by Duan Lingtian with a talisman. Everyone from the Darkhan dynasty looked at each other. They're looking for Duan Lingtian? Could it be that Duan Lingtian has committed some crime? Right when everyone from the Darkhan dynasty was deeply bewildered. Look at the clothes this middle-aged man is wearing, and there's a skywolf badge on his chest. The eyes of the skywolf are actually gold in color. It really is. I wonder if this golden-eyed skywolf head has any special meaning. I still remember that the middle-aged man that led me into Skywolf Fort a few days ago had a skywolf head badge on his chest, and the eyes of that skywolf head were only copper-colored. I heard a Skywolf Fort disciple mention it that day. The color of the eyes of the Skywolf badge in Skywolf Fort represents the status of every single member of Skywolf Fort in Skywolf Fort. The gazes of the members of the other 9 dynasties descended onto the Skywolf badge on the chest of the middle-aged man's clothes in the distance, and the Skywolf with golden eyes gave them an indescribable feeling of oppression. Humph! A group of bumpkins. Right at this moment, everyone noticed that the old man that seemed to be extremely humble by the side of the middle-aged man had actually used a disdainful gaze to look at them, and he'd even called them bumpkins. Instantly, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties glared angrily at the old man, and they wished for nothing more than to hack the old man into pieces. Right when some people couldn't refrain from cursing back. Swoosh! 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 The 3 figures soared into the sky and arrived in the sky in an instant. They were 3 middle-aged men wearing green uniforms. They were obviously disciples of Skywolf Fort. During this period of time, it was them that entertained the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties in preparation for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's him. He was the one who welcomed us into Skywolf Fort. All the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened because he didn't recognize the middle-aged man and the old man who had come to find him with great fanfare. However, out of the 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort, he had some impression of one of them. If he didn't remember wrongly, it was this person who had received him when he, Feng Wu Dao, and Feng Tianwu had just arrived at Skywolf Fort. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. The 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort that had copper eyes on their chests looked at the middle-aged man that had gold eyes and bowed respectfully. This scene caused the expressions of all the young geniuses and representatives of the 10 dynasties, including Duan Lingtian, to go slightly grim. Vice Fort Master? The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? Everyone, this is our Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Feng. In next to no time, one of the disciples of Skywolf Fort looked at everyone from the 10 dynasties and directly introduced. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. Greetings, Vice Fort Master. For a time, everyone from the 10 dynasties either bowed to Feng Wei or nodded in acknowledgement. Besides some proud young geniuses like Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Su Li, there were also people like Feng Wu Dao and the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. All of them were renowned experts in their respective dynasties, and their statuses were extraordinary. Since they obtained their current statuses, they'd never bowed to anyone. So even if they were facing the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort today, even though they were afraid of his strength, they didn't bend their backs that contained their dignity. To people like them that had been in a high position for a long time, their dignity was more important than anything. But Feng Wei obviously didn't have the intention to fuss about it with them. Or perhaps, in Feng Wei's eyes, he utterly didn't take them seriously at all. This old fellow's movements are rather swift. But I never imagined that a mere Dongua clan's patriarch would be able to invite a Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Zishang thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smiling gaze. and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. Duan Lingtian noticed Zishang's strange gaze as well, and he couldn't help but frown. What exactly is going on? Earlier, it was this Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Feng that called me out. Why is he looking for me? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wei with a frown, and he didn't know why Feng Wei was looking for him. Who's Duan Lingtian? Feng Wei spoke once more with a calm gaze and an emotionless expression, and he seemed as if he was speaking of something that wasn't related to him. Why is Vice Fort Master Feng looking for Duan Lingtian? For a time, many people from the Dark Han dynasty turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who stood by Su Li's side. Subsequently, it seemed as if it was a chain effect, and the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. He's Duan Lingtian? In the Darchu Kingdom's camp, the eyes of a blue-clothed young man flashed as his face went grim. Isn't he only a young genius of the Dark Han dynasty? He's actually able to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort come personally to look for him. He really has great honor. As the blue-clothed young man muttered, his eyes were filled with envy. Duan Lingtian? On the other hand, the thin young man that stood by the blue-clothed young man's side shook his head when he heard the blue-clothed young man. This matter isn't so simple. His gaze descended onto the old man behind Feng Wei, and he noticed that the old man's eyes were filled with extreme coldness. If Duan Lingtian saw these two people face to face, he would surely be able to recognize at the first possible moment that these two people were precisely the people that were in conflict with him and Zhang Shouyong in the restaurant in the ancient desert city a few days ago. 2 young geniuses from the Darchu Kingdom. Shit. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that something was off with the old man behind Feng Wei. At the instant the old man's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian, the killing intent in his eyes almost shot out. Feng Wudao noticed the old man's hostility towards Duan Lingtian, and it was hostility that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. In next to no time, many people noticed this as well. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he's a member of the Dongua clan? But even if it's the patriarch with the highest status in the Dongua clan, it would probably be difficult for a mere member of the Dongua clan to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort move, right? Duan Lingtian's face sank as his gaze flickered, and he realized that he might have miscalculated. Never had he imagined that a mere member of the Dongua clan would actually be able to make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort personally come look for him. As for the purpose of looking for him, it was obvious. Perhaps there's some sort of connection between them. A single mistake leads to a series of mistakes. I only hope I'm able to smoothly escape this calamity. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with bright lights as a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. At this moment, various methods to deal with the problem flashed within his heart. The first was to seek help from Su Li's master. But even if Su Li's master was willing to help him, this Skywolf Fort wasn't the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan after all. The experts within it were numerous like the clouds, and there were probably many experts at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. Su Li's master might not be able to deal with such a colossus. The second was to use the last 2 talismans his father gave him to kill the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and the member of the Dongua clan, and then flee Ancient Desert City. But in this way, perhaps he would be able to escape Ancient Desert City, yet he might not be able to escape the pursuit of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, once he did this, it might even implicate Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, and this was something he wasn't willing to see happen. For a time, Duan Lingtian only thought of these 2 methods to deal with the problem before him, whereas these 2 methods seemed to not be reliable. Could it be that I, Duan Lingtian, am really going to lose my life here today? Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of bitterness, a bitterness that was difficult to be described with words. He's that Duan Lingtian? In the Darming dynasty's group, a young man in a silver robe with gold edges looked at another young man by his side and asked with a spurious smile. If Duan Lingtian looked over here at this moment, he would surely be able to recognize with a single glance that the young man that was asked was precisely a person he'd met in the Ice Flame Pavilion in the capital of Darming Dynasty. Zhao Wei, the #1 expert in the Zhao clan's younger generation, and he was one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Darming dynasty. Zhao Wei's expression flickered between a livid and ashen expression when faced with the question of his old rival, and he paid no attention to it. Imperial brother, he's that Duan Lingtian, but it would seem like he's going to suffer misfortune today. Lu Hao smiled. Lu Hao was precisely the 3rd prince that Duan Lingtian had met in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and he was the only young genius of the Darming dynasty that hadn't made a move against Duan Lingtian at that time. Obviously, the young man in a silver robe with gold edges was the current crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Yong. Elder Qian is the master of that person by Duan Lingtian's side, and he killed Elder Kuan. Zhao Wei stared with a burning gaze at Su Li, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. When he recalled the scene from that day, he still shuddered even now. That robust middle-aged man that seemed to be ordinary had made a move, and he'd killed one of the strongest elders of their Zhao clan, Elder Qian and Elder Kuan. In a single move, the expression of the nearby gray-clothed old man couldn't help but go grim when he heard Zhao Wei. Of course, he didn't arouse the slightest intention to take revenge, because he knew clearly in his heart that since that expert was able to kill his old friend in a single move, then the expert was similarly able to kill him in a single move. The strengths of Elder Qian and Elder Kuan were on par. In the sky, the atmosphere was extremely heavy and jittery. Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention. "You're Duan Lingtian." Chapter 780. Obviously, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was able to become eminent in the Darkhan dynasty and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and kill that profligate young master of the Dongua clan. It was truly shocking. "Yes," Duan Lingtian replied when faced with Feng Wei's question. Now, even if he didn't admit that he was Duan Lingtian, he had no choice. If the numerous burning gazes that flashed over from the surroundings had transformed into sword lights, they would probably have riddled his body with holes since long ago. "You make a trip with Patriarch Dongua." The surprise in Feng Wei's eyes vanished quickly as he recovered his calm, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. "Patriarch Dongua?" As expected, Duan Lingtian's face went grim. "Looks like I guessed correctly. That old man that wished for nothing more than to swallow him when he looked at him was really a member of the Dongua clan, and he was even the patriarch of the Dongua clan. In other words, he was the grandfather of that profligate young master he'd killed, Dongua Han." But Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't hear Feng Wei's indisputable order, and he glanced indifferently at Feng Wei instead. "Vice Fort Master Feng, if I'm not wrong, presently, I can be considered to be a guest of your Skywolf Fort, right?" Feng Wei frowned. "What do you want to say?" "I only want to let Vice Fort Master Feng know I'm a guest of Skywolf Fort and not a disciple of Skywolf Fort, so you don't have the authority to order me around." Duan Lingtian spoke word by word, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and it was filled with pride. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone from the 10 dynasties to be dumbstruck. Does this Duan Lingtian not want to live anymore? He actually dares to speak like this to the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Those people that hated Duan Lingtian to the extreme had smiles on their faces, and they seemed as if they'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Feng Wei in a fit of rage. "How dare you?" The expressions of the 3 Skywolf Fort's disciples changed as they angrily rebuked Duan Lingtian. "You're just a country bumpkin. How dare you be rude to the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? You are courting death." As the 3 of them spoke, the Yuan energy on their bodies surged. Above the void, the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually appeared. 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the 3 Skywolf Fort's disciples. It was obvious that the 3 of them were 7th-level void interpretation martial artists. When they saw this scene, the members of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but gasp. These 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort seemed to have the lowest status in Skywolf Fort. Such existences were actually 7th-level void interpretation martial artists. At this moment, all of them had witnessed the true power of the Skywolf Fort. They were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. As expected of the overlord of the borders of the foreign lands that were close to the 10 dynasties. Even if only a few elders from the Skywolf Fort walked out, it would probably be sufficient to annihilate any dynasty. If the Vice Fort Master made a move himself, then annihilating the 10 dynasties would probably be as easy as blowing off dust with his strength alone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand, and they arrived by Duan Lingtian's side in a short moment before standing there. Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong. Even though Duan Lingtian was filled with gratitude in his heart as he looked at the 3 of them, he couldn't help but persuade. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, and Big Brother Zhang, this matter isn't related to all of you should return. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Elder Brother Duan, don't forget, it wasn't only you that had a conflict with that good-for-nothing young master of the Dongua clan that day. Feng Tianwu spoke seriously. Exactly. Since we started the trouble together, then we'll bear it together. Zhang Shouyong had a frank expression as he spoke fearlessly. So the 3 of you were his accomplices that day. Dongua Lei's gaze flashed past Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 with awe-inspiring killing intent. Subsequently, he looked at Feng Wei, who was by his side, and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he said humbly, Vice Fort Master Feng, if it's possible, I want to take the 3 of them with me. Feng Wei didn't look at Dongua Lei and said indifferently, You can only take a single person with you. This was our agreement from before. As for the other 3, so long as they aren't in my Skywolf Fort, then whatever you do in the future is naturally unrelated to my Skywolf Fort. Feng Wei's words were extremely clear. Today you, Dongua Lei, can only take Duan Lingtian away, and that's the favor I've returned to you. As for the other 3, so long as they're still in Skywolf Fort, you can't touch them. But once they leave Skywolf Fort in the future, then whatever you do, Skywolf Fort will absolutely not interfere. Dongua Lei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Fort Master Feng. Duan Lingtian, Vice Fort Master Feng, ordered you to leave with me. Why aren't you leaving? Could it be that you really want to disobey the orders of Vice Fort Master Feng? Dongua Lei revealed a cold gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a low voice. Old fellow, is there something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian sneered. I've already said earlier, I'm not a disciple of Skywolf Fort, and I don't have to listen to the orders of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Of course, if this Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort wants to push me, a guest invited by Skywolf Fort from the distant Darkhan dynasty, out of Skywolf Fort, then I have no objections. But at that time, I'm afraid there will be people that say, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort disregarded the reputation of Skywolf Fort for the sake of his own selfish desires and wants to force a guest invited by Skywolf Fort to death. Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the word guest. What a formidable mouth! Feng Wei's calm expression finally changed, and a strand of imperceptible cold lights flashed within his eyes. Kid, you're courting death. The 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort were instantly enraged when they saw Duan Lingtian still dared to be presumptuous before the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, and they pounced towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest strength to fight back when 3 7th-level void interpretation stage experts made a move. Humph! Right at this moment, Feng Wu Dao made a move. With a raise of his hand, his sleeve swung out, and his origin energy surged to directly blast the 3 disciples of Skywolf Fort flying. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Wu Dao, 600 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form, and they coiled down. 4th level of the void transformation stage. Instantly, the members of the 10 dynasties, including the members of the Darkhan dynasty, were shocked. This Feng Wu Dao is actually a 4th-level void transformation stage expert. The expression of Bai Nan Yin Zishang's master went grim. The pupils of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor couldn't help but constrict as he muttered, I truly never imagined that he concealed his strength so deeply. In this way, it's extremely likely that the Grand Imperial Uncle that hasn't been heard from until now died at his hands. On the other hand, the Darkhan Dynasty's second prince, Bai He, the young prince, Bai Hao, Zishang, and the other young geniuses revealed shocked expressions at this moment. Never had they imagined that the strength of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, would be so strong. Fourth level of the Void Transformation stage. Such strength was sufficient to look down upon the entire Darkhan dynasty. No, even looking down upon the 10 dynasties wouldn't be a problem. This was completely obvious from the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the group of people from the other 9 dynasties. Even though I've heard of the Darkhan dynasty's Feng Wudao in the past, yet I never imagined that he was such a terrifying expert. The experts of the various dynasties sighed successively. Such an expert has actually appeared in the Darkhan dynasty. The young geniuses of the various dynasties were greatly shocked as well. Fourth level of the Void Transformation stage? Needless to say, as a member of the 10 dynasties, your natural talent is sufficient to make you feel proud. But you attacked a disciple of my Skywolf Fort in my Skywolf Fort. Do you think I don't exist? Feng Wei looked coldly at Feng Wudao. In the next moment, no one saw clearly what had happened. Feng Wudao's entire body was blasted flying, and the origin energy on his body was on the verge of being obliterated, causing his aura to become dispirited and on the verge of collapse. Pooh! After Feng Wudao spat out a mouthful of blood, the gaze he looked at Feng Wei was filled with fear. An expert at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage or above is formidable indeed. Your discerning ability isn't bad. I only gave you a slight punishment earlier. If you dare commit another offense, then I'll surely cripple your cultivation. Feng Wei spoke indifferently, and his words completely didn't take Feng Wudao seriously. So what if Feng Wudao was at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage? Feng Wudao was no different than an ant before him. You? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face instantly went grim when she saw her father being heavily injured, and she glared angrily at Feng Wei. But she hadn't spoken when she was stopped by the panic-stricken Feng Wudao, as he was deeply afraid his daughter would vent her anger on Feng Wei because of this. If Feng Wei struck a killing blow, then even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be able to protect his daughter. Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wudao with a worried expression, and with a raise of his hand, he directly withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it over to Feng Wudao. This is... Feng Wudao was stunned as he looked at the medicinal pill before him. Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill. Duan Lingtian said. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up as he hurriedly consumed the Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill. After a short moment, his injuries had recovered by more than half, and his pale countenance had recovered its rosy color. Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill? For a time, many people from the 10 dynasties looked at Duan Lingtian with surprised expressions. Even if it was in the 10 dynasties, a Grade 3 Life Recovery Pill could be considered to be a rare thing. When faced with these surprised gazes, Duan Lingtian didn't comment. It was because he wasn't prepared, otherwise, he would even be able to refine a Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill. Wait, Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill. Right at this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he thought of a method to escape. It was to expose his identity as a Grade 2 alchemist, and make the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort be unwilling to touch him. Perhaps there was a Grade 3 alchemist in Skywolf Fort, but it was absolutely impossible for there to be a Grade 2 alchemist. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew through the memories of the 2 lifetimes that Samsara Emperor Wu experienced. Skywolf Fort was only a power that was situated at the border of the foreign lands, and it was utterly nothing in the entire foreign lands. Whereas in the central area of the foreign lands, any first-rate power only had to send out a martial monarch realm expert to easily annihilate Skywolf Fort. Martial monarch realm experts were legends in the 10 dynasties and were rumors in the border of the foreign lands. Yet they were real existences in the central area of the foreign lands. Chapter 781. Even if it was a second-rate power in the foreign lands, it more or less had one or two martial monarch realm experts holding down the fort. Skywolf Fort could perhaps be considered to be a local tyrant in the borders of the foreign lands. But if it was placed in the entire foreign lands, it could only be considered to be a third-rate power. It was even to the extent that it was inferior to many third-rate powers in the central area of the foreign lands. Even if it was a second-rate power in the foreign lands, a Grade 2 alchemist would fight to the death for it. So there were very few Grade 2 alchemists that were willing to condescend to a third-rate power like Skywolf Fort. After all, there was no one that didn't want to go higher. If a Grade 2 alchemist was willing to rely on Skywolf Fort, then it was utterly impossible for Skywolf Fort to refuse, nor did it have any reason to refuse. I've really gone down a dead end. I actually forgot this. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. At the critical moment, he'd actually forgotten that he was already a Grade 2 alchemist and weapons craftsman. No matter if it was Feng Wei or Dongguo Lei, they weren't surprised when they saw Duan Lingtian withdraw a Grade 3 medicinal pill. Not to mention there were a few Grade 3 alchemists in Skywolf Fort, even the Dongguo clan had one. In the ancient desert city, so long as one possessed sufficient origin stones, one was completely capable of easily purchasing many Grade 3 medicinal pills, and one of them included the Grade 3 life recovery pill that Duan Lingtian had passed to Feng Wudao earlier. Vice Fort Master Feng. Looks like this Duan Lingtian has really turned a deaf ear to your words. Why don't I personally take him away? Vice Fort Master Feng, you can be at ease. I'll absolutely not allow Skywolf Fort to be tainted with a trace of blood. Dongguo Lei looked at Feng Wei with reverence as he waited for Feng Wei's reply. He didn't dare make a decision of his own before Feng Wei. In the end, Feng Wei nodded. Dongguo Lei started laughing when he saw Feng Wei nodding. Zishang started laughing. Zhao Wei started laughing. All the people that wished for nothing more than for something to happen to Duan Lingtian started laughing. On the other hand, including Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong, everyone that was concerned about Duan Lingtian went grim, and their expressions were as unsightly could be. Whoosh! Dongguo Lei flew out and flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Feng Wudao once again appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him. Humph! A mere 4th-level void transformation stage martial artist dares to be presumptuous before this patriarch? You're courting death. Dongguo Lei grunted furiously as the origin energy on his body swept out. Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! A phenomenon of the heavens and the earth arose as 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instantly condensed into form and dashed out with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. 6th-level void transformation stage. Many people's expressions changed drastically. In the entire Outer Realm, the Dongguo clan was only a mediocre power, yet it was precisely the patriarch of such a clan that actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation, and it was truly shocking. Such strength was entirely capable of sweeping through the 10 great dynasties by himself. As expected of the foreign lands that caused the expressions of the members of the 10 great dynasties to go pale, and it was indeed far from something the 10 great dynasties that resided in a remote area could compare to. A mediocre power of the foreign lands possessed a terrifying strength to sweep through the 10 great dynasties. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he intended to directly speak of his identity as a Grade 2 alchemist. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian. Even the other people present, including Feng Wudao, were stunned. They felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the scene that had suddenly occurred before their eyes. The arm of Dongguo Lei, who originally pounced menacingly towards Feng Wudao, was still halfway there when it was already severed at the shoulder, and fresh blood sprayed out in a dazzling and resplendent manner. All the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties, including Duan Lingtian, didn't notice anything wrong from the beginning until the end. Suddenly, Dongguo Lei's arm was severed. As for Feng Wudao and the others, they'd instead clearly heard the brief sword howl, and the time the sword howl appeared was too short. If it wasn't for their strength being extraordinary, it would be utterly impossible for them to hear it. The body of Dongguo Lei, who had his arm severed, trembled as he revealed an expression of pain, yet he forcefully endured it and didn't make a sound. He hurriedly grabbed onto his severed arm and held it tightly at the place where his arm was severed, and origin energy flickered within his body as he wanted to connect his severed arm. At the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head to look up into the sky, and his face was filled with fear. Just now, he vaguely caught a glimpse of the sword ray that fell from the sky and cut off one of his arms. The strength of the opponent was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. He was utterly unable to offend an existence like this. So from the beginning until the end, he didn't dare make a sound as he was deeply afraid of offending the expert that was concealed in the shadows. Damn it! That expert wouldn't be helping Duan Lingtian, right? Donghua Lei's expression was extremely unsightly. He was most worried now that the expert was helping Duan Lingtian. If it was really like this, then killing Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly be more difficult than ascending the heavens. Donghua Lei took a deep breath and looked at Feng Wei. He knew that Feng Wei would absolutely not let the expert that was concealed in the shadows off so easily. Now, he only hoped that Feng Wei would be able to drag that expert out and kill him. In this way, that bit of worry of his would vanish into thin air. Who is it? On the other hand, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei's calm expression finally revealed a change. However, his gaze didn't look up into the sky. Instead, he looked towards the herbaceous peony pavilion that was beneath Duan Lingtian. Feng Wei, long time no see. Under the focused gazes of numerous people, a middle-aged man with a robust figure suddenly flashed out from within the herbaceous peony pavilion. After a short moment, the middle-aged man vanished before the eyes of most people. When he appeared once more, he was already by Su Li's side. Master! Su Li couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the robust middle-aged man appear. Earlier, even though his heart burned with anxiety when Duan Lingtian was facing danger, he didn't make useless efforts and ceaselessly contacted his master instead, because he knew that unless his master made an appearance, otherwise, even if everyone from the 10 dynasties protected Duan Lingtian with all their might, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. The person that severed the arm of the Donghua clan's patriarch earlier was him? This expert was able to sever the arm of the Donghua clan's patriarch so easily. I presume he's at least in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. In this way, his strength isn't inferior to Vice Fort Master Feng. He's the master of that young genius from the Darkhan dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. That young genius is standing by Duan Lingtian's side, and he seems to be a friend of Duan Lingtian. The members of the 10 dynasties whispered in discussion. The scene before their eyes had taken a sudden turn, and it caused them to be dazed, causing their feelings to rise and fall along with it, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Su Li's master? Zishang's face went grim. No matter what, he'd never imagined that Su Li's master would actually be an expert at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, and he'd even made an appearance at this moment. When he saw Duan Lingtian was about to be taken away by Donghua Lei, Zishang's heart was filled with unwillingness when Donghua Lei interfered. Now, he only hoped that Feng Wei, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, would be able to suppress Su Li's master. On the other hand, those people that wished for nothing more than to Duan Lingtian had extremely unsightly expressions. Just a little bit more and this Duan Lingtian would have died. All of them felt that it was extremely unfortunate. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Long Yun, everyone from the Darkhan dynasty, including Feng Wudao, were shocked by the strength of Su Li's master. He condensed a sword from afar within the pavilion and severed the arm of the Donghua clan's patriarch. How formidable was this ability? The Donghua clan's patriarch was in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage at any rate. Even a 7th level void transformation stage expert would probably not be able to possess such formidable strength, right? Senior, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li's master with a surprised expression. Even though he'd always known that Su Li's master was present, because he didn't know the strength of Su Li's master, he didn't know if Su Li's master would be able to save him from the hands of the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master, Feng Wei. Now, Su Li's master had made a move domineeringly and severed the arm of the Dongwu clan's patriarch, and it allowed him to see hope, even though he already had a method to deal with it. But if he did that, then he would undoubtedly have to work for the Skywolf Fort, and even though he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. He believed that no one would be willing to work for a power that once wanted to kill him. "Thank you, Senior." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and bowed to thank Su Li's master. He'd met Su Li's master twice, and Su Li's master had saved his life twice, so he felt respect from the bottom of his heart towards an existence like this. Su Li's master nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wei with a gaze that was like a sword. Sword 13. Feng Wei's expression was exceedingly gloomy as he said angrily, "When did it become your turn to interfere in the matters of my Skywolf Fort?" Even though Feng Wei was furious, yet he didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. It was even to the extent that a trace of fear was faintly mixed within the depths of his gaze. Obviously, he was afraid of the strength of Su Li's master, Sword 13. Sword 13 was a formidable sword cultivator in the Blade Sect, and he was the second strongest expert in the House of Swords of the Blade Sect, and he'd once fought Feng Wei many years ago. In just a single move, he'd lost at Sword 13's hands. Whereas the Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that was on par with the Skywolf Fort. But even if he knew he was no match for Sword 13, Feng Wei wasn't afraid in the slightest. After all, this was the Skywolf Fort and not the Blade Sect. Not to mention that his strength could only be ranked in the lower middle amongst the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. There was another strongest fort master in the Skywolf Fort. "I naturally can't be bothered to pay attention to the matters of your Skywolf Fort, but this young brother is the friend of my closed-door disciple. It was fine if I wasn't present, but since I'm present, then I'm really afraid this disciple of mine wouldn't acknowledge me as his master if I were to stand by idly." Sword 13 said indifferently, "Besides that, do you think I wouldn't know the objective of your Skywolf Fort holding this martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Let me tell you, my Blade Sect wants half of the young experts that become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time." Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath, and his words were filled with an indisputable tone. "Sword 13, you don't go too far." Chapter 782. Going too far? Sword 13 started laughing. "Feng Wei, this matter isn't my personal decision, and it's the decision of our entire Blade Sect. Of course, our Blade Sect won't take advantage of your Skywolf Fort for nothing. According to my knowledge, besides our Blade Sect, those bald donkeys know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that your Skywolf Fort is holding with great fanfare. Do you hope that our Blade Sect will cooperate with them? Or do you hope that our Blade Sect will cooperate with your Skywolf Fort?" Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath. On the other hand, the rage on Feng Wei's face vanished like the wind because of what Sword 13 said, and it was replaced by gloominess. Never had he imagined that this matter would actually be found out by those bald donkeys that were difficult to deal with. Since he's the friend of your closed-door disciple, then let's drop this matter. Feng Wei glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Feng Wei's words caused the nearby Dongwu Lei's face to go grim, and he said hurriedly and anxiously, "Vice Fort Master Feng, you promised me, you can't." Dongwu Lei was anxious when he saw Feng Wei about to change his mind. "Humph, is it your place to interfere in what decision I, Feng Wei, make? Leave, I'll return that favor to you sooner or later." Dongwu Lei's words were like a fuse that completely lit up Feng Wei's rage, and it caused Feng Wei's face to seem as if it was covered in a layer of frost. Dongwu Lei's face went grim when he heard Feng Wei. Never had he imagined that the dignified vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, would change his mind just like that. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart. Even if Feng Wei changed his mind, he would be helpless against Feng Wei because he was utterly not a match for Feng Wei. Dongwu Lei took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian before leaving a voice transmission behind before leaving. Duan Lingtian, you're lucky today and escaped calamity, but being lucky for a moment doesn't mean that your luck will be so good for your entire lifetime. This was a voice transmission that Dongwu Lei sent into Duan Lingtian's ears before he left, and his words were filled with a threatening tone that displayed his resolution. As long as he could avenge his grandson, he was willing to pay any price other than his own life. Even if Duan Lingtian had that Sword 13 as his backing, he didn't care. So long as he found an opportunity, he would make a move and kill Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. After he killed Duan Lingtian, he would flee far away from the ancient desert city. As for whether the Dongwu clan would vent their anger on Sword 13, he didn't care. If it wasn't for the fact that he was confident in getting Feng Wei to help him deal with Duan Lingtian on this trip to Skywolf Fort, he would have secretly killed Duan Lingtian a long time ago. But never had he imagined that even if Feng Wei was willing to help him for the sake of returning the favor, he was still unable to kill Duan Lingtian in the end. Sword 13 appearing out of nowhere had completely disrupted his plans. Duan Lingtian didn't care when facing Dongwu Lei's threat, and it was as if he utterly didn't hear Dongwu Lei's voice transmission. After Dongwu Lei left, Feng Wei glanced coldly and indifferently at Sword 13 before leaving as well. For a time, the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties descended onto Sword 13 in unison. Based on what he said earlier, he seems to be from that blade sect. In terms of strength, that blade sect is surely not inferior to Skywolf Fort. Aren't you spouting nonsense? If it wasn't for that, would the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort admit defeat? However, I don't know what they meant by what they said just now. Many people whispered in discussion. Especially the members of the Darkhan dynasty, besides Duan Lingtian and Long Yun. All of them looked at Sword 13 with slightly dumbstruck gazes. Even though Feng Tianwu had seen Sword 13 kill people in the Ice Flame Pavilion in the Darming dynasty that day, yet she never imagined that Sword 13's strength would actually be so terrifying, and even far surpass her father, an expert at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage or above. Moreover, it seemed to not be as simple as the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage. In other words, it was extremely likely that this Sword 13 was a formidable existence at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage or even the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Sword 13 remained indifferent when faced with so many gazes. He raised his head slightly, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he smiled. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at causing trouble. If Su Li was like you, I'm afraid I'd have broken a leg long ago. Even though Sword 13 said this, Duan Lingtian was instead able to clearly see that when Sword 13 mentioned Su Li, his eyes obviously contained a smile. Obviously, Sword 13 was extremely fond of his closed-door disciple, Su Li. Su Li laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. No matter if it was most of the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty or the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties, all of them looked at Su Li with gazes that were filled with envy. They envied Su Li for having such a formidable master and such a formidable backer. With a backer like this, not to mention anything else, so long as he didn't offend the overlord and vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, he was practically capable of moving unhindered in the ancient desert city. Damn it! Just a little bit more. Zishang's expression was extremely unsightly, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Earlier, when he saw the Dongwu clan's patriarch, Dongwu Lei, wanted to take Duan Lingtian away, excitement couldn't help but arise in his heart. But right at the critical moment, Sword 13's appearance had instead caused all of this to become transient fireworks. This was difficult for him to accept. Once I possess sufficient strength, the first person I kill will be this Sword 13. Zishang looked at Sword 13 as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. Whoosh! Zishang was the first to leave, and he returned to the pavilion he resided in. Just a little bit more. On the other hand, the other people that wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to suffer a mishap like Zhao Wei similarly felt disgruntled because of this. The people gradually dispersed. Not long after, only the group of people from the Darkhan dynasty remained in the sky. Su Li, Aren't you going to introduce them to me? The emperor of the Darkhan dynasty looked at Su Li and asked with a light smile. Obviously, the emperor of the Darkhan dynasty wanted to get acquainted with his master, Sword 13, through Su Li. Even though he didn't know what the blade sect that Sword 13 mentioned earlier was, as the emperor of the Darkhan dynasty, his mind was agile and he was able to easily discern. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, was rather afraid of Sword 13 and the blade sect behind him. It could be seen from this that the blade sect ought to not be inferior to Skywolf Fort. Originally, as far as the emperor was concerned, Su Li was from their Darkhan dynasty no matter what, and he had to give Su Li face and introduce the mysterious Sword 13 to Su Li. But he was bound to be thinking too much. In next to no time, his expression went grim and became extremely unsightly. Am I very familiar with you? Su Li glanced indifferently at the emperor, and then he lightly smiled as he called out to Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shou-yong before returning to the Peony Pavilion with Sword 13. As he looked at the figures of Duan Lingtian and the others that were disappearing into the distance, the emperor's expression was as unsightly as it could be. However, even though he was furious, he didn't dare reveal it. What a joke! If Su Li's master, that expert called Sword 13, wanted to deal with him, he would probably only need a single sword strike to kill him. As for Bai He, Bai Hao, and Zishang's master, Bai Nanin, all of them were silent and speechless. In front of such a powerhouse, they only felt powerless. Duan Lingtian and the others followed Su Li into the Peony Pavilion, and within the spacious room, Su Li officially introduced his master to Duan Lingtian and the others. Sword 13, an expert of the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect was a power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort. Practically all the disciples within the Blade Sect were martial artists that utilized sabers or swords, and they were divided into the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Sword 13 was precisely the vice sect master of the House of Swords. After Su Li introduced Duan Lingtian and the others to Sword 13, Sword 13 nodded and squeezed out a trace of a rare smile on his face. You're really not bad. If you're willing, I can make an exception and allow you to enter the House of Swords and become an elder of our Blade Sect. Sword 13 looked at Feng Wu Dao. Obviously, he was rather shocked that a genius in the martial Dao like Feng Wu Dao could appear in the 10 dynasties. He was extremely clear about the cultivation environment in the 10 dynasties. Feng Wu Dao was able to break through to the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage before the age of 50 under the adverse cultivation environment of the 10 dynasties, and it was extremely rare. Feng Wu Dao's eyes lit up when he heard Sword 13, and his body emitted strong battle intent. Are there many experts at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage or above in the Blade Sect? Of course. Sword 13 nodded. There are no less than 7 people at the 7th level of the Void Transformation stage or above in my Blade Sect. As for people at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage to the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage, there are over 20 people. I'm willing to join the Blade Sect. Feng Wu Dao lightly smiled as he spoke. He'd been obsessed with the martial Dao all his life, and he liked to challenge experts and break through himself on the fine line between life and death. His achievements today were not only because of his talent, but also because of this. Now, when he heard Sword 13 say that there were many existences at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage or above in the Blade Sect, Feng Wu Dao was moved. Once he entered the Blade Sect, then wouldn't he have many opponents to train with? Very good. Sword 13 nodded once more when he heard Feng Wu Dao agree. Since you're willing to become an elder of our Blade Sect, then return to the Blade Sect with me after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends. Feng Wu Dao nodded. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian congratulated Feng Wu Dao. Joining the Blade Sect was undoubtedly a great turning point in Feng Wu Dao's life. Duan Lingtian believed that with Feng Wu Dao's natural talent and ability, once he arrived at the Blade Sect, he would surely be able to shine brilliantly and even have the chance to become one of the few experts in the Blade Sect. He who possessed the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara felt that he was extremely accurate in discerning people. As far as he was concerned, perhaps Sword 13 was stronger than Feng Wu Dao now, but it was hard to say in the future because Feng Wudao had the potential to become an expert. Perhaps Uncle Feng has the chance to become a martial monarch stage expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Congratulations, father. Congratulations, Uncle Feng. Chapter 783. In next to no time, Sword 13 and Feng Wudao left Su Li's room successively. For a time, only Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong, and Su Li remained in the entire room. The gazes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended onto Su Li in unison. They had too many questions in their hearts, and they urgently wanted Su Li to answer them. Su Li, Senior said earlier that the Blade sect wants half of the young experts that stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What does that mean? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He kept having the feeling that what Sword 13 said was absolutely not as simple as the Blade sect wanting to compete for disciples with Skywolf Fort. I don't know as well. Su Li laughed bitterly. I only know that it was my master that asked me to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, he would bring me back to the Blade sect after the competition ends. Even though Su Li had already become Sword 13's disciple for a period of time, he'd never followed Sword 13 back to the Blade sect. Then why did your master say that Baldy caused the expression of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort to go pale? Is that bald donkey really that scary? Feng Tianwu continued to ask. Actually, I don't know much about those baldy donkeys. I only heard my master mention that those baldy donkeys represent a power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to our Blade sect. Su Li spoke with slight helplessness, as he didn't know much. I can be sure that there's surely a reason why Skywolf Fort suddenly held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, this reason caused the Blade sect and another power of the foreign lands that isn't inferior to the Blade sect to pay attention to it. Zhang Shouyong guessed. His guess obtained the unanimous agreement of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Right, Su Li, why is your master called Sword 13? This ought to not be his true name, right? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong looked at Su Li in unison, and they had the same bewilderment in their hearts. Sword 13 didn't seem like a proper name no matter how they heard it, and it was more like a code name. I know that, Su Li said, because I once asked Master this question. According to Master, there's a tradition in our Blade sect. The sect leader of the Saber sect and the sect leader of the Sword sect in the Blade sect have to go through an extremely brutal selection process. Every 30 years, such a selection process would be held. During that selection, no matter if it was the House of Blades or the House of Swords, each of them would carefully select 18 outstanding disciples that intended to become the sect master. From the moment the 18 outstanding disciples of the House of Blades agreed to participate in the selection, their past names ceased to exist, and only a new name remained. They were respectively Saber 1, Saber 2, Saber 3, and even Saber 18. At this point, Su Li paused for a moment. For example, Long Yun's master is precisely this generation's Saber 5, and he'll officially take over the House of Sabers of the Blade sect in a few years. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Long Yun's master? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was naturally not unfamiliar with Long Yun. The former Saber young master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters was the foster son of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, and Long Yun could be considered to be half an enemy of his. Of course, after he killed Long Wei, they could already be considered to be true enemies. Once Long Yun found out that he'd killed Long Wei, Long Yun would surely wish for nothing more than to fight him with his life on the line. Originally, since he suppressed Long Yun in the martial competition of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian didn't take Long Yun seriously any longer, because he felt that Long Yun would soon be left far behind by him and was nothing to worry about. When he saw Long Yun once more during the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. At that time, Long Yun seemed as if he'd been reborn, and a tremendous change had occurred in his body. Even though Long Yun was still inferior to him, it wasn't much inferior. Later on, he encountered numerous fortuitous encounters, causing his strength to advance by leaps and bounds, whereas Long Yun's strength was still able to follow behind him at a neither fast nor slow pace, and this caused him to be filled with emotion towards Long Yun's fortuitous encounters. According to his knowledge, Long Yun's fortuitous encounters were similar to Su Li's, and both of them had a master that came from the foreign lands. Moreover, the masters of these two people were fellow disciples. Su Li addressed Long Yun's master as Martial Uncle Saber, whereas Long Yun addressed Su Li's master as Martial Uncle Sword. At that time, Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by the way they addressed their respective masters. Is there anyone that addresses their seniors like this? Now he came to an understanding. One was Saber 5, the other was Sword 13. If they didn't address them like this, then how should they address them? In this way, your master is the next sect master of the House of Swords as well? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Su Li nodded. Long Yun's master, Saber 5, was the only one amongst the 18 disciples of the House of Sabers that passed through the selection and survived. The other 17 disciples of the House of Sabers have all died. It can be said that Saber 5 stepped on the corpses of 17 disciples of the House of Sabers to obtain his current status and accomplishments. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian naturally knew why Su Li sighed. Because Su Li's master, Sword 13, was the same, and he stepped on the corpses of 17 disciples of the House of Swords to become the successor of the House of Swords. Your House of Swords is really terrifying. My father wouldn't be in any danger after joining your House of Swords, right? When she heard about the tradition of competing for the position of sect master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim, and she asked with slight fear, "Of course not." Su Li laughed bitterly. In the House of Swords, only the competition between the House of Sabers and House of Swords is comparatively intense. Normally, the disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious, whereas the disciples of the House of Swords are more or less the same. The disciples of the House of Sabers are harmonious? The disciples of the House of Swords are similar? Zhang Shou-yong smiled spuriously. Based on what you said, there seems to be something wrong between the disciples of the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Perhaps they could be considered to be outstanding existences in their respective dynasties. But now, they weren't just competing with the young geniuses of their own dynasties, they had to compete with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties as well. Even if you were the #1 expert in the younger generation of your dynasty, you didn't dare say that you would surely be stronger than the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. Dusk descended, and the setting sun was like blood, causing the entire Skywolf fort to seem as if it had been dyed in blood, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous and strange. Time really passes quickly. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Duan Lingtian leaned on the balcony of the pavilion as he looked at the red glow that covered the sky and muttered to himself. He'd already made preparations to welcome the competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu flying over from afar, and he was instantly slightly surprised. "Tianwu, where did you go?" "Elder brother Duan, I've inquired about the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow." Chapter 784. The rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he neither agreed nor disagreed. What's there to find out about this? It's nothing more than advancing through battles. It's all the same. All along the way, Duan Lingtian had experienced many martial competitions, so he was extremely familiar with the old methods of advancing through battles. Elder brother Duan, the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties isn't advancing through battles. Feng Tianwu's eyes revealed a mysterious expression. It's not advancing through battles? Then what's it? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was truly slightly curious when he heard Feng Tianwu say this. I heard that the first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will allow the 100 young geniuses of our 10 dynasties to enter a certain place in the Skywolf Fort. After that, the group of us will be locked in there and be allowed to undergo chaotic battles. The chaotic battles will only stop after a certain amount of people have died. But everyone that enters there has to not only protect themselves, they have to kill others. Feng Tianwu caught her breath and spoke slowly. Chaotic battles? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. What does Skywolf Fort take us to be? Slaughter machines? Needless to say, this rule was extremely cruel. At the very least, it was extremely cruel to Duan Lingtian. It was only the first round of the selections, yet it required numerous corpses to pave the path forward for a few people, and it was difficult for him to accept. Moreover, in the eyes of many young geniuses, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was actually only an ordinary combat arena. Even though some of them didn't feel that they would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, they still wanted to use it to temper themselves. Duan Lingtian was sure that once this rule was made known, many of the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties would surely refuse to participate. It was only the first round of the selections, and if you didn't kill others, then others would kill you. Elimination and death were tightly bound together, leaving one with no other choice. Besides that, I heard that up until now, only the few fort masters of Skywolf Fort know exactly how the chaotic battles in the first round of the selections are carried out. I wonder if there are any special rules or restrictions in the chaotic battles in the first round of the selections. Feng Tianwu said again. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then his eyes flashed. If possible, it's best to seek cooperation. And it must be someone you trust. If you worked with someone you didn't trust, who knew if he would stab you in the back? Therefore, if he only had people he didn't trust to choose, he might as well be alone. I've already thought about it. I'll work together with you, elder brother Duan, brother Zhang, and Su Li to form a small group. At that time, I want to see who dares to provoke our group. Feng Tianwu's autumn eyes twinkled. From her words, she was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian's strength. That's a good idea. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he flew out and left the Narcissus Pavilion. Let's go. Let's go look for brother Zhang and Su Li. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong had once again arrived at the Peony Pavilion, and they entered Su Li's room to gather with Su Li. Duan Lingtian, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is tomorrow. Why are all of you looking for me so anxiously? Su Li asked curiously. That's right, brother Lingtian, what exactly happened? Zhang Shouyong asked as well. Zhang Shouyong was called out by Duan Lingtian, and the latter didn't have the time to explain before bringing Zhang Shouyong to Su Li. So Zhang Shouyong still didn't know why Duan Lingtian had gathered them together. Tianwu, tell me. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and lightly smiled as he spoke. Feng Tianwu replied before telling Su Li and Zhang Shouyong about the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that she'd told Duan Lingtian about earlier. Instantly, their expressions couldn't help but go grim. The first round of the selection is to allow 100 of us to enter a place and enter into a chaotic battle? Su Li couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who set such a perverted rule? At that time, I'm afraid at least half of the people wouldn't be willing to play with Skywolf Fort. Indeed, Zhang Shouyong said with a serious expression. Once this rule is exposed, more than half of the people will surely give up. After all, everyone only has one life. Unless it's a person that's especially confident in their own strength. Otherwise, it's practically impossible for them to be willing to participate in such a life and death selection. If what young Miss Tianwu heard is true, then the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is practically comparable to the bloody selections of our Blade sect to compete for the position of master of the House of Sabers and House of Swords. Su Li's eyes flashed as he spoke with a serious tone. Tianwu said she heard it from an elder of Skywolf Fort. That person has a Skywolf crest on his chest. and the eyes of the skywolf are silver in color. Duan Lingtian said, "So this news ought to be true." When he saw the flickering gazes of Su Li and Zhang Shouyong that were obviously filled with fear towards the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. "Tian Wu and I came to look for the both of you mainly because we wanted to discuss how to deal with the first round of the life and death selection." Su Li and Zhang Shouyong's gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison when they heard this. "Tian Wu and I intend to form a small group with all of you to face the remaining 90-plus young geniuses from the various dynasties and survive the first round of the life and death selection." Duan Lingtian spoke of the suggestion that he'd discussed with Feng Tianwu. "All right, I agree." Su Li's eyes lit up. "I agree as well." Zhang Shouyong had no objections as well. It was also because they trusted each other with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for them to reach a consensus so quickly. After all, once they decided to work together, it was equivalent to handing their backs to each other without any precautions, and they needed mutual trust to be able to accomplish this. In Su Li's room, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had reached a consensus that they would form a small group and face the first round of the life and death selection of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow. In next to no time, the 4 of them dispersed. The veil of night gradually descended, and the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were either cultivating to improve their cultivations, comprehending concept, or cultivating martial skills. The heavy atmosphere carried a slight oppressive feeling, and it seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties tomorrow morning. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by Skywolf Fort for the 10 dynasties. No matter which dynasty the young genius was, so long as they were able to stand out and become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, that dynasty would be able to obtain the rewards of Skywolf Fort. Besides grade 3 spirit weapons, numerous medicinal pills, and high-grade origin stones, the rewards were also the concept fragments left behind by the void transformation stage experts. The concept fragments were the most precious amongst all the rewards, and everyone in the 10 dynasties wanted to obtain it. It was precisely because of this that the 10 dynasties were so attentive towards the martial competition of the dynasties, and it was even to the extent that they'd prepared for an entire 4 years for this. 4 years was neither long nor short, and it was sufficient for many things to occur. Just like Duan Lingtian. Compared to the him from 4 years ago, it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth, and it was difficult to link the two together. Of course, it was speaking in terms of his cultivation. As for his appearance, there was not much difference between the current Duan Lingtian and 4 years ago. He usually paid attention to maintaining his appearance. Coupled with his profound cultivation base, the aging of his appearance was almost negligible. It was even to the extent that so long as Duan Lingtian was able to break through to the martial monarch stage within 10 years, he would retain his youth forever. At that time, he would be able to maintain his current appearance forever. No matter if another 30 years, 50 years, or even 100 years passed, even if the internal organs in his body gradually aged, his appearance wouldn't change in the slightest. At dawn, everything came to life, and the entire outer fort of Skywolf Fort was bustling with noise and excitement. The representatives of the 10 dynasties and all the young geniuses left their respective pavilions and headed towards the vast combat arena in the outer fort. After a short moment, most of the people stood in the sky above the combat arena and waited silently. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 figures flashed through the sky and arrived at the side of the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. It's that Duan Lingtian. There's also that Sword 13 from the Saber clan. That's the Darkhan dynasty's Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, and that peerless beauty by his side ought to be his daughter, Feng Tianwu. Many young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but whisper in discussion when they saw the 8 figures descending. The 8 people that had just arrived were precisely Duan Lingtian and the others. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong, and Su Li, there was also Su Li's master, Feng Wudao, and another pair of master and disciple. The young one amongst them was precisely Long Yun. Before Long Yun stood a curly-bearded man that didn't care about his appearance. He had a wide saber hung on his waist and wore old clothes, causing him to seem like a bandit. He's Saber 5? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he faintly guessed the identity of this curly-bearded man. Saber 5, the vice-master of the House of Sabers in the Blade Sect. It wouldn't be long before he would become the master of the House of Sabers, and only the master of the House of Swords could compare to his status in the Blade Sect. The other members of the Blade Sect could only look up at him from afar. Saber 5 was someone that Duan Lingtian's group of 6 had encountered on the way here. At that time, Saber 5 had brought Long Yun along to head towards them, and he didn't say a single word before converging with them. Of course, whether Saber 5 had communicated with Sword 13 via voice transmission wasn't something that Duan Lingtian could know. Duan Lingtian, I hope you didn't do anything to my foster father. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I won't let you off. Suddenly, a voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he glanced indifferently at Long Yun. He was able to discern that it was Long Yun's voice. Chapter 785. Early on, when Long Yun followed Saber 5 over earlier, Duan Lingtian had already used his spiritual force to detect Long Yun's cultivation. Second level of the Void Interpretation stage. Even though Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised by this, he wasn't surprised. After all, no matter if it was Su Li's master, Sword 13, or Long Yun's master, Saber 5, they were both members of the Foreign Lands Blade Sect. Perhaps in the entire Foreign Lands, the Blade Sect was only a third-rate sect, yet the cultivation resources it possessed were far from something the various powers of the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the eyes of the members of the 10 dynasties, spirit fruits used by Void Interpretation stage martial artists could only be chanced upon by luck. Yet in the Blade Sect there were many in stock. As the vice-sect master of the House of Swords and House of Sabers, no matter if it was Sword 13 or Saber 5, it wasn't difficult for them to take out a few spirit fruits used by Void Interpretation stage martial artists. So even if Long Yun's cultivation had stepped into the second level of the Void Interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. But if he really wanted to calculate it carefully, Long Yun's improvement was undoubtedly the greatest amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. After all, during the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition that day, Long Yun was only a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. In other words, he'd only spent a year of time to transform from a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist to a 2nd-level Void Interpretation stage martial artist. Such improvement was sufficient to shock anyone. How could you possibly know? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Long Yun's ears, causing Long Yun's face to go slightly grim, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, after he broke through to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage, he'd never fought. Moreover, besides his master, it was logically impossible for anyone else to know that he'd broken through to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage a few days ago. When faced with Long Yun's terror and uneasiness, Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, and he instead shot his gaze at the members of the other 10 dynasties. Including him, it wasn't long before the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had already gathered together. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered, "The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is about to begin." As if to complement Duan Lingtian's mutterings, from the direction of Skywolf Fort, 2 incomparably ear-piercing whistling sounds suddenly came from afar. At practically the exact same moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air above the combat arena in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. The 2 newcomers were both wearing the green uniform of Skywolf Fort. They had the badge of a Skywolf's head pinned on their chests. The eyes of the Skywolf's head were both golden. Their identities were on the verge of being revealed. They were the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. One of the vice fort masters wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others, as they just met him 2 days ago. It was precisely Feng Wei who'd gone to look for Duan Lingtian with the Dongua clan's patriarch. As for the other vice fort master, his status in Skywolf Fort was obviously higher than Feng Wei. Feng Wei stood in midair at a position faintly slightly behind this person, and it imperceptibly revealed Feng Wei's reverence towards this person. This was an old man with an emaciated appearance, yet his eyes flickered with bright lights, and he entirely didn't seem like the appearance of an old man. I'm the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan. This person by my side is the Vice Fort Master of our Skywolf Fort as well, and he's called Feng Wei. The old man's gaze flashed past everyone from the 10 dynasties as he spoke with a calm tone. As he spoke, he introduced himself and Feng Wei. Greetings, Vice Fort Masters. Instantly, many people bowed, and many people nodded in greeting. Of course, there were also many people that paid no attention to these two people. These people were precisely Duan Lingtian and the others that stood silently at the side. After Ning Kan lightly smiled to the others, his focused gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and the others, and then his gaze flashed back and forth between two of them in the end. Sword 13. Saber 5. I truly never imagined that both of you would actually come to my Skywolf Fort together. I hope you can forgive me for not going out to greet you. The people Ning Kan's gaze looked at were precisely Sword 13 and Saber 5. Sword 13 and Saber 5 were respectively the vice sect masters of the House of Swords and House of Sabers. Most importantly, the two of them had already been decided as the sect master of the House of Swords and the sect master of the Dao sect, and they were the two future leaders of the Blade sect. So even if it was Ning Kan, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest when facing Sword 13 and Saber 5. Old man Ning, go about your business and take it as we don't exist. We've mainly come today for the sake of inspecting the results of these two brats' cultivation during these past few years. Saber 5 glanced indifferently at Ning Kan as he spoke. Saber 5, I only heard that Sword 13 has taken a disciple. Could it be that you've taken a disciple as well? Ning Kan asked with slight surprise. Call him over. Right at this moment, Saber 5 looked at Long Yun. Greetings, Vice Fort Master Ning. Long Yun didn't dare dally when he heard his master's orders, and he hurriedly took a step forward in the sky before bowing to Ning Kan. Haha, not bad, not bad. Ning Kan smiled as he nodded to Long Yun, and then he looked at Su Li. You ought to be Sword 13's disciple, right? According to my understanding of Sword 13, ordinary people are utterly unable to enter his eyes, let alone become his disciple. It's obvious from this that you're surely extraordinary. Vice Fort Master Ning, you're too kind. Su Li replied modestly. At the same time, besides the gazes of all the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty, besides descending onto Su Li, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties had descended onto Long Yun. They'd already met Su Li 2 days ago, and they knew that he was the closed-door disciple of an expert from another power of the foreign lands. At that time, they were filled with various feelings of envy and jealousy towards Su Li, and all of them wished for nothing more than to replace Su Li. Now, when they found out that Long Yun possessed an identity similar to Su Li, the gazes they shot at Long Yun were similarly filled with envy and jealousy. This Long Yun is actually the disciple of an expert from a power of the foreign lands as well. His and Su Li's luck is really good to actually be able to take an expert from a power of the foreign lands as their master. They seem to have only come from the Darkstone Empire, and they can be considered to have transformed from wild chickens into phoenixes now. Why don't I have such a good fate? Some of the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty couldn't help but whisper in discussion, and later on, there were even many young geniuses from other dynasties that joined in. So this is Long Yun's fortuitous encounter. Zi Shang's gaze flashed as he muttered to himself. When he hadn't met Duan Lingtian, when Duan Lingtian hadn't become famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zi Shang, who was similarly one of the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had known Long Yun since long ago. It was precisely because of this that when he saw Long Yun in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition that day, he'd guessed that Long Yun ought to have obtained some fortuitous encounter just like him. The facts proved that he'd guessed correctly. It was precisely because Long Yun had taken a master from a power of the foreign lands that he was able to possess an extraordinary cultivation. amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. I'm afraid only Long Yun and I walked the furthest. That crazy young master, flame young master, and sword young master have already been left far behind by us. Zishang couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the other 3 great young masters that were equally famous with him in the past. Firstly, I, Ningkan, represent our Skywolf Fort to welcome all of you from afar to the ancient desert city. No matter what the outcome of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is, our Skywolf Fort will give a meeting gift to the 10 dynasties. Ningkan spoke with a clear voice. At the same time, he looked at the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Representatives of the various dynasties, please take a step forward. Instantly, the 10 people including the Darkhan dynasty's emperor stood in the sky and took a step forward. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At practically the exact same moment, Ningkan raised his hand and shot out 10 flowing lights that flashed directly towards the 10 people that stood forward. The 10 of them hurriedly stretched out their hands to catch it, and when they looked at their hands, all of their faces instantly flushed red. Concept fragments. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. These 10 first-level advanced concept fragments can be considered as the meeting gift that our Skywolf Fort gives to the various dynasties. Ningkan spoke slowly. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The representatives of the 10 dynasties took a deep breath and suppressed their excited feelings before expressing their thanks successively. Even though Ningkan had only given them the lowest level of concept fragments, yet even this lowest level concept fragment was sufficient to assist them in comprehending advanced concept. A concept fragment like this even had an over 50% possibility of creating a void transformation stage expert for their various dynasties. On the other hand, the gazes of the other people that knew what a concept fragment represented lit up, and their breathing couldn't help but become hurried. What extravagance from Skywolf Fort! It's only a meeting gift, yet they've given 10 concept fragments. Concept fragments are the crystals formed from the void transformation concept comprehended by a void transformation stage expert, and it's extremely precious. In our dynasties, concept fragments have always been existences of legend. Yeah, the number of void transformation stage experts in our various dynasties can be counted with one hand, let alone a concept fragment that can only be left behind by a void transformation stage expert after their death. Many people whispered in discussion. In next to no time, those young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that hadn't heard of concept fragments beforehand were moved after they understood the meaning that concept fragments represented. Presently, besides the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, only Duan Lingtian, Sword 13, Saber 5, Su Li, and Long Yun were able to maintain their composure amongst the people present. Even Feng Wudao and his daughter were slightly moved now, and they were shocked by the extravagance of Skywolf Fort. The reason Duan Lingtian and the others were able to maintain their composure was because they knew that a mere first-level advanced concept fragment was utterly nothing to Skywolf Fort. Chapter 786. So long as the young geniuses of your various dynasties become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties later, you'll be able to obtain various other generous rewards. Ningkan continued. On the other hand, Ningkan's words caused the gazes of all the representatives of the 10 dynasties to light up. Most of the young geniuses even rubbed their palms together and were prepared to display their ability and give a good performance in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Now, I invite the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to come out. Young geniuses of the same dynasty stand together. Ningkan continued. Instantly, the young geniuses present flew out successively. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the others were no exception. After they flashed out, they converged together with Zishang, Bai Hao, and the others, causing the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty to gather together. Duan Lingtian, I'll trample you beneath my feet sooner or later and make you kneel before me and kowtow while begging for mercy. A familiar and gloomy voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Is that so? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian discerned who the person that sent out the voice transmission was. His gaze instantly descended onto his old rival, Zishang, and he replied with a disdainful tone. According to my knowledge, it seems to be not the first time you've said this, right? You! Zishang's face went grim as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy in his body roiled as if it would whistle out at any moment. In the end, Zishang took a deep breath and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart, and he didn't flare up in the end. Not to mention he didn't have much confidence in going against Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was far from being a match for him, he didn't dare act rashly at this moment. What a joke! This was Skywolf Fort, and it wasn't a place where he could act wantonly. After Duan Lingtian talked back to Zishang and caused Zishang to fly into a rage from embarrassment, Duan Lingtian paid no further attention to Zishang and instead looked at the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties that had gathered together. These young geniuses were currently gathered into 9 groups, and they represented the other 9 dynasties. Those are the members of the Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the nearby 10 young geniuses at the first possible moment. Soon, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto one of them. It was precisely because of this person that he was able to confirm at the first possible moment that these 10 young geniuses were from the Darming dynasty. Zhao Wei. He was one of the 2 most outstanding young experts in the Darming dynasty, and he was equally famous as the Darming dynasty's crown prince. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Wei was also looking at him. However, when Duan Lingtian's gaze swept over, Zhao Wei avoided his gaze, as if he didn't dare to meet his gaze. Perhaps, the last time he had fought with Duan Lingtian, it had left him with a great psychological shadow. Besides that, Duan Lingtian also saw the 3rd prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Hao, and the few young men that had attacked him before. Now, when these people looked at him, their expressions were extremely ugly. That should be the Darming dynasty's imperial family's crown prince, Lu Yong. The young man that stood before the 3rd prince drew Duan Lingtian's gaze. The young man had a dignified appearance, and his actions emitted the aura of a superior at all times. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was able to easily guess the identity of this person. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the young geniuses of the other dynasties, and it quickly locked onto 2 people. These 2 people were precisely the people that had come into conflict with him and Zhang Shouyong in the restaurant near Skywolf Fort a few days ago, and they seemed to be from the Darchu dynasty. These people are probably from the Darchu dynasty, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had taken their positions, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Ning Can in unison. Right at this moment, whoosh, 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 10 figures flashed over from the inner fort of Skywolf Fort, and they arrived in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye before standing behind Ning Can and Feng Wei. These were 10 old men that wore uniform green-colored uniforms. The Skywolf crest on their chests, and the eyes of the Skywolf are silver in color. They're elders of Skywolf Fort. Many people present guessed the identities of the old men through the Skywolf crest on their chests. The Skywolf crest with silver-colored eyes was something that only the core disciples and elders of Skywolf Fort had the qualifications to wear. On the other hand, all these old men had extraordinary dignified auras, and they were obviously the elders of Skywolf Fort. Next, the 10 of them will separately go look for all of you. At that time, they'll take out an age-measuring pearl, and all of you have to place your hands on it. Ning Can looked around at the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. I presume all of you know beforehand that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort is only limited to young geniuses below the age of 40. Ning Can's words weren't surprising to many people, because this restriction had been spread to the lowest level kingdoms of the dynasties since long ago, so all the young geniuses present were naturally clearly aware of it. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the expressions of the young geniuses of a few dynasties instantly went grim, and they seemed to be slightly restless. Could it be that they've concealed their true ages? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Right at this moment, the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort flashed towards the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. One of them arrived before Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. A milky white pearl appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the surface of this pearl emitted a faint white light, causing one to know with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary object. Age measuring pearl. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this milky white pearl, and it was precisely the age-measuring pearl that could measure a person's age. Of course, this age-measuring pearl wasn't omnipotent, and it could only measure the age of a person below the age of 70. So long as a person below the age of 70 placed their hand on the age-measuring pearl, it would have a different reaction. When a 1-year-old child placed their hand on the pearl, a crimson-colored ribbon would appear on the pearl. When a 2-year-old child, 2 crimson-colored ribbons would appear, and so on and so forth. When 10 years old, it would be 10 crimson-colored ribbons. Once a young man and woman at the age of 11 placed their hand on the pearl, 11 crimson-colored ribbons wouldn't appear, but an orange-colored ribbon would appear instead. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, violet, every single colored ribbon would appear at most 10. When 20 years old, it would be 10 orange-colored ribbons. When 21 years old, it would be a yellow-colored ribbon. When 30 years old, it would be 10 yellow-colored ribbons. When 31 years old, it would be a green-colored ribbon. When 40 years old, it would be 10 green-colored ribbons. And so on, until 70 years old, it would be 10 violet-colored ribbons. Once a person above the age of 70 placed their hand on the age-measuring pearl, an abnormality would occur to the age-measuring pearl, and it would be unable to carry out a normal test. In next to no time, all the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty, including Duan Lingtian, took turns to place their hands on the age-measuring pearl. The ribbons that appeared out of thin air on the age-measuring pearl caused their eyes to be unable to refrain from lighting up. Most of the people were above the age of 35. In next to no time, it was Su Li's turn. When Su Li placed his hand on it, 10 yellow-colored ribbons instantly appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it measured Su Li's current age, 30 years old. Su Li is only 30 years old? Instantly, the group of young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty that didn't know Su Li's true age couldn't help but be moved. In other words, when the Darkhan dynasty held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year ago, Su Li was only 29 years old, not more than 30 years old, as expected of Sword 13th's disciple. This scene was noticed by the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master, Ning Kan, and his eyes lit up as he couldn't refrain from praising. Even though Ning Kan's voice wasn't loud, it still entered into the ears of everyone present. Instantly, the gazes of the representatives and young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties descended onto the age-measuring pearl that Su Li held under his hand. When they saw the 10 yellow-colored ribbons on the pearl, they were shocked as well. He's only 30 years old? As expected of the closed-door disciple of the blade sex expert. Such natural talent is shocking. To think that I thought he only had good luck earlier. Now it would seem that there was a reason why that expert from the Blade sect took him as his closed-door disciple. The young geniuses of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. You're 40 years old? Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded out, and it caused the gazes of everyone present to move from Su Li in unison to descend towards the distance. It's from the Darchu dynasty. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he concentrated his attention towards the source of the voice. Presently, a problem had arisen over at the side of all the young geniuses of the Darchu dynasty. Or more accurately speaking, a huge problem had arisen. There was a young man that looked to be almost middle-aged that had placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl, and 10 green-colored ribbons had appeared on the age-measuring pearl. 10 green-colored ribbons represented that the person that placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl had already reached the age of 40. 40 years old? The expressions of the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort instantly sank when they saw this scene. In the next moment, with them as the center, numerous gloomy auras swept out, and it caused the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties to feel a chill run down their spines. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, the vice-fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already arrived before the young man that was measured to have reached the age of 40. "You're 40 years old?" Feng Wei stared at the young man as the gloomy aura on his body swept out and enveloped the young man, causing the young man's face to go pale as his body shivered. At this moment, the young man felt that the person standing before him wasn't a person any longer, but a bloodthirsty wolf that would open its bloody mouth and swallow him at any moment. Yes, Vice Fort Master Feng, I just reached the age of 42 days ago. There ought to be no problem, right?" The young man's voice trembled as he asked with an extremely perturbed expression. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw the scene before him. This young genius from the Darchu dynasty was precisely one of the few people whose expressions had gone grim when Vice Fort Master Ning Can spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. He'd already reached the age of 40, and it meant that he didn't satisfy the requirements of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort this time. He's probably going to suffer misfortune. Chapter 787. Practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished thinking, Feng Wei moved. Swoosh! In the next moment, the head of the young man from the Darchu dynasty that was measured to have reached the age of 40 suddenly split open, causing blood to spray out as his entire body lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. Bang! The young man's corpse hadn't even had the chance to fall onto the combat ring when it was completely destroyed by Feng Wei's extremely violent palm strike, causing it to vanish into thin air and transform into powder that covered the sky as if it had completely merged into the heavens and the earth. All of this only occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point only Sword 13 and Saber 5 were able to react in time. After a short moment, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties couldn't help but go grim when they recovered from their shock, and some of them frowned as they felt the members of Skywolf Fort were truly too overbearing. Isn't it just 40 years old? Wouldn't it be over if he was punished lightly and his qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties be revoked? Is there a need to kill him? The thoughts of these young geniuses were the thoughts of the representatives of the 10 dynasties. Even though the expression of the representative of the Darchu dynasty was unsightly, yet he dared be enraged but didn't dare speak out. Not to mention this wasn't the Darchu dynasty. Even if this was the Darchu dynasty, he could only stand obediently at the side and act like a grandson when facing an expert like Feng Wei. Lord Vice Fort Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have concealed my true age. Right when most people were still unable to bear the scene from before, a person suddenly walked out from amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty, and then he knelt in midair with his head lowered while his body shivered. Lord Vice Fort Masters, please spare my life. Please spare my life. This young man that walked out from the Darkhan dynasty ceaselessly begged for mercy. For a time, he'd successfully diverted the attention of everyone present, causing the gazes of everyone present to descend onto him in unison. It's him. Duan Lingtian recognized with a single glance that this person was one of the few people that instantly revealed expressions when the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can, spoke of the age-measuring pearl earlier. There seemed to be another 3 people. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past all the young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. At practically the exact same moment, a young genius from each of the 3 dynasties dashed out and similarly knelt in midair before the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Their bodies trembled as they begged for mercy. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me. The 4 of them knelt in the air, kowtowing and begging for mercy. If they had knelt on the ground, they would have knocked their heads until they bled. They were clear in their hearts. If they didn't stand out now, they would be exposed when it was their turn to place their hands on the age-measuring bead. He would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to admit his mistake early. Perhaps he could still hope for a chance of survival. Obviously, the scene of Feng Wei making a move earlier and killing that 40-year-old man from the Darchu dynasty in the blink of an eye had given them a great shock. Meanwhile, including the representative of the Darming dynasty, the expressions of the representatives of the 4 dynasties went grim, as they'd never imagined that such an incident would occur. Besides the Darchu dynasty, amongst the young geniuses they'd brought over, there was actually a person that had reached the age of 40 and didn't satisfy the requirements of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by Skywolf Fort. Humph! Feng Wei grunted coldly. All of you standing here today undoubtedly have the intention of deceiving our Skywolf Fort. There ought to be no need for me to tell all of you the consequences of deceiving our Skywolf Fort, right? As he spoke, killing intent that shot into the sky arose from Feng Wei's body. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me. Lord Vice Fort Master, spare me. The bodies of the 4 young men from different dynasties trembled even more intensely, and all of them were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale and their voices trembled. Vice Fort Master Feng. The representative of the Darming dynasty looked at Feng Wei with the intention of pleading for mercy. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was terrified by Feng Wei's icy-cold gaze to the point he didn't dare continue speaking. What? You, the representative of the Darming dynasty, want to bear this responsibility? Feng Wei smiled spuriously as he looked at the representative of the Darming dynasty, one of the 2 void transformation stage experts of the Zhao clan in the past, Elder Qin. The reason he said it was in the past was because the other void transformation stage expert of the Zhao clan had been killed by Sword 13 in the Ice Flame Pavilion in the capital of the Darming dynasty a few months ago. If you want to bear this responsibility, then I allow you to use your life to exchange for his life. As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's eyes revealed terrifying killing intent, and a terrifying imposing aura swept out to press down onto Elder Qin, causing Elder Qin's face to go pale. Right when the gazes of most people had moved onto Elder Qin, a fierce and piercing howl sounded out briefly. In the next moment, everyone saw that a bloody line had appeared out of thin air on the throat of the man that knelt and begged for mercy from the Darming dynasty. The bloody line ceaselessly became thick before dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from it, whereas his entire body was completely devoid of any signs of life as he fell from the sky. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure flashed out from the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty, and he slapped out with his palm to blast the man's corpse into powder. After a short moment, the young man that stood in the distance had become the center of attention of everyone. Most importantly, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had actually appeared in the sky above the young man, and such a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was only caused by the origin energy that exploded out from his body. 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression when he saw this scene. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who was originally targeting Elder Qin, couldn't help but be slightly moved when he looked at the young man now. Of course, besides the young man's cultivation, the reason he was moved was mostly because of the young man's resoluteness in doing things. Chapter 788. But now only Duan Lingtian was surprised by this. The attention of the others was practically drawn over by the group of young geniuses from the other 3 dynasties. Earlier, these young geniuses had made a move in unison to kill the other 3 young men that had concealed their ages to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Originally, they'd learned from Lu Yong and wanted to obtain the favor of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and obtain the extremely precious concept fragment. But now they were bound to be daydreams. Not to mention it was impossible for so many people to be taken as disciples by the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Just their actions of following the trend would be impossible for them to be taken seriously by the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Continue. In next to no time, Ning Ken's stern voice sounded out, and it caused the young geniuses of the other 3 dynasties to return to their original positions. On the other hand, Lu Yong had returned to the group of young geniuses of the Darming dynasty, and what greeted him were numerous extremely burning gazes. Zhao Wei stared at Lu Yong as flames of envy leaped about in his eyes, and it was practically capable of burning anything into ash. At this moment, his heart was filled with unwillingness. On what basis? On what basis did Lu Yong suppress him in the past and even obtain an extremely great fortuitous encounter now, causing Lu Yong to have the momentum to forever surpass him? He was unwilling, but no matter how unwilling he was, this matter had already become a foregone conclusion. When the gazes of the others were placed on Feng Wei and Elder Qian, who were in a temporary confrontation, Lu Yong had made a move resolutely and won a fortuitous encounter for him. Sometimes, fortuitous encounters were so ingenious. An opportunity was only fleeting in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had died. The remaining 95 young geniuses that hadn't had their ages measured placed their hands successively on the age-measuring pearl in the hands of the Skywolf Fort's elders. On the side of the Darkhan dynasty, a group of people successively underwent the test. After Su Li, Bai Hao, Zishang, and Long Yun became the temporary center of attention. Because their ages weren't even 35, whereas Long Yun was only a little over 30, and he was even younger than Bai Hao and Zishang. Saber 5. Looks like you've taken a good disciple as well. Ning Kan smiled as he spoke to Saber 5 when he saw Long Yun's test results. When Saber 5 heard this, some pride appeared on his face. Meanwhile, on the Darkhan dynasty's side, only Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu hadn't undergone the test. Elder brother Duan, you go first. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and walked up to the elder of Skywolf Fort. The elder of Skywolf Fort was surprised to see Duan Lingtian. Just by looking at his appearance, the purple-clothed youth in front of him was only about 25 years old. When Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the age-measuring pearl, besides Su Li, the gazes of the other young geniuses from the Darkhan dynasty descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were no exception. Among the group of young talents present, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were undoubtedly the youngest. Moreover, both of them were in the Darkhan dynasty's camp, so it was impossible for them to not draw the attention of others. Even some of the representatives and young geniuses of the other dynasties couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian now, as they wanted to know Duan Lingtian's true age. The reason Su Li wasn't curious was because he'd known Duan Lingtian since long ago. All those years ago, when he met Duan Lingtian for the first time in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Army's genius camp, he was 18, and Duan Lingtian was 16. It was precisely because of this that he'd always remembered that Duan Lingtian was 2 years younger than him. Age-measuring pearl. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to touch the age-measuring pearl. Instantly, he felt a warm energy come from the age-measuring pearl, and it covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. In next to no time, this warm energy returned to the age-measuring pearl. Meanwhile, 8 yellow ribbons appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it indicated that Duan Lingtian's current age was 28. 28 years old. Instantly, many people that were paying attention to Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even though they were able to determine that Duan Lingtian ought to be less than 30 years old from Duan Lingtian's outer appearance. But when they really saw the results of the age-measuring pearl, they still couldn't help but be shocked. I truly never imagined that amongst the 10 young geniuses that came from the Darkhan dynasty, there's an existence less than 30 years old. Even such a young man has come. Looks like there's really no one left in the Darkhan dynasty. Many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Humph! When they saw Duan Lingtian was in the limelight, the faces of Zishang, Zhao Wei-yi, and the others that had conflict with Duan Lingtian sank as cold lights flickered within their eyes. What's your name? Meanwhile, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a light smile. On the other hand, Ning Kan's question caused many young geniuses to reveal envious expressions as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They were able to discern that the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort had aroused great interest towards Duan Lingtian. Looks like this Duan Lingtian is going to be taken as a disciple by the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. I don't think it's for sure, Even though this Duan Lingtian is young, he hasn't revealed his cultivation. Before he reveals his cultivation, his value is uncertain, and it ought to be insufficient for Vice Fort Master Ning to take him as a disciple. Many people whispered in discussion, and they spoke similar words. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Ning Can and met his gaze in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. You're really not bad. So long as you're able to pass through the first round of the selections, then I, Ning Can, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, am willing to take you as my personal disciple. Ning Can raised his voice as he spoke. According to Ning Can's current tone, it seemed as if his willingness to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple was the fortune that Duan Lingtian had accumulated from 3 lifetimes, and at the same time, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would refuse. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard Ning Can, and he was slightly indifferent. You want to take me as your personal disciple? That depends on if I'm willing or not. While Duan Lingtian was displeased here, all the young geniuses present revealed envious expressions as they looked at him, and all of them wished for nothing more than to swallow him up. Even though Ning Can didn't directly take Duan Lingtian as his disciple, Ning Can's promise still caused the group of young geniuses to be unable to refrain from feeling envious in their hearts. Why don't we have such treatment? If they knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment, they would probably even have the heart to kill Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Sword 13, who stood silently at the side, glanced indifferently at Ning Can, and then he spoke out. Ning Can, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Don't have the qualifications. As soon as these words of Sword 13 were spoken, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the atmosphere at the scene to be deathly silent. Those young geniuses that revealed envious expressions as they looked at Duan Lingtian earlier were completely dumbstruck. Every single one of them wished for nothing more than to be able to become the personal disciple of Ning Can, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Yet now, someone said that Ning Can didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple, and at the same time that it caused them to feel disbelief, their gazes descended onto Sword 13 in unison. If these words were spoken by another person, then perhaps they would have mocked him since long ago. But the person that spoke these words was Sword 13, an expert of the Xenorealm power, the Blade Sect that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort. Sword 13, what do you mean by this? Ning Can's face sank. Sword 13's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face in public. So how could he endure it? Sword 13, this is Skywolf Fort, not your Blade Sect. Feng Wei spoke angrily as well. What do I mean? Sword 13 paid no attention to Feng Wei and looked at Ning Can instead as he said indifferently, Ning Can, didn't you hear me clearly? You don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Ning Can's expression became even gloomier when he heard this. Sword 13, today is the day the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held, and I won't fight for it with you, but this doesn't mean that I, Ning Can, am afraid of you. Whether I have the qualifications to become Duan Lingtian's master isn't up to you to tell me what to do. Ning Can paid no further attention to Sword 13 after he finished speaking. It's good to be confident, but I'm afraid some people overestimate their ability. Duan Lingtian, am I right? As Sword 13 finished speaking, he intentionally glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. Yet he didn't reply. Now, if he were to speak the truth, then he would undoubtedly offend Ning Can. If he were to lie, then not to mention he was unable to do so, even if he did, he would offend Sword 13. Moreover, Sword 13 was a senior he respected, so it was impossible for him to offend Sword 13. So he chose to remain silent. Subsequently, the test continued. Only Feng Tianwu remained on the Darkhan dynasty's side, and after Feng Tianwu walked out, she drew the gazes of many people once more. Heavens! Could it be that the Darkhan dynasty really has no one else? This person is even younger than Duan Lingtian, and it's such a woman. Looks like the Darkhan dynasty has really declined. All the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. Their words seemed to look down upon Feng Tianwu. When faced with these sighs, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a wisp of a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If these fellows knew of Tianwu's current strength, they would probably not think like this. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu's hand had already been placed on the age-measuring pearl, and 5 yellow-colored ribbons had appeared on the age-measuring pearl, and it indicated her current age. 25 years old. This age was the youngest amongst the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and it was sufficient to shock anyone. 25 years old. I hadn't even stepped into the void initiation stage when I was 25. Even though the Darkhan dynasty seems to have no geniuses in the younger generation because a woman like this has obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but I presume this woman is at least a martial artist at the void initiation stage. This natural talent can be considered to be not bad, especially when she's a woman. She's much stronger than me all those years ago. In next to no time, waves of discussions arose in the surroundings. Besides the group of people from the Darkhan dynasty, at least 90% of the people present doubted Feng Tianwu's strength. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu didn't mind, as she would use her strength to make all these people that looked down upon her shut their mouths. A group of short-sighted people, how lamentable. Chapter 789. But truthfully speaking, her appearance isn't bad. A woman with such an appearance is rare in the world, and it's the first time in my lifetime that I've seen such a beauty. The eyes of a young genius from the Darming dynasty narrowed as he looked greedily at Feng Tianwu. She's so beautiful and possesses a cultivation at the void initiation stage or above. A woman like this isn't commonly seen, and anyone that's able to obtain her would surely be fortunate from their previous lives. Another person spoke out. If I'm able to ride a woman like this, then it would surely be an extremely wonderful thing. Another young genius from the Darming dynasty looked at Feng Tianwu as he stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, and he spoke with a lustful expression. You're courting death. At the instant Feng Tianwu's expression went grim, Duan Lingtian's expression went grim as well, and he shouted out furiously as his entire body flashed out to sweep towards the young genius from the Darming dynasty that spoke rudely. But even though Duan Lingtian's speed was swift, someone else's speed was swifter. Swish! The brief howl of a sword resounded out abruptly. Before everyone had the time to react, a bloody hole had already appeared on the neck of the young genius from the Darming dynasty. Blood ceaselessly sprayed out, and the young genius from the Darming dynasty that was speaking out of turn earlier maintained his original posture, yet he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Along with the corpse of the young genius from the Darming dynasty falling down, a wave of ear-piercing explosions sounded out. In the next moment, an awe-inspiring wind from a palm swept out and blasted the corpse into powder that scattered in the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! At the same time, a tall red-colored figure stood in the sky and revealed himself. It was precisely Feng Wu Dao. When he saw Duan Lingtian had killed the person that disrespected Tianwu, Duan Lingtian's figure stopped as his expression recovered slightly, yet his eyes still contained frightening coldness mixed within. His eyes that were filled with coldness flashed past the remaining 8 young geniuses of the Darming dynasty. Feng Wu Dao, you actually dared kill a member of my Darming dynasty. The expression of the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan's elder Qian went grim as he looked at Feng Wu Dao. Yet he didn't dare make any movements, because he knew that he was far from being Feng Wu Dao's match. 2 days ago, when the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, and the Dongua clan's patriarch, Dongua Lei, went looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao had once revealed his cultivation. At that time, he was present. He deserves to die. Feng Wu Dao glanced indifferently at Elder Qian. From the moment he profaned my daughter, his life no longer belonged to him. You. Elder Qian was instantly exasperated when he heard this, yet he was unable to say anything because everyone had heard it. It was their Darming dynasty that was in the wrong first. But never had he imagined that Feng Wudao would make a move and kill the young genius of their Darming dynasty because of something he said. The Darkhan dynasty's Feng Wudao was really as overbearing as the rumors said. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his gaze descended onto all the young geniuses of the Darming dynasty. At the first possible moment, he noticed that the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong, had suddenly looked at the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. Feng Wei was Lu Yong's master now. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that Lu Yong had surely said something to Feng Wei via voice transmission, and the greatest possibility was that Lu Yong wanted Feng Wei to stand up for their Darming dynasty. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian was right. When Feng Wudao returned, Feng Wei took a step forward, and his cold gaze descended onto Feng Wudao as he said with a low voice, "Killing a guest of our Skywolf Fort in our Skywolf Fort? You're merely a void transformation stage martial artist from a tiny dynasty. Yet you actually dare be so audacious? You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wei took a step forward as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that shot into the sky and enveloped him within it in an aggressive manner. On the other hand, his gaze locked onto Feng Wudao at the first possible moment. Right when Feng Wei intended to make a move, whoosh, a figure instantly vanished on the spot, and when it appeared once more, it was already before Feng Wudao and firmly protected Feng Wudao behind it. The appearance of this person caused Feng Wei's face to go grim, and he shouted out furiously at the same time, "Sword 13, what's the meaning of this?" The person that appeared before Feng Wudao was precisely Sword 13. Sword 13 had a calm expression when facing Feng Wei's shout. "Feng Wei, you want to make a move against an elder of my House of Swords before me? Could it be that I can't interfere? Everyone present has witnessed and heard the incident from before. You know clearly who's right and who's wrong. If you really want to make a move against an elder of my House of Swords because of this, then even if you have Skywolf Fort behind you, my House of Swords will still not let you off until one of us is dead. Not let you off until one of us is dead." As Sword 13 finished speaking, his tone was filled with cold and indifferent killing intent, and it caused Feng Wei's expression to become extremely livid. "The House of Swords will not let me off until one of us is dead. Not to mention anything else." Just Sword 13's words caused fear to arise from the bottom of his heart. Everyone in this border area of the foreign lands knew that the group of sword cultivators in the House of Swords of the Blade Sect were out-and-out madmen. Supposedly, 100 years ago, there was a power of the foreign lands that wasn't much inferior to Skywolf Fort. Because it had offended the master of the House of Swords at that time, it was forcefully slaughtered by the group of madmen of the House of Swords to the point of decline. Presently, that power had already been reduced to a mediocre power in the foreign lands. Sword 13 was already the master of the House of Swords in the Blade Sect, and his words were entirely capable of representing the House of Swords. Once the entire House of Swords went against Feng Wei, then even Skywolf Fort might not be able to protect him. So when facing Sword 13's threat, Feng Wei really didn't dare continue doing anything to Feng Wudao. "Alright, this matter ends here." Ningkan spoke out to break the deathly silent atmosphere at the scene, and at the same time he gave Feng Wei a way out. Feng Wei took a deep breath as he glanced coldly at Sword 13 and Feng Wudao, and then he withdrew. At the same time, those people that were wantonly discussing Feng Tianwu earlier had shut their mouths successively, and all of them looked at Feng Tianwu as if she was a dreadful monster. "Vice Fort Master, all of them are fine." In next to no time, the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort put away the age-measuring pearls one by one before returning behind Ning Kan and Feng Wei, and they reported respectfully. Ning Kan nodded, and then he looked around at all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. "Now, this Fort Master announces that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties has officially begun." Instantly, the gazes of the young geniuses present lit up, and their faces were filled with anticipation. They'd come all the way here for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Supposedly, the people that became eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were even able to obtain generous rewards bestowed by Skywolf Fort like Grade 3 spirit weapons, spirit pills, concept fragments, and so on and so forth. The first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held here. Suddenly, Ningkan raised his head to look even higher up in the sky above the combat arena as he spoke slowly. For a time, the gazes of everyone converged over, yet they were unable to see anything in the end. The horizon was filled with a blue sky and white clouds, and they were unable to discern anything wrong. Only a single person noticed an inkling. What a complicated inscription formation. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. When Ningkan spoke and raised his head to look even higher up in the sky, Duan Lingtian had looked over as well, and his spiritual force flashed out along with Ningkan, causing him to notice an inkling. It turned out that a complicated inscription formation was concealed at that place, and even Duan Lingtian's spiritual force found it difficult to fuse into it. This inscription formation is obviously the work of a martial monarch stage inscription master. With my current spiritual force, I'm utterly unable to see through it. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed this. How formidable was the spiritual force of a martial monarch stage expert. An inscription formation formed from inscriptions inscribed with such spiritual force was utterly not something his current spiritual force could see through. Even if he possessed the lifetime worth of memories related to the Tao of inscriptions of Emperor Wu, he was helpless. Even though his current spiritual force was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, it was still too weak before an inscription formation constructed by a martial monarch stage expert. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a few other formidable spiritual forces following over, and it caused him to have no choice but to hurriedly withdraw his spiritual force. The other 9 dynasties are really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. These spiritual forces are obviously the spiritual forces of a void transformation stage inscription master. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and for a time, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Obviously, the representatives of the 10 dynasties were all inscription masters. Even if their standards in the Tao of inscriptions were limited, they were inscription masters after all, and they were capable of using a crude method to control spiritual force. Whoosh! In next to no time, everyone including Duan Lingtian clearly saw that the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ningkan, withdrew an ancient copper mirror. The copper mirror looked to be ordinary, yet Duan Lingtian was able to guess that it was surely not simple. Subsequently, origin energy bloomed out from Ningkan's hand before fusing into the copper mirror. Instantly, a material red light shot out explosively from the copper mirror, and when the red light illuminated the sky, it actually caused the wind and clouds above to roil before converging into a ball of material mist in the end. An inscription formation? Instantly, many people discerned the profundity of this mist, and these people included Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu, as they'd seen a similar inscription formation. That's right, this is an inscription formation. Ningkan put away the copper mirror in his hand that activated the inscription formation, and then he looked at the young geniuses present in the surroundings. This inscription formation is the venue. All of you will undergo the first round of the selections. Next, all of you will enter it and enter an illusory realm that belongs to all of you. Ningkan's words were obviously spoken to the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. Illusory realm? Ningkan's words caused most people to be slightly puzzled. Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up instead. He wasn't unfamiliar with illusory realms, as the sole skill he possessed, Thousand Illusions, was capable of constructing an illusory space that he could do as he pleased. Within that illusory space, anyone whose spiritual force was inferior to him was equivalent to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and they were at his mercy. He was the absolute ruler within the illusory space he constructed. That illusory realm has another name in our Skywolf Fort, Purgatory Illusory Realm. Ningkan continued, Purgatory Illusory Realm. Chapter 790. The illusory purgatory is like its name. Once you enter it, it's equivalent to entering a world that's like purgatory. Only 50 of you will be able to survive after entering it and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selections. Right when everyone was trembling with fear from the illusory purgatory, Ningkan spoke out once more and spoke of the rules of the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only 50 of you will be able to survive after entering it. Instantly, many young men couldn't help but reveal grim expressions. Didn't that mean that 44 of them were going to die? Some young geniuses that were at the bottom of their respective dynasties were terrified to the point their countenances went ghastly pale, and for a time, they slightly regretted participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Vice Fort Master, can we abstain? In next to no time, a young man asked with a trembling voice. He was in existence at the bottom amongst the 10 young geniuses of his dynasty, and he felt that once he entered the illusory purgatory, he would most probably die. Along with this young man asking this question, many people looked at Ning Kan and Feng Wei with expressions of anticipation. Obviously, they had the intention of abstaining as well. What a joke! Even though the rewards of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were extremely generous, it was impossible for them to be willing to risk their lives for it. As far as they were concerned, there was nothing more important than their lives. Once they lost their lives, then no matter how generous the rewards were, it would be useless because they were utterly useless. Abstain! Feng Wei glanced indifferently at this young genius and nodded. Sure. Right when the gazes of many young geniuses lit up, Feng Wei's following words caused their expressions to go grim. But the person that abstains must resist a strike of mine by himself. So long as you're able to survive, you can leave safely. What a joke! Resist a strike of Feng Wei? Feng Wei, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, an existence that seemed to be at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, not to mention people like them that didn't have confidence in themselves. Even if it was the most outstanding young genius of the 10 dynasties, it would be impossible for them to resist a strike of Feng Wei and survive. Instantly, the bodies of many people started to tremble, and they were filled with terror towards what was about to happen next. Seeming to have realized that the atmosphere wasn't right, Ning Kan continued. Of course, entering the illusory purgatory doesn't rely entirely on strength. If you're able to smoothly avoid the other martial artists, then even if your strength is the weakest, you'll still be able to survive in the end after 44 people are killed. Ning Kan's words caused the young geniuses that felt despair to recover from their shock, and their gazes lit up. Is this even possible? Wasn't there going to be a melee once they entered? Perhaps Ning Kan noticed the bewilderment of these young geniuses. So he said, the illusory purgatory was constructed with an inscription formation by a martial monarch stage inscription master friend of our Skywolf forts, then fort master a few thousand years ago. Once one enters it, it's equivalent to entering a vast world. That place is filled with mountains and forests. There are many places where you can hide. Ning Kan finish speaking in one breath. Martial Royal Realm Inscriptionist? Ning Kan's words caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian to be shocked. Never had they imagined that this illusory purgatory had such a great background, and it was actually created by a martial monarch stage expert of legend. To the members of the 10 dynasties, not to mention an expert like Emperor Wu, even a martial monarch stage expert was an existence of legend that was far beyond their reach. Vice Fort Master, will all of us appear at the same place after we enter? Someone couldn't refrain from asking. Instantly, his question resonated with many people, and they were filled with curiosity towards this. If they appeared at the same place, then wouldn't some of the weaker people amongst them become lambs waiting to be slaughtered? That was something they weren't willing to see happen. Don't worry, once all of you enter the illusory purgatory, even though all of you will appear at the same place, yet all of you won't appear at the same place. The closest person to all of you is at least 500 kilometers away, and it's entirely sufficient for all of you to conceal yourselves. Ning Kan continued. So, the first round of the selections of this martial competition of the 10 dynasties belongs to the main battlefield of the young experts that are confident in themselves. They want to find the concealed weaklings and kill them. All of you will only be sent out by the illusory purgatory after you've killed 44 people. Of course, all of you can choose to cooperate with people you can trust while you're inside. For example, the comparatively weaker people can join forces to deal with the comparatively stronger people. Ning Can's words caused the gazes of many comparatively weaker young geniuses to light up. If we join forces, I'm afraid we can only join forces with people from the same dynasty. Yeah, if we join forces with people from the other dynasties, we might be secretly killed by them, unless we swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Many young geniuses discussed animatedly. Right, I have to remind all of you of something. It's impossible to swear on blood within the illusory purgatory because the 99 heavenly tribulation is unable to sense your existence. Ning Can added. Instantly, the expressions of many people sank, and they had slightly distressed expressions. Looks like we really can only choose to join forces with people from the same dynasty. Even if it's people from the same dynasty, who dares say that everyone is worthy of trust? In my opinion, unless it's someone you can trust, you can't trust anyone else. After all, only by waiting for 44 people to die would the others be able to leave the illusory purgatory and survive to pass through the first round of the selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. For the sake of passing through the first round of the selections, there would surely be many people that would stop at nothing. After all, the death of a single person would mean that one's safety would be guaranteed. Many comparatively weaker young geniuses had slightly distressed expressions for a time. Looks like our plan to join forces earlier has failed. I never imagined that we would actually be separated after entering the illusory purgatory. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Su Li as he sighed. All of you have to protect yourselves to the best of your ability after entering. It wouldn't be too late for us to join forces after we encounter each other inside. If the 4 of us are able to join forces, then it would be extremely easy for us to pass through the first round of the selections. Su Li spoke. As far as he was concerned, so long as the 4 of them joined forces, then with Duan Lingtian's unfathomable demonic technique, the young geniuses of the various dynasties would absolutely be unable to gain the slightest advantage from them. Exactly. Everyone must be careful after we enter. We absolutely can't make a move without absolute confidence. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. Once one entered the illusory purgatory, it was equivalent to entering purgatory in the mortal world. Even though there weren't any extremely ferocious and evil beings there, yet there were the young experts of the various dynasties that might appear at any moment to kill one. The slightest carelessness was extremely likely to cause one to fall into a bottomless abyss and perish. Feng Tianwu didn't speak, but she'd heard the words of Duan Lingtian and Su Li, and she directly nodded to display her understanding. All of you can enter. As Ning Can spoke, the copper mirror in his hand appeared once more, and his origin energy fused into it. Whoosh! This time, a strong blue-colored light shot out from the surface of the mirror, and it just happened to be aimed at the material clouds and mist in the sky before shooting onto it. Instantly, the clouds and mist dispersed as a rift appeared on it, and it seemed as if a door had been opened. Swoosh! Right when most of the young geniuses were slightly hesitant, a figure was like a bolt of lightning that instantly entered the illusory purgatory. Feng Wei, this disciple of yours is really not bad. No matter if it's strength or courage, he's extremely outstanding. Ning Can praised. The first person to enter was precisely the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong. Martial uncle, you're too kind. Even though Feng Wei spoke modestly, yet his face revealed a brilliant smile. Go on. Sword 13 and Saber 5 respectively looked at Su Li and Long Yun. Su Li and Long Yun nodded, and then they seemed as if they were competing and entered the illusory purgatory at practically the exact same time. We ought to leave as well. Duan Lingtian smiled to Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong before entering the illusory purgatory with the other young geniuses of the various dynasties that had recovered from their shock. After Duan Lingtian entered, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong, and the remaining group of young geniuses entered successively. After a short moment, A total of 94 young geniuses had all entered the illusory purgatory. Outside, the group of experts of the older generation silently stood guard there as they waited for the outcome. After Duan Lingtian stepped into the illusory purgatory, his field of vision was obstructed by an expanse of mist, and even if he stretched out his spiritual force, it would be directly crushed by a shapeless pressure in a short moment. After flying forward for an unknown period of time, the mist before Duan Lingtian's eyes dispersed, allowing him to look straight at the world before his eyes. This is the illusory purgatory? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the towering mountains and lofty ridges with complicated terrain before him. If someone really intends to hide in a place like this, then it's simply more difficult than ascending the heavens to find him. But fortunately, I have my spiritual force to rely on. With my spiritual force, it's capable of enveloping an area of 100 meters, and anyone that's hidden in the shadows would have nowhere to hide from me. When I came over earlier, there was a pressure that crushed my spiritual force. There ought to be no pressure like that here, right? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian stretched out his spiritual force. In the next moment, his excited expression completely collapsed. His spiritual force was crushed by that pressure once again. What's going on? Duan Lingtian frowned with a puzzled expression on his face. He completely didn't know what had happened, and he didn't know where that pressure came from. Only when Duan Lingtian searched through Emperor Wu's lifetime of memories did he find the answer. Looks like there's another soul suppression inscription formation in the illusory purgatory within the inscription formation constructed by this martial monarch expert. Soul suppression, as its name suggested, suppressed the energy of the soul. Spiritual force was the energy of the soul. In that case, even my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, can't be used in this damnable place? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. When he used his spiritual force to fuse with the soul brand in the depths of his soul and tried to use the soul skill 1,000 illusions, he discovered that there was no way to construct that illusory space. The origin energy sword light and saber light raged, and they contained the fierce and sharp sword concept and saber concept that followed like shadows. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression when facing the joint forces of the two young men. His expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, and he had the demeanor of an expert. It wasn't until the dazzling sword light and fierce saber light were close to each other that a vast amount of origin energy gushed out from his body. Bang! The terrifying origin energy whistled out from Duan Lingtian's body, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of milky white flames that shot into the sky. At the same time, the milky white flames swayed and transformed into waves of material gale that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body and flashed, as if it had formed a layer of defensive light barrier. Clang, 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 clang. The dazzling sword light and fierce saber light followed like shadows and descended on the material gale that flashed around Duan Lingtian's body before they were annihilated. Before the sword light and saber light, the gale around Duan Lingtian's body was like an indestructible wall. Compared to the energy contained within this wall, the strength of the sword light and saber light was on a completely different level. It was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. After the first attack failed, the two young men didn't launch another attack. Instead, they stood at the left and right of Duan Lingtian, and their expressions changed. Concept materialization, the two of them exclaimed in unison. Concept materialization was the symbol of void interpretation concept. Although a similar scene could also appear when the void initiation concept was comprehended to the limit, there was a difference. They were extremely sure that the wind concept that Duan Lingtian executed now was precisely the void interpretation concept. Subsequently, as if they discussed it beforehand, They raised their heads in unison to look towards the sky above Duan Ling Tian, and they seemed as if they wanted to confirm something. In the sky above Duan Ling Tian, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before transforming into material phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes circled there, and the amount was so great that it caused the two of them to be terrified to the point their faces turned pale, and their bodies started trembling intensely. Heavens! What did we see? 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This was only the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth formed when Duan Ling Tian utilized his origin energy and concept to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the earth. Second level of the void interpretation stage, first level intermediate wind concept. This Duan Ling Tian's strength is actually so strong. The expressions of the two of them were extremely unsightly. Never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian, who was only 28 years old, would actually possess such a formidable strength that far surpassed them. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could kill them with a raise of his hand. Now, it's my turn as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two young men that joined forces to attack him, and he grinned. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand, and it was a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. This sword, as soon as the sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, it caused the hearts of the two young men to palpitate for no reason or rhyme, and the aura that was faintly revealed from the sword caused them to be unable to help but feel fear in their hearts. Whoosh! When the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's body fused into the sword in his hand, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air, and it caused their pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Chapter 792. I wonder how the battles of the others are like. 2 people have died here, so I still lack 42 people. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he flew off into the distance to continue searching for his next target. Of course, he kept an extremely low profile and was careful all along the way. He rarely took the initiative to attack, and he mostly concealed himself at the side of his opponents before making a move when he noticed his opponents weren't a threat. In the following journey, another 3 young men had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian. Amongst them was a member of the Darming dynasty that had once made a move against him at the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and he could be said to be an old acquaintance of his. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash, and 4 bloody holes that were penetrated by the radiant flash appeared on the body of another young man, causing him to be deader than dead. The lives of others are really lowly like weeds in this world. After Duan Ling Tian put away the spatial ring, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that if he encountered an existence that was stronger than him now, then his life would similarly be lowly like a weed that wasn't worth mentioning. It was precisely because of this that every time Duan Ling Tian killed someone now, slight fear would arise in his heart. Only by standing at the peak of this world and standing above everyone would I not have to worry about someone trampling on me beneath their feet and taking my life to be lowly like a weed. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's heart of an expert became even more tenacious, and his gaze that stared ahead became even fiercer. He wanted to become an expert. He wanted to stand above everyone, stand at the peak, and look down upon all living beings. This was the greatest pursuit in his entire life, and he would have no regrets until the end of his life. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian had a certain level of understanding towards the illusory purgatory. This was a place that was completely constructed from inscription formations, and everything within it was illusory. Of course, to the people within it, all of this was no different than reality. Up until now, a total of 5 young geniuses from the various dynasties had died at his hands, whereas after the corpses of these young geniuses fell to the ground, all of them had strangely vanished. Duan Ling Tian knew that those corpses hadn't vanished, and they'd left the illusory purgatory and appeared outside the inscription formation that formed this illusory realm. Just as Duan Ling Tian thought. Presently, outside the inscription formation that was like a ball of clouds and mist that had gathered together, a corpse would fly out from it every once in a while and heavily fall onto the combat ring. The appearance of every single corpse caused the expressions of the representatives of the various dynasties to sink. Up until now, there had been deaths in every dynasty. The only difference was the number of deaths. The corpses on the combat arena were divided into 10 places and piled up. Amongst them, the Darkhan dynasty had the least amount of corpses, and up until now, there was only one. The person that died was precisely the 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was lucky enough to enter the top 10 during the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition that day. But unfortunately, even though he'd obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he'd still died in a foreign land. After a year of time, even though his cultivation had improved greatly, it had only advanced to the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage, and he was in existence at the bottom amongst the group of young geniuses that had come from the 10 dynasties. This also bound him to the fate of being the prey in the first round of the life and death selections in the illusory purgatory. Once the prey didn't hide properly, they were bound to be hunted down and killed by the hunter. Which dynasty are they from over there? In the sky above the combat ring, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at the corpse that lay by itself at the side of the combat ring. Vice Fort Master, they're from the Darkhan dynasty. A Skywolf Fort elder spoke respectfully and reverently. The Darkhan dynasty? The dynasty that Duan Lingtian is from? Ning Kan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, the Skywolf Fort elder nodded. Up until now, 23 people have already died. Only 21 people are missing before the remaining people will be able to pass through the first round of the selections. Ning Kan looked at the corpses that were divided into 10 areas on the combat ring and said slowly, if that Duan Lingtian is really able to survive the first round of the selections, then no matter what method he uses to survive, he has the qualifications to become my personal disciple. Even though Ning Kan's voice wasn't loud, yet it still entered into the ears of everyone present. But besides the representatives of the Darkhan dynasty, the others seemed to be slightly absent-minded, and they didn't envy Duan Lingtian any longer. The expressions of the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were unsightly because the young geniuses of their dynasties had died successively, and they utterly didn't have the mood to pay attention to anything else. Humph! A cold grunt sounded out, and it was Sword 13 who glanced at Ning Kan with disdain. Ning Kan, you're really thick-skinned. I still say the same thing. You don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Sword 13, it isn't up to you to decide if I have the qualifications or not. Ning Kan wasn't willing to show weakness as he met Sword 13's gaze. As far as he was concerned, if someone as respected as him, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, wanted to take a young man from a tiny dynasty as his personal disciple, then wouldn't the young man be terrified out of his wits and kneel before him and kowtow? Then we'll see. Sword 13 spoke indifferently, and the space between his brows seemed to be filled with strong confidence. Martial uncle. Right at this moment, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Kan's side, seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned before speaking to Ning Kan via voice transmission. There's something I forgot to tell you. That Duan Lingtian seems to be the good friend of Sword 13's disciple. 2 days ago, Subsequently, Feng Wei spoke of the matter of him and the Dongua clan's patriarch, Dongua Lei, going to look for Duan Lingtian 2 days ago, including the matter of him wanting Dongua Lei to take Duan Lingtian away and Sword 13 standing out to protect Duan Lingtian. What? Feng Wei's words caused Ning Kan's expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. If it wasn't for Feng Wei speaking of this matter now, he would be utterly unaware. Never had he imagined that their Skywolf Fort had already given Duan Lingtian such a bad impression before this. Meanwhile, he finally realized why Sword 13 would be so confident that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be willing to become his disciple. So it turned out that all of this had a cause and effect. It's very likely that you'll reject a rare genius martial artist for the sake of a tiny Dongua Lei. Ning Kan looked at Feng Wei, and his eyes seemed to contain a trace of rage. Feng Wei remained indifferent. Martial uncle. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's natural talent isn't bad, but with his age, I presume it's impossible for him to have any great accomplishments. Moreover, once he enters that place, he's bound to have the fate of being cannon fodder, and it's utterly impossible for him to survive. So even if you're unable to take him as your personal disciple, martial uncle, you don't have to feel regretful. Feng Wei said, let's see how it goes. If I give up just like this, then Sword 13 will look down on me instead. As for that Duan Lingtian, if he really doesn't know what's good for him, then he's bound to die. As Ningkan finished speaking via voice transmission, a cold light flashed within his eyes. Swoosh! Suddenly, another corpse flashed out from the inscription formation that had condensed into the shape of a cloud and mist, and it fell from the sky before heavily smashing onto the ground. Yishao. The pupils of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor constricted. Even though he didn't feel it was strange that a second young genius of the Dark Han dynasty would be killed, yet never had he imagined that this second person would be Yishao. Yishao was someone that was ranked in the top 5 of the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition 1 year ago at any rate. In terms of cultivation, he was even above his son Bai He that day. Now, he even possessed a cultivation at the void interpretation stage, yet he'd still died. Of course, he only thought that it was because Yishao was unlucky. As far as he was concerned, Su Li, Long Yun, and Feng Tianwu were all weaker than Yishao. But the 3 of them didn't die, yet Yishao had died. It was surely because Yishao's luck was bad and encountered an existence that was stronger than him. If he knew that Su Li, Long Yun, and Feng Tianwu's strengths weren't inferior to Yishao now, he would probably not think like this. Feng Wudao looked at the location of the inscription formation, and his eyes obviously contained slight worry mixed within. Even though his daughter's natural talent and strength weren't bad. But she was facing the young experts of the various dynasties now, and there was no lack of existences that were stronger than her. Once she encountered them, she would most likely die. I hope that Kid Ling Tian will be able to converge with Wu as soon as possible. Feng Tianwu thought silently in his heart. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian converged with his daughter would be safe. He practically trusted Duan Lingtian blindly. Presently, amongst all the experts of the older generation in the sky above the combat arena, only Sword 13, Saber 5, Ningkan, and Feng Wei were comparatively composed, whereas the others had worried expressions. Besides Ningkan, Sword 13, Saber 5, and Feng Wei had disciples within the illusory purgatory, and the reason they were able to be so composed was undoubtedly because they were filled with confidence towards their disciples. Even though the illusory purgatory was slightly different from the so-called purgatory in the mortal world. But to the weak that encountered experts within the illusory purgatory, this place was no different than purgatory in the mortal world because the outcome was practically death. Zhang Shouyong. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, this young expert at the void interpretation stage of the Dark Han dynasty is probably going to die here. 3 figures flashed out and formed an encirclement around the young man that had a wine gourd hanging on his waist, and a blue-clothed young man amongst them sneered. It's all of you. The person that was encircled was precisely Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then his gaze descended onto the thin young man as a trace of fear faintly flashed past his eyes. He was more or less slightly afraid of this young genius from the Darchu dynasty. That day in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort, he'd already met this person once. At that time, he'd noticed how terrifying this person was, and this person was probably not inferior to him. As for the blue-clothed young man, he didn't take him seriously at all. Zhang Shouyong, you're dead today. Let me tell you, besides me who isn't a void interpretation stage martial artist, Big Brother Kong and Big Brother Xiao are both existences at the first level of the void interpretation stage, especially Big Brother Kong. He's even comprehended second-level void interpretation stage concept, so killing you is extremely easy. The blue-clothed young man sneered as he looked at Zhang Shouyong. Second-level void interpretation stage concept. Chapter 793. How is it? Are you afraid? It's too late. The blue-clothed young man saw Zhang Shouyang's expression go slightly pale, and he spoke complacently while assuming Zhang Shouyang's might. "I'm not afraid of you." Zhang Shouyang glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then he picked up the wine gourd from his waist before pouring it into his mouth and drinking large mouthfuls of wine. The blue-clothed young man couldn't help but sneer when he saw Zhang Shouyang still had the mood to drink under their encirclement. "Drink, drink. This is bound to be the last time you drink in your lifetime." "How noisy!" Zhang Shouyang, who was still drinking wine, suddenly shouted out. Right when the three young men that surrounded him couldn't help but be stunned by him, he attacked like a bolt of lightning. At the instant Zhang Shouyang shouted out explosively, he swung up the wine gourd that had been accumulating strength since long ago and fiercely smashed it out. The surrounding origin energy coiled around it and quickly fused with his earth concept, causing the concept to materialize and envelop the wine gourd within it. Swoosh! The wine gourd that was covered in a layer of outer clothing tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of explosive sounds as it flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man. In the sky, 64 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out along with the wine gourd. "Watch out!" The thin young man and the robust young man went grim as they transformed into two bolts of lightning that flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man with the intention of rescuing him. But unfortunately, their reactions were still too slow. Zhang Shouyang's strength wasn't inferior to the two of them, and he'd seized the initiative when they were shocked to the point of being stunned for a short moment. Bang! The wine gourd smashed onto the head of the blue-clothed young man who revealed a terrified expression and blasted his head apart. The blue-clothed young man that was complacent earlier had become a headless corpse in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 At the same time Zhang Shouyang moved. Every single time his feet flashed, he would step on an enormous brick that appeared out of thin air, and he relied on the force to flash out and grab the wine gourd that was smashed out. At the same time, the headless corpse fell down and vanished within the illusory purgatory. The appearance of the headless corpse outside caused all the experts of the older generation outside to be unable to refrain from feeling terrified. Who exactly is he? He's actually so ruthless. Many people sucked in a cold breath. I wonder which dynasty this unlucky fellow is from. Many representatives of the dynasties frowned, and they were worried that this blue-clothed young man was a member of their side. This was because this blue robe was truly too common. Almost every dynasty had young geniuses wearing this color robe. Within the illusory purgatory, Zhang Shouyang, who'd killed their companion under the gazes of the two young experts at the first level of the void interpretation stage, had infuriated the other two young experts. I never expected that you've comprehended the second level of the void interpretation concept as well. The skinny youth stared at Zhang Shouyang with a gloomy expression. The yuan power on his body raged and turned into a red flame that enveloped his entire body. Whoosh! Above the skinny young man, 20 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons first appeared before another 30 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The first level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate concept of fire. Also, you're not the only one with a grade 3 spiritual weapon. The thin youth narrowed his eyes, and a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. As soon as the spear appeared, it was wrapped in flames and slightly trembled. Whoosh! Subsequently, another 13 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and another 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. Obviously, the 7-foot-long spear in the skinny young man's hand was a grade 3 spirit weapon as well. But its amplification was far inferior to the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyang's hand. After all, the grade 3 spirit weapon wine gourd in Zhang Shouyang's hand was personally refined by Duan Ling Tian, and it was capable of amplifying an entire 70% of strength. It was far from something the grade 3 spirit weapon in the skinny young man's hand could compare to. Remember properly on the road to hell. The person that killed you is the Darchu dynasty's Kong Fong. The grade 3 spirit weapon in Kong Fong's hand shook, and it was like a nimble python that was shaking its head and wagging its tail. With just you and him? The corners of Zhang Shouyang's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Kong Fong's strength was indeed not bad, but the gap in their spirit weapons caused Kong Fong to be inferior to him by an entire 6,000 ancient mammoths. Even though the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths wasn't much, it was still a chasm that was difficult to surmount. Most importantly, Kong Fong's companion seemed to only be a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first-level void interpretation concept from the blue-clothed young man he'd killed earlier. A first-level void interpretation stage martial artist like this was more than 10 ancient horned dragons inferior to him, and he was unable to pose the slightest threat to him. "What? You're looking down on me?" The other robust young man sneered, and the origin energy on his body raged before transforming into numerous material violet bolts of lightning that coiled around his body, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. Whoosh! In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. First, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Second level void interpretation stage. First level intermediate lightning concept. Second level void interpretation stage? Zhang Shouyang's face went grim when he saw the strength the robust young man revealed. To him, a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first-level void interpretation concept was far more dangerous than a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended second-level void interpretation concept, because the energy contained within origin energy could be amplified by spirit weapons. Even though I don't have a grade 3 spirit weapon, but I think that even if it's only a grade 4 spirit weapon, it's sufficient to allow my strength to surpass you in all aspects. The cold smile on the robust young man's face grew wider as a thick and wide saber appeared out of thin air in his hand. Along with the material violet bolts of lightning that fused into the saber, another 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. When the robust young man exerted his full strength, his strength had already surpassed the strength of 67 ancient horned dragons, whereas Zhang Shouyang's strength was only comparable to the strength of 64 ancient horned dragons. "Xiao Feng, you suppress him, I'll take his life." Kong Fong seemed to not be surprised in the slightest when the robust young man revealed such strength, and he obviously knew the robust young man's strength since long ago. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he'd said those words to Zhang Shouyang earlier. "Remember properly on the road to hell. The person that killed you is the Darchu dynasty's Kong Fong." Xiao Feng and Kong Fong sealed off Zhang Shouyang's paths of retreat one after another. Zhang Shouyang's gaze flickered as his expression became completely gloomy. If it was Kong Fong joining forces with a martial artist that had only comprehended first-level void interpretation concept, he wouldn't be worried in the slightest. But now, he felt that he didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Since he didn't have the slightest chance of winning, he didn't have the intention to go head-on against Kong Fong. "Flee!" Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Shouyang raised his leg and instantly stomped on an enormous brick that was condensed from origin energy and earth concept that appeared out of thin air, and he relied on this force to fly out. Swoosh! Zhang Shouyang's entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that flashed towards the distance with the intention of fleeing far away. Chase! But unfortunately, Kong Fong and Xiao Feng were prepared since long ago, and they'd moved at the instant Zhang Shouyang stomped on the enormous brick to stop Zhang Shouyang first. Kill! When he saw this, Zhang Shouyang realized that he had to kill his way out, otherwise it would be impossible for him to escape. Bang! At the first possible moment, Zhang Shouyang chose Kong Fong, who was comparatively weaker, and he raised his wine gourd before smashing it down. A terrifying sound of air exploding resounded out, and it was like a heaven-shattering sound. Xiao Feng! Kong Fong didn't dodge when he saw this, and the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand shook. Yet he didn't obstruct Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd, and he ceaselessly accumulated strength instead. OM! At the critical moment, the thick and broad saber in Xiao Feng's hand that was coiled with violet lightning fiercely descended onto Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd, and it blasted it away and pushed it away from the trajectory of flashing towards Kong Fong. Now is the time. Kong Fong's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity that Zhang Shou-yong temporarily didn't have a spirit weapon to rely on to suddenly sweep out with the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand that had accumulated strength since long ago. Swoosh! A fiery red 7-foot-long spear light swept out like a flaming dragon that had left its lair, and it pierced towards Zhang Shou-yong with a speed that far surpassed Zhang Shou-yong's movement technique. Zhang Shou-yong had only just moved when the 7-foot-long spear light that carried along a dense aura of death had already arrived before him with the intention of penetrating his body. Am I going to die? At the critical moment, Zhang Shou-yong's heart shook as the figure of his wife, Wang Qiong, appeared within his mind at the first possible moment. Qiong, if there's an afterlife, Zhang Shou-yong hadn't finished his thoughts when a brief sword howl instantly pierced into his eardrums, causing his mind to shake as the beautiful figure within his mind vanished without a trace. On the other hand, the grade 3 spirit spear that was originally about to penetrate him was shaken to the side and pierced nothing. Who is it? Along with Kong Fong and Xiao Feng's grim shouts entering into his ears, Zhang Shou-yong saw a familiar face appear before his eyes, and it caused his eyes to light up. Brother Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian. Kong Fong's face went grim when he heard Zhang Shou-yong and saw the familiar violet-colored figure before him. If it was a young genius from another dynasty, perhaps he wouldn't know of Duan Lingtian's strength, but Kong Fong had instead seen Duan Lingtian make a move in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort that day. At that time, Duan Lingtian had slapped his companion with a speed so swift that it caused him to feel ashamed of his inferiority. At that time, he understood that Duan Lingtian was at least in existence at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Feng's pupils couldn't help but constrict as well. Never had he imagined that the young genius from the Darkhan dynasty that had started to show off 2 days ago would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. He seems to be only 28, right? A casual swing of his sword had blasted away the grade 3 spirit spear in Kong Fong's hand. In terms of strength, he's probably not inferior to me. Such natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying. Big Brother Zhang, aren't you too ferocious? Going against the joint forces of a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist and a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist with a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage is something only you can do. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded Kong Fong and Xiao Feng as he looked at Zhang Shou-yong with a smile. Zhang Shou-yong was speechless when he heard this. Do you think I wanted to? If I knew earlier that there was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist on their side, then I would have fled at the moment I killed that blue-clothed young man. Chapter 794. All right, we'll talk about other things later. The important matter at hand is to deal with these miscellaneous people first. Duan Lingtian spoke to Zhang Shou-yong as he turned around to look at Kong Fong and Xiao Feng. Presently, Kong Fong and Xiao Feng had already retreated to the distance, and their expressions instantly sank when they heard Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian actually called them miscellaneous people? Zhang Shou-yong nodded. The appearance of Duan Lingtian caused his confidence to increase greatly, and he didn't have any thoughts of fleeing. His burning gaze locked onto Kong Fong at the first possible moment. Brother Lingtian, leave this fellow that uses a spear to me, then leave the other one that holds a lousy saber to me. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lousy saber? Duan Lingtian's words caused rage to suffuse Xiao Feng's face, and he shouted coldly. Duan Lingtian, do you really think you can defeat me just because you're able to obstruct Kong Fong's attack? Defeat you? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Is it very difficult to defeat you? Kong Fong. Right when Duan Lingtian and Xiao Feng were in confrontation, Zhang Shou-yong had already made a move, and his target was Kong Fong. He fought Kong Fong and occupied the upper hand in a short moment. Before two people with similar abilities, the difference of a few thousand ancient mammoths was still extremely great. So Kong Fong was practically in a passive state as he fought Zhang Shouyong. Xiao Feng. Kong Fong was more shocked the more he fought, and he didn't doubt in the slightest that if this continued, he would be defeated by Zhang Shouyong sooner or later, so he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to seek help from Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's face sank when he heard this, and the origin energy on his body surged out before transforming into numerous material violet-colored bolts of lightning that coiled around his body in a short moment. The Grade 4 spirit saber in Xiao Feng's hand that was like a god of lightning that had descended to the world shook, and it was covered in violet-colored bolts of lightning. The lightning saber that had accumulated force was ready to attack at any moment. In the sky above Xiao Feng, 67 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared. Besides that, a fierce aura rose from Xiao Feng's body and fused into the Grade 4 spirit saber in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying coldness. Subsequently, 3 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. Third-level elementary saber concept. At this moment, Xiao Feng didn't hold back in the slightest and utilized all his abilities. Not only did he completely erupt with his strength at the second-level void interpretation, but the amplification of the Grade 4 Spirit Saber was also fully displayed. Besides that, he even executed the first-level intermediate thunder concept and third-level elementary saber concept that he had comprehended. Once the Grade 4 Spirit Saber in Xiao Feng's hand attacked, it was equivalent to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons and 4,000 ancient mammoths. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw such a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appear in the sky above Xiao Feng, and then he said, "Presumably, your strength can be considered to be at the top amongst the 10 young geniuses that came from the Darchu dynasty this time." But Duan Lingtian didn't continue speaking. Origin energy coiled and flashed on his body before finally transforming into strands of material strong winds that coiled around him, and he seemed to have transformed into a god of wind. In the sky, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. Second-level void interpretation. First-level intermediate wind concept. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he really saw Duan Lingtian reveal a strength that wasn't inferior to him. How old was Duan Lingtian? How old was he? He felt that when he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he wasn't even worthy to carry the shoes of the current Duan Lingtian. Haha, good. Today I, Xiao Feng, will enjoy the pleasure of killing a genius in the martial Tao like you. I presume this will be the proudest thing I've done in my entire life. Xiao Feng grinned as the Grade 4 Spirit Saber in his hand shook, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him started to shake. Obviously, he was already prepared to make a move. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your wish won't be realized. Duan Lingtian's flat words sounded out indifferently. While Xiao Feng was stunned, he clearly saw that another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian. At the same time, strands of violet-colored energy appeared within the material strong winds that swept around Duan Lingtian, and there were faint bolts of lightning leaping about within them. Fourth-level elementary lightning concept? Xiao Feng's pupils constricted. He wasn't unfamiliar with the concept Duan Lingtian executed now, and it was precisely the lightning concept that he'd mainly comprehended. This wasn't the end. Subsequently, he saw that the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Duan Lingtian underwent a change, and another 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. These 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared separately. First-level elementary sword concept. First-level elementary earth concept. Xiao Feng's expression finally went grim. Never had he imagined that not only had Duan Lingtian comprehended void interpretation concept at such a young age and broken through to the void interpretation stage, he'd actually comprehended 3 other extraordinary concepts. Is this natural talent and comprehension ability that an ordinary human martial artist can possess? Xiao Feng was deeply doubtful. Presently, Duan Lingtian hadn't utilized a spirit weapon, Yet 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Once Duan Lingtian utilized a spirit weapon, wouldn't his strength far surpass Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng was anxious. Duan Lingtian, take this strike of mine. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaofeng attacked like a bolt of lightning, and he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian withdrew his spirit weapon to accumulate strength so as to avoid future troubles. But unfortunately, at the instant Xiaofeng attacked, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd seen it coming. Whirlwind. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed about high up in the sky. Even if Duan Lingtian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, even if he possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on, it was still impossible for him to kill Xiaofeng in such a short period of time, right? Could it be that he's a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist? Suddenly, a thought that even he felt was absurd arose in Kong Fong's heart. Yet as soon as this thought arose, it was impossible to suppress. Earlier, Duan Lingtian withdrew the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and utilized all his ability to instantly kill Xiaofeng with a single strike. And then he put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The 86 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky dispersed along with this, and they weren't noticed by Kong Fong and Zhang Shouyong, so they utterly didn't know exactly what had happened earlier. Bang! Outside the inscription formation that formed the illusory purgatory, the corpse that held the grade 4 spirit saber fell down and fiercely smashed onto the combat ring. Xiaofeng. The expression of the Darchu dynasty's representative went grim when he saw this person, and he cried out in surprise. Xiaofeng. Instantly, a nearby dynasty's representative looked at the Darchu dynasty's representative with surprise. He's your Darchu dynasty's Xiaofeng? Supposedly, this Xiaofeng was already a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist a year ago. Xiaofeng had already broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago. The Darchu dynasty's representative spoke with a gloomy expression. What? Instantly, the representatives of the various dynasties that originally had indifferent and aloof expressions were moved, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. Chapter 795. After all, up until now, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties that were killed within the illusory purgatory formed from the inscription formation were only at the void initiation stage. Up until now, the number of void interpretation stage martial artists that were killed could be counted with one hand, and all of them were at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Yet now, a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist had been killed, and it caused the representatives of the various dynasties to be slightly perturbed. Up until now, a total of 35 people have died. Another 9 people have to die before the remaining 50 people will be able to smoothly pass through the first round of the selections and come out from the illusory purgatory. Many representatives of the dynasties muttered to themselves, and they felt as if time passed by like years. Within the illusory purgatory, Kong Fong faced Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong by himself, and he didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. Suddenly, the clothes on his back had already been completely drenched in cold sweat. Big brother Zhang, do you need me to do it for you? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Kong Fong as he spoke to Zhang Shouyong, and his words caused Kong Fong's face to instantly go grim. No! Zhang Shouyong shook his head, and then he dashed out to charge towards Kong Fong once more. Swoosh! The wine gourd in his hand was tossed out, and it was instantly swept by a layer of material earth concept to transform into an enormous wine gourd that descended towards Kong Fong. Bang! The wine gourd tore through the sky and descended with an earth-shattering impact, causing Kong Fong's face to go grim as he hurriedly used the 7-foot-long spear in his hand to block it. But unfortunately, because Xiaofeng had been killed and Duan Lingtian, who killed Xiaofeng, was standing at the side, Kong Fong's mind was in chaos, and he was utterly unable to exert his strength at his prime. After 15 minutes, Kong Fong was finally heavily injured when facing Zhang Shouyong's continuous attacks. Bang! The wine gourd descended from the sky like a mountain pressing down, and it crushed Kong Fong to death. After Kong Fong died, Zhang Shouyong took his spatial ring and grade 3 spirit spear before stomping down on Kong Fong's head that was bleeding, and he relied on the counterforce to flash over to Duan Lingtian's side. On the other hand, Kong Fong's corpse sped down and completely vanished from the illusory purgatory. Brother Ling Tian. Zhang Shouyong handed the storage ring and the third-grade spirit spear to Duan Lingtian, but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. Big brother Zhang, what are you doing? These are your spoils of war. They have nothing to do with me. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by them. How could I have gotten these spoils of war? Take it. Zhang Shouyong said resolutely. In the end, Duan Lingtian only took the grade 3 spirit spear. I can still reforge this grade 3 spirit spear into a spirit weapon of even higher quality. As for the spatial ring, keep it yourself, big brother Zhang. After saying that, Duan Lingtian flew forward. Zhang Shouyong reluctantly put away his storage ring and followed along. I don't know how many people have died so far. However, judging from the time that has passed, there should be at least 30 people who have died. On the way, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess. I wonder where Miss Tianwu and Su Li are. Zhang Shouyong said. With their strengths, so long as they don't encounter those figures from the other dynasties that are difficult to deal with, they ought to be fine. Even though he said this, Duan Lingtian was still slightly worried in his heart. Su Li was fine, as his cultivation was at the second level of the void interpretation stage, and he possessed the strength to protect himself. Even though Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and her natural talent and comprehension ability far exceeded an ordinary person, but she was too young after all. Moreover, she was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and there were many people capable of defeating or even killing her. In the illusory purgatory, even if one died, one would die for nothing. Unless there was someone that witnessed it with their own 2 eyes, otherwise, even if one died, no one would know who killed who. If something really happens to Tianwu, once Uncle Feng goes mad, he'll probably kill everyone besides us that have a good relationship with Tianwu. If something happened to Tianwu, Duan Lingtian believed that Feng Wudao would absolutely not do nothing, and Feng Wudao would surely go mad and take revenge for Tianwu. Even though Feng Wudao had always been serious in front of Feng Tianwu. But it was precisely because of this that he was able to deeply feel Feng Wudao's fatherly love towards Feng Tianwu. It was a selfless fatherly love, a fatherly love that was capable of giving up everything for his daughter. For the sake of Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao was even willing to give up his life. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. Let's go! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as he sped up and flashed forward. He wanted to find Tianwu as soon as possible, as he was afraid there would be an unforeseen event if he was late. Zhang Shouyong followed closely behind. After an hour, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong didn't encounter a third young genius of the various dynasties all along the way. 2 hours passed. Duan Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong were continuing forward, they suddenly heard a grim shout sound out from afar. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and his fierce gaze directly flashed towards the source of the voice. It's him. Zhang Shouyong stopped as well and looked towards the distance, and his brows couldn't help but raise when he saw the figure that was gradually approaching because he recognized this person. This person was similar to him and Duan Lingtian, and they were all young geniuses that represented the Darkhan dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the ancient desert city. Z decease. But when he thought of this person's unfathomable secret technique, Zhang Shouyong's pupils gradually constricted, and he had an expression of fear. After a short moment, when he thought of how Duan Lingtian, who was able to break through his secret technique, was by his side, Zhang Shouyong heaved a sigh of relief and returned to normal. As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes were suffused with pleasant surprise when he saw Z decease, and then his eyes flickered with traces of cold lights. If it was said who he wanted to kill the most after entering the illusory purgatory, it would undoubtedly be Z decease. I was originally worried that I wouldn't encounter this Z decease, yet never had I imagined that he would deliver himself to me. He really came without any effort. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Z decease was actually approaching him by himself. A brilliant smile obviously appeared on Z decease's face. Duan Lingtian clearly noticed the piercingly cold lights in Z decease's eyes, and this caused him to be unable to help but be slightly bewildered. This Z decease actually didn't flee when he saw me. Logically speaking, he ought to not dare enter into a head-on conflict with me when he knows that the Devil Seal tablet in my possession is capable of suppressing the soul of the expert that's suspected to be Emperor Wu within his body. Could it be that he obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter during this short period of a year? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, it's time for us to put an end to this. Let's put an end to it here. Z decease spoke indifferently. Looks like you're extremely confident of yourself. I wonder where your confidence came from. Duan Lingtian started laughing. I presume you're extremely clear about where my confidence came from. Duan Lingtian ought to be unable to utilize that illusory realm soul skill in this place, right? Zi Shang sneered. Looks like the old fellow that's hidden within your body isn't a simple figure as well. He actually knows that I'm unable to utilize soul skills here. Duan Lingtian's eyes slowly narrowed, yet he wasn't surprised. If the owner of the strand of incomplete soul that was hidden within Zishang's body was really an expert like Emperor Wu in the past, then even if he wasn't an inscription master, he would surely have some understanding of inscription formations. Because even if it was an expert like Emperor Wu, once he entered the soul suppression formation constructed by an inscription master with a stronger spiritual force than him, he would similarly be unable to utilize any spiritual force techniques. But even if I'm unable to utilize soul skills here, do you think you're a match for me? After all, I have something that counters that old fellow, so he's unable to help you. Duan Lingtian said. He'd detected Zishang's current cultivation since long ago, and it was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage. If Zishang didn't have the assistance of the incomplete soul that seemed to be an expert like Emperor Wu, it would be impossible for Zishang to defeat him. Zhang Shouyong stood at the side and listened to the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zishang, and he was utterly bewildered and was utterly unable to discern exactly what they were talking about. What illusory realm soul skill? What old fellow? He didn't know anything. Humph. Zishang grunted coldly. Do you think I have to personally make a move to kill you? Zishang's words caused Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to be unable to help but be stunned. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a swift figure flashed out from behind a nearby cliff, and in the blink of an eye, the figure arrived by Zishang's side and stood by Zishang's side. Zishang, I truly never imagined that a fellow like you would have a counter. No wonder you didn't kill me earlier and gave me a favor. So it turns out that it was for the sake of dealing with this Duan Lingtian. The person spoke to Duan Lingtian as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Lu Yong? Duan Lingtian's face sank, as never had he imagined that Zishang would collude with Lu Yong. If it was said that he didn't have the slightest chance of victory against a young genius in the illusory purgatory, then Lu Yong was undoubtedly one of them. After all, he was unable to utilize his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, in this damnable place. Lu Yong was the Darming dynasty's crown prince, a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Even if he'd only comprehended first-level void interpretation stage concept. But once his cultivation was amplified by a spirit weapon, Lu Yong's strength would far surpass him. Even though he had the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, to rely on. But as a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist and the Darming dynasty's crown prince, how could Lu Yong not have cultivated a heaven-rank martial skill? Even if his 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was stronger than the heaven-rank martial skill Lu Yong cultivated, Lu Yong's strength was there, and it was far from something his current strength could shake. So he didn't have the slightest confidence against Lu Yong. Lu Yong, Don't underestimate this Duan Lingtian. It's only because we're here. If it was in the outside world, perhaps you wouldn't even be able to touch the corners of his clothes before being killed by him. Zishang said, I believe this. Our Darming dynasty's Zhao Wei suffered a loss at his hands. Lu Yong nodded as his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with icy cold lights. Duan Lingtian, a few months ago, you caused trouble in our Darming dynasty's capital and humiliated the young geniuses of our Darming dynasty, and then you even caused the death of the Zhao clan's elder Kuan. Today, I'll properly get even with you. Chapter 796. Whoosh! The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly in the sky above Lu Yong, and numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. First, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate fire concept. All of this wasn't the end. Along with strands of material azure and violet-colored energy leaping about within the flames, another 5 and 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared successively in the sky. Fifth level elementary wind concept. Third level elementary lightning concept. In the sky, a total of 78 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down in a menacing manner, and it brought a form of visual shock to others. This was still the Darming dynasty's crown prince. Lu Yong hadn't utilized a spirit weapon. Whoosh! With a raise of Lu Yong's hand, a fan made of unknown material appeared out of thin air, and the fan only had a frame and no face. Along with the flames on Lu Yong's body gushing into the fan was enveloped by a layer of flames and transformed into a flaming fan that ceaselessly swallowed and spat out scorching flames. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled once more as a group of ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and when one looked carefully, there was a total of 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Besides these 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared as well. The full force of a third-level void interpretation stage origin energy is comparable to the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. An amplification of 27 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths. The spirit fan in Lu Yong's hand is a grade 3 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 68%. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian discerned the ability of the spirit fan in Lu Yong's hand. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Lu Yong was able to withdraw such a grade 3 spirit weapon. He was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty at any rate, so how could he possibly not possess a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on? The strength of 105 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky above Lu Yong. With Lu Yong's current strength, not to mention he'd only comprehended first-level intermediate wind concept, even if he'd comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept, it was impossible for him to be a match for Lu Yong. According to my current knowledge, amongst the young geniuses of the various dynasties, perhaps only Zishang is capable of defeating Lu Yong after being possessed by the incomplete soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that when Lu Yong had just appeared earlier, he'd said something about Zishang not killing him. Obviously, Lu Yong had fought with Zishang before. At that time, Zishang should have been possessed by the remnant soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu. He had forcefully defeated Lu Yong but had not killed him. Of course, Zishang didn't kill Lu Yong not because he was benevolent, and it was because he wanted to use Lu Yong to deal with him. This Zishang is so scheming. Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang, his face completely gloomy. His eyes flashed with a murderous light as if he was about to devour someone. At this moment, his desire to kill Zishang grew even stronger. So long as Zishang wasn't eliminated, he would sooner or later be a great calamity. What? Wanna kill me? A brilliant smile appeared on Zishang's face when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze that was filled with killing intent. But unfortunately, you don't have the chance. You're bound to die here today, at the hands of Lu Yong. If there's a next life, remember well, don't offend me, Zishang. I, Zishang, am not someone you, Duan Lingtian, can afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Zishang beamed with joy, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Lu Yong. Zishang, are you so sure that Lu Yong can kill me? A talisman appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's right hand. It was precisely one of the 3 talismans his deadbeat father had left him that day, and he'd used the first one in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom earlier. That talisman had killed a void transformation stage expert of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Now, only 2 talismans remained in his possession. Truthfully speaking, he didn't want to use the talisman on Lu Yong. Even though Lu Yong was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty, as far as he was concerned, Lu Yong wasn't worthy of dying under this talisman. This wasn't an ordinary talisman, and even if it was a void transformation stage expert, the expert would be instantly killed when facing this talisman. The reluctance in Duan Lingtian's heart to use this talisman to kill a mere 3rd-level void interpretation stage martial artist was obvious. Never mind. After I kill Lu Yong, Zishang will be unable to escape death as well, a talisman in exchange for their lives. Even though I'll still suffer a great loss, at any rate, I'll be able to preserve my own life. Duan Lingtian ceaselessly consoled himself. Otherwise, he was really worried that he wouldn't be willing to toss out the talisman in his hand to crush Lu Yong. Humph! Stop trying to be mysterious. Lu Yong, kill him. Zishang was disdainful when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he shouted out in a light voice. Lu Yong's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment when he heard this, and then his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, watch out! Zhang Shouyang's face went grim as he shouted out explosively. Even though he knew that he was far from being a match for Lu Yong, he still withdrew his wine gourd and intended to go stop Lu Yong. You're courting death. Zishang grunted in a low voice as killing intent arose in his eyes, and he seemed to have transformed into a brutal wild beast that flashed towards Zhang Shouyang. Whoosh! When faced with Lu Yong, who approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand that held the talisman and intended to toss it out to crush Lu Yong. Right when he intended to toss out the talisman, he felt something flash before his eyes, and it caused him to instinctively grip the talisman tightly in his hand and not toss it out. At the same time, his vision went black, and it was as if something unusual had suddenly occurred in the entire heavens and the earth in his surroundings. Haha! I never expected that my luck would be so good. At this instant, Duan Lingtian completely came to his senses and understood what had happened. Right when this joyous thought had just arisen in Duan Lingtian's mind, an expanse of light arose before his eyes, and he appeared in the sky above an exceedingly spacious combat arena. I've come out. As he casually put away the talisman in his hand, Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what was going on before his eyes. When Lu Yong made a move against him with the intention of killing him, and when he intended to toss out the talisman to crush Lu Yong. Within the illusory purgatory, the 44th person had been killed. 44 people had been killed and only 50 people remained, and it meant that the first round of the selections had come to an end. On the other hand, they were sent out by the illusory purgatory created by the inscription formation in a timely manner, and it allowed him to save an exceedingly precious talisman. My luck is simply heaven-defying. Even though he wasn't able to kill Lu Yong and Zishang, Duan Lingtian didn't feel it was a pity in the slightest. So long as he left the illusory purgatory, his spiritual force wouldn't be controlled any longer, and he would be able to utilize the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, as he pleased. Now, he was entirely capable of killing Lu Yong and Zishang without utilizing a talisman. Ha 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 ha! After a short moment, Zhang Shouyang's roaring laughter sounded out in a timely manner, and it was filled with delight. Obviously, he'd realized what had happened earlier as well. Originally, he already had the thought of certain death, yet at the critical moment, such a scene had occurred, and it caused him to have no choice but to sigh with emotion about his and Duan Lingtian's luck. Of course, the reason he thought like this was because he utterly didn't know that Duan Lingtian had other methods to kill Lu Yong. Zishang and Lu Yong appeared nearby, and after a wave of bewilderment, they realized what had happened, causing their expressions to go grim. Consider yourselves lucky. Zishang's eyes emitted an icy cold gaze that flashed past Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang as he grunted coldly. If I knew this would happen, I would have made a move earlier. If I made a move earlier, it would have been impossible for this Duan Lingtian to survive. Lu Yong sighed and felt it was slightly regretful. He knew that since they'd left the illusory purgatory now, it also meant that Duan Lingtian was able to utilize that illusory realm soul skill of his. According to the information he obtained from Zishang, once Duan Lingtian utilized that illusory realm soul skill against him, he would practically have no chance of survival. He's out. Ha! He's out. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses that appeared out of thin air above the combat ring with Duan Lingtian's group roared with laughter, and some even lost their composure as they cheered. To them, the time they experienced within the illusory purgatory was simply a type of torture, and they were worried at every single moment if they would encounter an existence that was stronger than them and be killed. Now, they'd come out and survived the first round of the selections. Moreover, they'd obtained the qualifications to advance to participate in the second round of the selections. But in next to no time, the group of young geniuses that were originally cheering seemed to have noticed something, and all of them seemed as if their throats were held tightly by someone, causing them to be unable to make a sound any longer. The numerous corpses that lay on the combat ring ceaselessly struck their eyes, and it caused them to shudder with terror. These people were just like them before they entered the illusory purgatory. They were all living people. But now, when they'd come out of the illusory purgatory, they'd instead transformed into numerous icy cold corpses. Many of these people were their friends and companions. It was precisely the death of these people that had won them the chance to survive. Unknowingly, the sky above the combat ring was deathly silent. Yi Xiao, Bai He, Bai Hao, all of them are dead. Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 corpses that were piled together. It was 4 of the 10 young geniuses that had come from the Darkhan dynasty, and 3 of them were existences with extraordinary strengths. These 3 people weren't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. The Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao, the Darkhan dynasty's second prince, Bai He, and the young prince, Bai Hao. I never imagined that even Bai Hao is dead. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. He knew of Bai Hao's strength, and it was extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Bai Hao to obtain the 3rd position in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition 1 year ago. Only Zishang remains from the imperial family. The blood relatives of the emperor have all died. I presume he doesn't feel well. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look at the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Chapter 797. Duan Lingtian was able to understand the feelings of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. His most outstanding son and nephew that was even more outstanding than his son had died just like that. Dying in a foreign land was indeed something that was difficult to accept. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that after the Darkhan dynasty's emperor took a deep breath, his expression returned to normal, and he actually revealed a smile when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. At the same time, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor's voice transmission that was filled with congratulations entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at just the right time, causing Duan Lingtian to feel his entire body go slightly cold. It was said that emperors were emotionless, and at this moment, he could be considered to have completely experienced it. Perhaps, in his eyes, his son can be reborn, and his nephew is even less important. To him, the most important thing is the benefits the Darkhan dynasty is able to obtain from the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Amongst the 50 people that had survived the first round of the selections, the Darkhan dynasty occupied 6 of them, and it was firmly ranked at the front amongst the 10 dynasties. Whoosh! Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong returned to the area where Feng Wudao, Sword 13, and Saber 5 were, whereas Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun were standing in the air since long ago. Elder brother Duan, big brother Zhang. When Feng Tianwu had just left the illusory purgatory and returned to Feng Wudao's side, her gaze was anxiously searching for traces of Duan Lingtian, and she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then Zhang Shouyong ridiculed. Young Miss Tianwu, you didn't see it earlier in the illusory purgatory. Brother Lingtian was extremely anxious to find you. Big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would sell him out in the blink of an eye, and he instantly glared angrily at Zhang Shouyong. When Feng Tianwu heard this, her beautiful face turned crimson red, as if it could drip blood. Miss Tianwu and I encountered each other a long time ago, but we didn't encounter any powerful opponents. After killing a few people, we hid at the side and waited for the end of the first round of the selection. Su Li smiled and said, I saw that you guys came out together. Could it be that you guys also met inside? Yes. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he heaved a sigh of relief with a lingering fear in his heart. All of you are fine. Ling Tian and I were almost killed by Zishang and Lu Yong. Hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, Feng Tianwu and Su Li's expressions couldn't help but change. Su Li frowned and asked, Then why is Zishang together with Lu Yong? Even if the two of them join forces, they might not be a match for elder brother Duan, right? Feng Tianwu had a certain level of understanding towards Duan Lingtian's strength. At that place, Brother Lingtian seems to be unable to execute his secret technique that's capable of confusing his opponents. That Lingtian is fine as Brother Lingtian has a way to counter his secret technique. Even if Brother Lingtian doesn't utilize his secret technique, Brother Lingtian isn't afraid of him. But once that Lu Yong exerts his full strength and combined it with a grade 3 spirit weapon, his strength is comparable to the strength of 105 ancient horned dragons. In a head-on battle, Brother Lingtian and I aren't a match for him. Zhang Shouyong spoke with slight fear. Then in the end, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly pale when she heard this. Even though she knew that Duan Lingtian had already overcome the difficulty, she still broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian in her heart. As for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, he stood at the side with a calm expression instead. He knew clearly in his heart that even if he and Zhang Shouyong weren't sent out of the illusory purgatory in time, they would still be fine. The talismans in his possession were sufficient to easily crush Lu Yong. At this moment, no matter if it was Su Li, the nearby Long Yun, or even Feng Wudao, Sword 13, and Saber 5, all of them couldn't help but look at Zhang Shouyong. Obviously, they were curious about what happened later on that allowed Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to overcome that crisis. In the end, Zhang Shouyong suddenly started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. In the end, when Lu Yong made a move against Brother Lingtian, our vision went black, and we were subsequently sent out of the illusory purgatory. Feng Tianwu and the others were stunned when they heard this. Even this is possible? Your luck. Su Li was speechless towards Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong's luck. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a sonorous voice broke the clamorous scene, causing the scene to go silent, and the owner of the voice had become the center of attention for a time. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan. The gazes of everyone descended onto Ning Kan, and some of them even faintly guessed what Ning Kan wanted to do. Looks like this Vice Fort Master Ning really wants to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. Duan Lingtian is going to be lucky and become Vice Fort Master Ning's personal disciple. In the future, he'll be completely able to do as he pleases in Skywolf Fort, Ancient Desert City. and the surrounding areas of ancient desert city. Many young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that were lucky enough to survive revealed envious gazes as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Humph! A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Sword 13's mouth, and he seemed to be ridiculing Ning Can for overestimating his ability. Since the beginning, he'd repeatedly threatened that Ning Can didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, and his words even indicated that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to take Ning Can as his master. Vice Fort Master Ning, do you have any guidance? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ning Can as he asked bluntly. Before the first round of the selections began, I'd once promised, once you pass through the first round of the selections, then no matter what method you use to pass through, you'll be able to become my personal disciple. Ning Can spoke slowly, and then, Duan Lingtian yawned as he asked with slight disinterest. Ning Can frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, yet he still said with a low voice, Now, I, Ning Can, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, intend to take you, Duan Lingtian, as my personal disciple. From today onwards, Skywolf Fort will foster you with all its might, whereas you must give up everything for Skywolf Fort, including your life. After he finished speaking, Ning Can said indifferently, All right, you can kneel down and perform the ceremony of taking me as your master. From the beginning until the end, it was Ning Can who was putting on a one-man show, and it was even to the extent that he didn't ask Duan Lingtian's opinion at all. As he finished speaking, he even asked Duan Lingtian to kneel down and perform the ceremony of taking him as his master. It was as if he utterly didn't think that Duan Lingtian would refuse. Most of the people present didn't think that Duan Lingtian would refuse. As far as they were concerned, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to taking Ning Can as one's master. Duan Lingtian had no reason to refuse. Vice Fort Master Ning. Right when the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ning Can. You seem to still haven't figured something out, right? Ning Can frowned as his face sank slightly. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian really dares to refuse me? From the beginning until the end, you asking me to take you as my master seems to have been your own wishful thinking, right? You first asked me to take you as my master, and then publicly asked me to kneel down and perform the ceremony of taking you as my master without even asking for my opinion. I wonder where you got such great confidence from. You're so sure that I wouldn't refuse? When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he glanced deeply at Ning Can, and his eyes contained a trace of ridicule mixed within. Not to mention Ning Can's high and mighty tone at the beginning caused him to be extremely displeased. Even if Ning Can begged him to take him as his master, he might not be willing. It was just as Sword 13 had said. Ning Can was merely the vice fort master of a third-rate power in the foreign lands, Skywolf Fort, and he really didn't have the qualifications to be his master. He, Duan Lingtian, possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of Samsara Emperor Wu to come to the foreign lands. As far as he was concerned, only those experts that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, experts like Emperor Wu, possessed the qualifications to be his master. A mere old fellow that hadn't even stepped into the martial monarch stage dared to talk nonsense before him and wanted him to take him as his master with just a few words? Truly laughable. Duan Lingtian's words of certainty caused most of the people present to break out in cold sweat for him. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? He actually dares to openly refuse Vice Fort Master Ning, and his words are merciless and leave no room for negotiation. Don't forget that he has the experts of the Blade sect by his side supporting him. Many people whispered in discussion. This Duan Lingtian is simply courting death. Zishang revealed a cold smile. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually dare openly go against Ning Can, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. After all, this was the territory of Skywolf Fort. Perhaps the Blade sect wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort, but as the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't crush a snake in its own territory. Sword 13 might not be able to protect Duan Lingtian in Skywolf Fort. What exactly does this Duan Lingtian want to do? The Darkhan dynasty's emperor was slightly driven mad. He'd led all the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties precisely for the sake of obtaining the rewards of Skywolf Fort. When Vice Fort Master Ning of Skywolf Fort spoke of taking Duan Tian as his personal disciple, he seemed to have already seen countless Grade 3 spirit weapons, Grade 3 medicinal pills, and even concept fragments falling into Duan Tian's hands. But right at the critical moment, Duan Tian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured onto his head, and it caused him to completely sober up. At the same time that he sobered up, traces of coldness arose in the heart of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Could it be that this Duan Tian doesn't know that he's representing our Darkhan dynasty now? If he infuriates Vice Fort Master Ning, then our Darkhan dynasty won't have an easy time as well. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous gazes descended onto Ning Ken, who was enraged to the extreme with an expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Ken's side, abruptly took a step forward, and his icy cold and bone-piercing gaze descended onto Duan Tian as he said with a low voice, "Duan Tian, my martial uncle wants to take you as his personal disciple because he thinks highly of you. You don't know what's good for you. Vice Fort Master Feng, according to what you said, if I want to take you as my personal disciple, then I think highly of you as well." Duan Tian wasn't afraid of Feng Wei in the slightest, and he met Feng Wei's gaze calmly as he spoke word by word. "Who do you think you are to dare compare yourself to my martial uncle?" Feng Wei's eyes were filled with extreme flames of rage as he spoke coldly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was stopped by the nearby Ning Can's gaze that didn't contain the slightest expression descended calmly onto Duan Tian. Chapter 798. Vice Fort Master Ning. I'm truly sorry. I'm unwilling. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Tian spoke slowly and replied to Ning Can's question. For a time, many people present felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Tian actually dared to refuse. Good, good, good. Ning Can took a deep breath and successively said the word good 3 times, and then he asked with a low voice in the end. So in this way, you've already taken Sword 13 as your master? As far as he was concerned, there was surely a reason why Sword 13 said he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Tian as his disciple. The most likely reason was that Sword 13 had already taken Duan Tian as his disciple. Ning Can. Duan Tian hadn't spoken when Sword 13 had already looked at Ning Can. You wouldn't be thinking that I took Duan Tian as my disciple first, and that's why I ridiculed you for not having the qualifications to take him as your disciple, right? Humph. Ning Can grunted coldly, and he'd obviously tacitly agreed. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I, Sword 13, feel that I'm just like you, and I don't have the qualifications to take Duan Tian as my personal disciple. Sword 13 continued. Whoosh! Sword 13's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused everyone present to be in an uproar. Sword 13, an expert from a power of the foreign lands, the Blade Sect, that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort, and an existence that was on par with Ning Can and Feng Wei, the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, had actually publicly said that he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Tian as his disciple. Who was Duan Tian? He was merely a young genius from a dynasty, so on what basis was he able to make Sword 13 speak such words? Besides Su Li, most people were deeply puzzled. Only Su Li knew very clearly what his master was thinking in his heart. Because the reason his master would say this was entirely because he'd told his master about Duan Tian's origins. Duan Tian was just like him, and he was from a kingdom under an imperial kingdom under the command of an empire under the command of the Darkhan dynasty. A kingdom was one of the lowest and most remote subordinate kingdoms under the Darkhan dynasty. Not to mention the foreign lands, even if it was in the Darkhan dynasty, in the eyes of the members of the Darkhan dynasty, that tiny kingdom was no different than a remote village. And it was this youth who had walked out of a remote and desolate village. Step by step, he had carved out a path that belonged to him and possessed the astonishing strength he had today. According to Jian Shisan's guess, there were only two possibilities for Duan Lingtian to have such achievements in such a short period of time. Firstly, Duan Lingtian had a master with an extraordinary background, and his master ought to be a powerhouse with a terrifying strength. Secondly, Duan Lingtian did not have a master. He had relied on himself and the various fortuitous encounters along the way. No matter what it was, as far as Sword 13 was concerned, Ning Can didn't have the qualifications to be Duan Lingtian's master. Because even if Duan Lingtian was taken as a personal disciple by Ning Can when he was young, Duan Lingtian might not possess his current strength. Moreover, according to his knowledge, Duan Lingtian had grasped a secret technique that utilized spiritual force to execute, and it was an ability that even a martial monarch realm expert might not be able to come into contact with. Not to mention Ning Can, even a martial monarch realm expert was unable to teach Duan Lingtian this. I really never imagined that you, Sword 13, would give such a high evaluation to a little kid. Ning Can laughed coldly, yet his expression eased up slightly. To a certain extent, these words of Sword 13 could be considered to have given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. After he glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian, Ning Can didn't say anything further, because he knew that no matter what he said, Ning Can would only bring shame to himself in the end. Of course, in his heart, he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. But he knew that for the sake of the face of Skywolf Fort and coupled with the presence of Sword 13 and Saber 5, these two experts of the Blade Sect that caused him to be extremely fearful, he couldn't act rashly. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was only an ant, and it wouldn't be too late to think of a way to kill Duan Lingtian after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Moreover, who could guarantee that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive the selections after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties has come to an end. We'll still gather here at dawn tomorrow. At that time, I'll lead all of you to the location of the second round of the selections. Ning Can glanced at the remaining 50 young geniuses and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot and left. Humph! Feng Wei's gaze that was filled with killing intent flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a blade, and he grunted coldly before bringing along the personal disciple he'd just taken today, Lu Yong, to leave and enter the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. As they looked at Lu Yong's disappearing figure, most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. The representative of the Darming dynasty this time, the Zhao clan's elder Qian, revealed a rare trace of a smile. Their Darming dynasty's crown prince being able to become the personal disciple of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was extremely beneficial to their Darkhan dynasty. Wei Yi, perform well in the selections later on. You might not have the chance to take the other fort masters of Skywolf Fort as your master. Based on the current situation, Vice Fort Master Feng is only an ordinary Vice Fort Master, and even Vice Fort Master Ning's status is higher than his. After Elder Qian noticed Zhao Wei by his side had a gloomy expression, he guessed what Zhao Wei was thinking, and he consoled. Moreover, don't forget that the person with the highest status in Skywolf Fort isn't those few Vice Fort Masters, and it's that elusive Fort Master instead. Zhao Wei's dim gaze finally had a sheen when he heard this, and there was slight firmness on his face. But when his gaze inadvertently descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance, his expression couldn't help but become gloomy. He wasn't unfamiliar with the violet-clothed young man, and it was even to the extent that the violet-clothed young man had once caused him to suffer great humiliation. To the two of them, the violet-clothed young man defeating him in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion with that unfathomable and bizarre ability was the greatest humiliation he'd suffered in his entire lifetime. When he thought of how the violet-clothed young man refused to take Vice Fort Master Ning as his master, his expression became even more unsightly. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort that Duan Lingtian disdained to take as his master just so happened to be the person he dreamt of taking as his master. For a time, indescribable bitterness arose in his heart. At this instant, he suddenly felt that Duan Lingtian, who'd always been ahead of him, seemed to have left him further and further behind, and it caused him to be unable to catch up. Could it be that I, Zhao Wei, am unable to defeat him in my entire lifetime and wash away my humiliation? No, I'm unwilling. Zhao Wei ceaselessly roared with unwillingness in his heart. I truly never imagined that a day would pass just like this. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sunset in the horizon. Within the illusory purgatory, there was no distinction between day and night, so he was unable to sense the changes in the color of the sky. After the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, an entire day had unknowingly passed. Let's go have a meal. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of people by his side and suggested. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was deeply afraid Sword 13 would refuse, so his gaze directly descended onto Sword 13. Senior, come with us as well. To Chun Shi's surprise, Sword 13 didn't refuse. It was even to the extent that even Saber 5 and Long Yun had come along to freeload, and this caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Why are these master and disciple so thick-skinned? After Duan Lingtian's group left, the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena finally made a move. Some of them helped the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort clean up the corpses on the combat arena, whereas the remaining people either headed out of Skywolf Fort or returned to the pavilions arranged for them in Skywolf Fort. Exactly what did that Duan Lingtian rely on to obtain such high acknowledgement from that expert from the Blade Sect? Yeah, that expert from the Blade Sect is obviously an expert at the same level as Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng. Yet he actually said that he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. It's truly unbelievable. Perhaps that expert from the Blade Sect is deliberately mystifying things. Duan Lingtian, that was well known by all the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties 2 days ago, had once again become the center of their heated discussions. Skywolf Fort, Inner Fort. Martial uncle, that Duan Lingtian was so presumptuous before you today. Could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? In the spacious courtyard, Feng Wei frowned as he asked Ning. Ning Can's eyes narrowed as a strand of cold light flashed within them. Then what do you think I should do? Directly make a move and kill him? Not to mention that Sword 13 would stop me. Even if I really killed him, what would the people outside say? Would they say that I, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can, wanted to take a young man as my personal disciple, and because I was rejected by the young man, I became enraged from embarrassment and relied on my strength to bully the young man before killing the young man? As he finished speaking, Ning Can grunted coldly with a deep voice. Could it be that we're just going to let this matter go like this? Feng Wei's eyes flickered with cold lights as he spoke with an unwilling expression. He treated Martial Uncle like that, and he undoubtedly didn't take our Skywolf Fort seriously. I'm unwilling to let him off just like this. Let him off? How could that be possible? Ning Can sneered. Then what Martial Uncle means is... Feng Wei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't forget that there are still 3 more selections after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Go tell that personal disciple you've just taken that so long as he's able to kill that Duan Lingtian and avenge me, his martial ancestral uncle, I'll give him an 8th level fire concept fragment. Ning Can spoke out. 8th level fire concept fragment. Feng Wei couldn't help but gasp when Ning Can said this. Even though he'd given a 3rd level fire concept fragment to his personal disciple he'd just taken, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the 8th level fire concept fragment in his martial uncle's possession. A 3rd level fire concept fragment was only able to assist a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to swiftly advance his fire concept to the 3rd level advanced fire concept. When the martial artist comprehended 3rd level advanced fire concept, the 3rd level fire concept fragment would transform into powder and vanish. Cultivating in the future required one to rely on one's own comprehension or find an even higher level fire concept fragment. whereas an 8th level fire concept fragment was sufficient to allow a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to swiftly advance his fire concept to the 8th level advanced fire concept in a short period of time. I heard from Zishang that came from the Darkhan dynasty along with him. Subsequently, Lu Yong spoke of everything Zishang had told him about Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. Illusory realm soul skill? Soul skill? Feng Wei's pupils constricted as he revealed an astonished expression. Are you sure it's a soul skill? Besides those variant demon beasts that possess extraordinary natural talent, how could there possibly be a human martial artist capable of executing a spiritual force ability that's similar to a soul skill before attaining the realm of Emperor Wu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei had an extremely good understanding of soul skills, and he knew that it was the ability of some variant demon beasts that possessed extraordinary natural talent. Even though human martial artists were capable of executing spiritual force abilities that were similar to soul skills, yet they had to break through to the realm of Emperor Wu before they could execute it. When I heard Zishang speak of this matter, it didn't seem to be false. Lu Yong continued. Even now, when he recalled the strand of black-colored flame brand that appeared between Zishang's brows and the strength that suddenly erupted out and completely crushed him, he still couldn't help but feel a slight lingering fear in his heart. At that time, if Zishang really wanted to take his life, then he would die for sure. So he felt that Zishang had utterly no need to deceive him. That Zishang you spoke of is a member of the Darkhan dynasty? You knew him from before? Feng Wei frowned as he asked. I got to know him in the illusory purgatory. Lu Yong laughed bitterly. Illusory purgatory? You didn't kill him? Feng Wei was stunned. Kill him? Lu Yong was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. Master, I want to kill him. But the problem is that I'm utterly not a match for him. What? You're not a match for him? Feng Wei was slightly shocked. Then there's someone in the Darkhan dynasty that's stronger than you? Lu Yong nodded, and then he asked. Right, Master. I have something to ask you. Do you know why a black-colored flame brand would appear between a person's brows? Moreover, after the black-colored flame brand appears, the person's strength would instantly increase greatly? Black-colored flame brand? Feng Wei frowned as he asked. What's that? Lu Yong continued. Master, Zishang was originally only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he wasn't a match for me. But when a strand of black-colored flame brand appeared between his brows, he instantly possessed a strength comparable to a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he caused me to be unable to fight back in front of him. A first-level void interpretation stage martial artist instantly possessed a strength at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage? A black-colored flame brand appeared between his brows? Feng Wei's brows knit together even more tightly, and then he guessed. Could it be some sort of secret technique? I don't know about that. Lu Yong shook his head. Looks like there's a need for me to meet Zishang. You make a trip and bring him here. Feng Wei spoke to Lu Yong. Yes. Lu Yong replied and left. In a restaurant near Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian and the others were sitting around a table and enjoying fine wine and delicacies. After being hungry for an entire day, all of them buried their heads in eating and drinking. In next to no time, the fine wine and delicacies on the table were completely swept away. After they were full and Duan Lingtian paid the bill, the group left the restaurant and soared into the sky with the intention of returning to Skywolf Fort. Suddenly, Sword 13 and Saber 5's figures stopped moving, and they turned around to glance at the side of the restaurant. After they noticed there was nothing unusual there, the two of them continued forward. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, an aged figure walked out from the shadows at the place Sword 13 and Saber 5 had looked at earlier. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. I don't believe that Sword 13 will be able to follow by your side forever. The old man's eyes emitted a gaze of hatred as he gnashed his teeth as he spoke. The old man was precisely the Dongua clan's patriarch, Dongua Lei. For the sake of finding an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike, he'd always been lying in ambush outside Skywolf Fort, waiting for an opportunity. Even though he'd seen Duan Lingtian arrive today, he had no way to make a move against Duan Lingtian. The blade sex expert, Sword 13, had always been by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was utterly unable to find an opportunity to make a move. Could it be Dongua Lei? Even though the movements of Sword 13 and Saber 5 were short, it was still noticed by Duan Lingtian, who possessed an extremely strong ability of observation, and he couldn't help but guess. In the ancient desert city, the person that wanted to take his life the most was undoubtedly the Dongua clan's patriarch, Dongua Lei. Now, there seemed to be someone watching them from the shadows, and according to his inference, that person was most probably Dongua Lei. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. If Dongua Lei doesn't die, then he'll be a great calamity in the end. On the way back, Duan Lingtian pondered in his heart. But Dongua Lei was a 6th-level void transformation stage expert after all, and if he wanted to kill Dongua Lei, then there was only a single path he could take. That was to utilize the talisman his deadbeat father left behind for him. But there were only 2 talismans left now, and if it wasn't necessary, he was really unwilling to utilize them. Never mind, I won't take the initiative to look for him. If he really comes looking for me, then even if I have to risk using a talisman, I'll still kill him so as to avoid future troubles. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. Isn't that Lu Yong? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from following along Zhang Shouyang's gaze to look ahead, and he saw Lu Yong heading towards a pavilion with a glance. Isn't that the pavilion Zishang resides in? Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows frowned slightly. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group saw Lu Yong stand in the sky outside a pavilion for a while before a figure shot out from within the pavilion to converge with Lu Yong. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his eyes flickered with an extremely cold light. If it wasn't for this being the Skywolf Fort that prohibited him from casually attacking, otherwise, he would wish for nothing more than to charge over and kill Zishang right now. Lu Yong has brought Zishang to the inner fort. What do they want to do? Zhang Shouyang frowned when he saw Lu Yong and Zishang swiftly entering the inner fort side by side, and he muttered to himself with slight worry. As far as he was concerned, nothing good would happen when these 2 fellows were gathered together. Lu Yong, do you know why Vice Fort Master Feng is looking for me? After they entered the inner fort, Zishang asked Lu Yong. It's mainly to ask you about Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. That martial ancestral uncle of mine wants me to kill Duan Lingtian during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he didn't hesitate to pay an 8th-level fire concept fragment for this. Lu Yong said, 8th-level fire concept fragment? Zishang's eyes lit up, and a sheen of greed faintly flickered within them, yet it quickly vanished. What a pity. Zishang, actually, there's something I've always been curious about. Exactly what did that Duan Lingtian rely on to counter you? After all, with your strength after the flame brand appeared between your brows, you're entirely capable of killing him in an instant. Chapter 800. Even though he'd faintly discerned from the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zishang that Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to counter Zishang in the illusory purgatory today, but he didn't know how Duan Lingtian countered Zishang. Zishang glanced indifferently at Lu Yong yet didn't say anything. What a joke. He wasn't stupid to the point of revealing his weakness. Seeming to have discerned the deep meaning in Zishang's eyes, Lu Yong smiled embarrassedly and called out, "Let's go. I'll take you to see Master." In the spacious courtyard, Zishang once again saw the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. Vice Fort Master Feng. Zishang nodded indifferently to Feng Wei and wasn't very warm. Even though Feng Wei was the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and was a supreme existence to him now. But since that strand of incomplete soul resided in his body, he knew that even if it was an existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, it was similarly an existence that was like an ant before a true expert. Whereas his future was far from something that a mere void transformation stage martial artist could restrain. He was an existence that wanted to become a martial monarch or even Emperor Wu. You're Zishang. Feng Wei's face instantly sank when he saw Zishang actually had such a proud attitude when facing him. Whoosh! Instantly, a terrifying imposing aura swept out from his body and pressed down onto Zishang, and he wanted to make Zishang lower his arrogant head. But unfortunately, he quickly noticed that Zishang seemed as if he was utterly unable to notice his imposing aura. From the beginning until the end, Zishang had a calm expression, and at the same time, Zishang looked at him with a spurious smile. Instantly, Feng Wei's face sank, and he didn't hold back any longer as he urged his strongest imposing aura to sweep out with the intention of making Zishang bow. But unfortunately, even though his imposing aura was like a storm, Zishang still stood towering without moving. Vice Fort Master Feng, don't waste your energy. Let's get down to business. Zishang spoke with slight impatience. A mere void transformation stage martial artist wanted to use his imposing aura to suppress him? After all, he wasn't alone now, and there was another formidable soul concealed within his body. Even though it was only a strand of incomplete soul, it wasn't something that the imposing aura of a mere void transformation stage martial artist could suppress. Purple decease. Right when Feng Wei's eyes emitted killing intent, Lu Yong's face went grim, and he glared furiously at Zishang. Please show some respect when speaking to my master. Respect? Zishang glanced indifferently at Lu Yong and laughed with disdain. Lu Yong, are you even qualified to talk about respect with me? If I knew earlier that you were unable to kill Duan Lingtian in the illusory purgatory today, I would absolutely not have let you off. Good, very good. Feng Wei glanced deeply at Zishang and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he said in a low voice, I heard from this disciple of mine that your strength would increase explosively after that black-colored flame brand appeared between your brows? From the 1st level void interpretation to the 5th level void interpretation in an instant? As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's eyes revealed greed. If I'm not wrong, you ought to have executed some sort of secret technique, right? Secret skill. Zishang was stunned for a moment before he smiled disdainfully. I know you won't admit it, but I still advise you to obediently hand over that secret technique. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Feng Wei completely shed all pretenses, and terrifying killing intent arose from his body as it swept towards Zishang. In next to no time, Feng Wei was stunned. Because he noticed that Zishang's expression didn't change in the slightest when facing his killing intent, and Zishang seemed as if Zishang was fearless. You're not afraid of death? Feng Wei's face sank. No one isn't afraid of death. Zishang shook his head. Then why are you still so composed when you're about to die? Feng Wei asked with a low voice. The reason I'm composed is because I firmly believe that you, Vice Fort Master Feng, won't kill me. Because once you kill me, then not only will you be unable to obtain that secret technique you guessed, you'll even be unable to obtain a treasure that's within easy reach of you, Vice Fort Master Feng. Zishang spoke confidently. Stop trying to be mysterious. Feng Wei grunted coldly. If I'm not wrong, Vice Fort Master Feng, you've come looking for me mainly because you want to know the ability of that Duan Lingtian, right? Actually, when it comes to dealing with Duan Lingtian, we're all people on the same boat. All of you want Duan Lingtian to die, and I want him to die as well. Zishang spoke frankly. You're extremely smart, but compared to killing Duan Lingtian, I'm more interested in that secret technique you possess. Feng Wei glanced deeply at Zishang. Secret technique? Zishang started laughing. Vice Fort Master Feng, if you think I know some secret technique, then you're gravely mistaken. Cloud Continent is so huge, besides ordinary human martial artists and the various demon beasts, Vice Fort Master Feng ought to have heard of variants, right? Variants? Feng Wei's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard this. Even though he'd never seen a variant of legend with his own two eyes, he'd seen introductions related to variants in some unorthodox books. Variants were the product of the union between a human and a demon. Moreover, the probability of them being born was extremely low. On Cloud Continent, so long as a demon beast broke through to the void transformation stage, it would be a demon that could take human form and be no different than an ordinary human. After these demons took human form, many of them would mate with humans and give birth to the next generation. Normally speaking, the union between a human and a demon would either give birth to a pure human or a pure demon beast. But there were exceptions. Supposedly, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that a variable would appear in the union between a human and a demon, and that variable was the extremely rare variants on Cloud Continent. Variants were divided into two types, and they belonged to two extremes. One of them was mediocre, and it was even to the extent that their natural talent and comprehension ability were far inferior to their parents. The other type instead possessed an extremely heaven-defying cultivation and natural talent. This type of variant might be a human or a demon beast. They had a common point, and that was they possessed some sort of extremely terrifying ability. It was an ability they were born with, and it was difficult to replicate and was unique. According to rumor, this ability was called an innate ability. What you mean is, you're a variant? Whereas that ability of yours that's capable of improving your strength in a short period of time is your innate ability. When Feng Wei looked at Zishang once more, his pupils constricted slightly, and his voice was filled with surprise. After all, the variant and innate ability were things he'd seen in books, and he'd never encountered them in reality. I never imagined that Vice Fort Feng would be so knowledgeable and actually know of the innate ability of us variants. Zishang started laughing extremely brilliantly. Of course, he was laughing coldly in his heart. Actually, a moment ago he didn't know what a variant was, nor did he know what an innate ability was. All of this was taught to him by the ghost flame concealed within his body, and it was only for the sake of deceiving the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort before him. Of course, no matter if it was a variant or an innate ability, according to Elder Ghost, they really existed. But Zishang wasn't one. Since you said that you are an anomaly, I would really like to see your innate ability. Feng Wei stared at Zishang with a burning gaze. What he wanted to do the most now was to confirm if Zishang's ability was a secret technique or an innate ability. If it was a secret technique, then it would surely have a certain side effect, and he was able to discern it. On the other hand, an innate ability was an ability that variants were born with, and it didn't have any side effects. As you wish, Zishang nodded. In the next moment, the origin energy in his entire body roiled, causing the energy of the heavens and the earth to roil before condensing into 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level of the void interpretation stage. In next to no time, a small black dot started to appear between Zishang's brows, and it swiftly grew larger after it appeared before transforming into a strand of black-colored flame brand in the end. Right at this moment, the gaze Feng Wei shot at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Zishang changed slightly. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth there instantly underwent a tremendous change, and another 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly appeared by the side of the 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Merely his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely the symbol of the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. Time silently flowed by. After half an hour, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows gradually faded, whereas the 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above him gradually dispersed, and the origin energy that skyrocketed on his body was restrained by more than half. As for Zishang himself, he still had a calm expression, and it was impossible to discern that what he'd done earlier had any side effects on him. Lu Yong, who stood at the side, couldn't help but gasp. Half an hour. Never had he imagined that Zishang would actually be able to maintain a state of the fifth level of the void interpretation stage for half an hour. After all, after Zishang erupted with his strength at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage that day, he'd crushed him in the blink of an eye, and he'd suppressed him to the point he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. It's truly an innate ability. Feng Wei's pupils constricted, and after he saw Zishang didn't suffer any side effects, he believed Zishang. I truly never imagined that I, Feng Wei, would actually be able to see a variant of legend in my lifetime. I'm truly fortunate, and that innate ability of legend is actually so terrifying that it's capable of allowing a 1st-level void interpretation stage martial artist to advance his strength to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage in a short period of time. Feng Wei sighed, and then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, according to my knowledge, even if it's the innate ability of a variant, it requires the consumption of spiritual force. Does this innate ability of yours have any restrictions? It can continue for almost an hour every day. Zishang was prepared since long ago, and he replied calmly. Almost an hour every day? Feng Wei and Lu Yong's pupils constricted at the same time, and they couldn't help but curse in unison. Freak! Zishang! Could it be that Duan Lingtian is a variant as well? Suddenly, Feng Wei seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but ask. I heard from Yong that you said that Duan Lingtian is able to execute soul skills? Chapter 801. Duan Lingtian? A variant? Originally, Zishang didn't think of Duan Lingtian as a variant, but now that he'd been reminded by Feng Wei, he couldn't help but be stunned. Elder Ghost, haven't you always been unable to discern why Duan Lingtian was able to execute soul skills? Do you think it's possible that he's a variant? Zishang contacted the strand of incomplete soul that was hidden within Zishang's body and asked with a low voice. It's possible. After a short moment, an aged and ghastly voice sounded out. Of course, it's also possible that it's because of other things. There's nothing absolute in this world. No one dares say that he knows everything. Zishang's pupils constricted, and slight fear was faintly mixed within his eyes as he guessed. I feel that it's very likely that he's a variant. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such a formidable strength at such a young age? No matter if Duan Lingtian is a variant or not, he can't be allowed to live. I have a feeling that if you don't kill him as soon as possible, then the one that dies in the future will only be you. Elder Ghost's voice was filled with fear. Moreover, he possesses the Devil Seal Tablet and knows of my existence, and he knows that the Devil Seal Tablet is capable of countering me. Once you die, it's impossible for me to survive as well. So, Elder Ghost, you must help me. Let's see how we can completely annihilate Duan Lingtian in this world once and for all. Zishang's eyes flashed with cold lights as he spoke fiercely. I'll absolutely not allow him to live. Elder Ghost's ghastly and hoarse voice was filled with icy cold and bone-piercing killing intent, and it caused Zishang to be unable to refrain from shuddering. Up until now, even he didn't know the true ability of this Elder Ghost. But he knew that when Elder Ghost was at his prime, he was absolutely an expert at the Emperor Wu realm or above. Zishang? Feng Wei couldn't help but frown and remind Zishang when he saw Zishang didn't answer his question and was instead in a daze. Zishang returned to his senses. Vice Fort Master Feng, you've really guessed correctly. There's something that I've thought about for a long time, and I intend to tell you. Speak. Feng Wei's brows raised, and he felt slight anticipation. The reason I wanted to kill that Duan Lingtian was because he could restrain my innate ability. He and I are both anomalies, but his bloodline is rather special. The attack I unleashed after I cast my innate ability will automatically disperse and return to its normal strength before it even gets close to him. Zishang said slowly. These words were taught to him by the Ghost Elder. I see. Feng Wei nodded with sudden understanding, and then he asked with a smile. Zishang, you ought to feel extremely uncomfortable in your heart with such a nemesis, right? Of course. I can't wait to tear him into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Zishang's expression turned serious as he spoke fiercely. Very good. Since that's the case, we have a common enemy. Do you have a way to deal with him? Feng Wei asked. Unless I enter the illusory purgatory once more and ask Lu Yong to kill him. Otherwise, no matter if it's me or Lu Yong, we don't have the strength to kill him. Zishang shook his head and said, Illusory purgatory? Feng Wei frowned. That illusory purgatory consumes an enormous amount of energy every time it's activated. It's not too possible to activate it once more. If it's like this, then it's extremely difficult to kill him during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Zishang said. Just how strong is that illusory realm soul skill that he used? According to my knowledge, no matter if it's those special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent or the legendary experts like Emperor Wu, their spiritual force abilities are at most targeted towards existences with spiritual forces similar to their own or weaker than their own. Feng Wei frowned. Yong is a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and his spiritual force is at the third level of the void interpretation stage as well. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's cultivation has stepped into the third level of the void interpretation stage as well? As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Vice Fort Master Feng, that Duan Lingtian is unlike ordinary martial artists. According to my estimations, he ought to have consumed a type of spirit fruit that improves the level of his soul, causing his spiritual force to be 2 levels higher than his cultivation. Zishang said, 1 year ago, I witnessed his illusory realm soul skill during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. At that time, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, yet his spiritual force was at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. What? Feng Wei was greatly shocked, as he'd heard of spirit fruits that were capable of improving the level of the soul. In this way, once he breaks through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force will break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage along with him? Yes. Zishang nodded, and then he said with a fearful expression, Moreover, according to my estimations, his current cultivation is probably not as simple as the 1st level of the void interpretation stage, and it's extremely likely that he has already broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage? A young man that's only 28 years old? Feng Wei couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, he'd started to truly take Duan Lingtian to be a genius figure that possessed extraordinary natural talent that he could examine head-on. In other words, it's extremely likely that his current spiritual force is at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Wei took a deep breath. If it's really like this, then once he executes that soul skill, there's probably no one amongst the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that are participating in the martial competition this time that's a match for him. Not necessarily. If there's an existence amongst the remaining 40-plus young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that has broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage and is an inscription master at the same time, then perhaps they'll just happen to be able to counter Duan Lingtian and defeat him. Zishang said. Would there be such an existence? Feng Wei frowned and felt slight disbelief. Nothing is absolute. Zishang continued. Once an existence like that appears, I believe that so long as Vice Fort Master Feng makes a heavy promise and asks him to help you kill Duan Lingtian, he ought to not refuse. When Zishang spoke up to hear, he revealed an evil smile. Humph. Feng Wei glanced coldly and indifferently at Zishang and grunted. If it really comes to that time, then the happiest person would probably be you, Zishang, right? Vice Fort Master Feng, you can't speak like this. Everyone's just happy together. Zishang smiled indifferently. Right, you said earlier that I'll be able to obtain a treasure that's easily obtainable. What's that? Feng Wei asked when he recalled what Zishang had said earlier. Vice Fort Master Feng, that was actually only a delaying tactic of mine, and I spoke casually. Vice Fort Master Feng is wise. You knew since the beginning that I was deliberately mystifying things. Zishang spoke unhurriedly, and a bright light flashed within the depths of his eyes. Since no matter if he spoke of the existence of the Devil Seal Tablet or not, the members of Skywolf Fort would kill Duan Lingtian, then why should he speak of the Devil Seal Tablet? Once the Devil Seal Tablet fell into the hands of the members of Skywolf Fort, even though he could take it back in the future, but who knew if an unexpected event would occur during this period of time? Let's see if there's an existence amongst those young geniuses that isn't afraid of Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. Once there is, then under the promise of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, that person will surely make a move to kill Duan Lingtian. Whereas the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's possession will most probably fall into the hands of that person, even if he's in existence at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. So long as I allow Elder Ghost to possess him, I'll similarly be able to kill him in a short period of time and seize Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. Zishang started to calculate in his heart. Of course, if no one is able to suppress Duan Lingtian in the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, at that time, I'll tell Feng Wei that Duan Lingtian possesses the Devil Seal Tablet that can amplify one's strength by 100%. For the sake of the Devil Seal Tablet, I believe Feng Wei will stop at nothing to kill Duan Lingtian. Zishang made 2 preparations for his scheme. Duan Lingtian, you're dead for sure this time. Zishang's eyes were filled with extreme icy coldness. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know of all this that had occurred in the inner fort. Presently, he was silently comprehending wind concept within his room in the Narcissus Pavilion. Duan Lingtian, who held the wind concept fragment in his hand, had strands of clearly visible strong winds coiled around his body, and the strong winds were deep and ceaselessly strengthened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd completely fused into the wind. He was the wind and the wind was him. As he meditated and comprehended, Duan Lingtian forgot the time. Elder brother Duan. Duan Lingtian only returned to his senses when a familiar voice sounded out by his ears, and he put away the wind concept fragment in his hand. Tianwu. After opening the door, Duan Lingtian noticed that dawn had already appeared in the horizon, and a new day had officially arrived. Elder brother Duan, we ought to go over. Feng Tianwu, who'd rested for an entire night, seemed to be even more beautiful and moving. It wasn't just that. Duan Lingtian even noticed some slight changes on her. Tianwu wouldn't have broken through, right? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then his spiritual force stretched out along with this, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Feng Tianwu's cultivation was still at the 1st level of the Void Interpretation stage. Looks like I was too suspicious, right? Tianwu has only broken through to the 1st level of the Void Interpretation stage a few days ago. Even if she wants to break through, she would at least have to wait for another period of time. Duan Lingtian shook his head and walked side by side with Feng Tianwu, and after they converged with Feng Wu Dao, they headed towards the combat arena. At the same time, there were already many people in the sky above the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, brother Lingtian. Not long after, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong had arrived as well. Sword 13, who walked in front of Su Li, nodded to Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and it could be considered as a greeting. Whoosh! Whoosh! In next to no time, Saber 5 and Long Yun arrived as scheduled. In next to no time, all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had arrived. After a night of rest, all the representatives of the 10 dynasties were in high spirits, and they completely didn't have the dispirited state they had when they saw the corpses of all the young geniuses at dusk yesterday. Whoosh! A howl of the wind sounded out from the direction of the inner fort, and it caused everyone to be unable to refrain from raising their heads to look over. A tall young man flew over and arrived in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. Lu Yong. For a time, the gazes of the group of young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The person that obtained the top ranking token could choose their opponent at will in the third round of selections. Besides that, the person that obtained the number 1 to 10 token was actually able to obtain immunity in the third round of selections, and they wouldn't be challenged by others. The higher the number token obtained, the more benefits there are. If one is able to obtain the number 1 to 10 token, then it would be awesome. Not only would one not be challenged, one would even be able to challenge the person that obtained the last ranking token. Looks like I have to go all out in this second round of selections. I'll surely strive to obtain the number 1 to 10 token. In the sky above the combat arena, most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties seemed as if they'd taken stimulants, and all of them were extremely excited. They wanted to obtain the number tokens that were ranked at the top. Only in this way would they have the chance to obtain the opportunity to advance in the third round of selections. Even though the second round of selections wouldn't eliminate anyone, but based on the current situation, there would surely be many people that would be eliminated in the third round of selections. If one wanted to advance in the third round of selections, then the ranking of the number tokens in the second round of selections was extremely important. This second round of selections is slightly interesting. The young geniuses that obtain the number 1 to 10 token are surely top figures amongst the 50 young geniuses present. During the third round of selections, these 10 people won't fight each other, and the most exciting battles will be left for the end. Zhang Shouyong's eyes flashed as he spoke with a light smile. Looks like the third round of selections ought to be to decide on the top 10 people in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, whereas the fourth round of selections is probably the final round of selections, and it ought to decide on the exact rankings of the top 10. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but guess. It ought to be like this. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. The third and fourth round of selections are undoubtedly the final highlight of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. If we're able to obtain the number 1 to 10 token, then we'll be able to occupy the initiative in the third round of selections. So long as we're not defeated by the person we challenged, we'll be able to easily occupy the top 10 positions in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Feng Tianwu spoke with slight anticipation. Even though it's like this, but it isn't so easy to obtain the number 1 to 10 token. After all, there's a total of 50 people that are competing for those 10 number tokens. Duan Lingtian shook his head, yet he wasn't so optimistic. "50 entrances and 1 exit. Obviously, everyone will gather at a single place in the illusory crypt of the second round of selections. That place ought to be the place where the 50 number tokens are stored." Feng Wudao said, "Once a few people enter that place at the same time, they'll surely make a move to seize the number tokens that are ranked at the front. I'm afraid a battle can't be avoided in this second round of selections, unless you're willing to take the number tokens that are ranked at the back." Feng Wudao's words caused Duan Lingtian and the others to deeply agree. If they entered the place where the number tokens were stored at the same time as another, then they would surely not watch as the number tokens that were ranked at the front were taken away by another. 50 people all want to obtain the number 1 to 10 token. This competition will surely be horrifying. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a firm sheen as he resolved in his heart. No matter what, I'm determined to obtain the number tokens in the top 10. Not only that, my objective is the number 1 token. Even though the number tokens ranked in the top 10 possess special privileges, but it was undoubtedly the number 1 token that possessed the greatest privilege. The person that obtained the number 1 token was able to choose an opponent first. At that time, they were entirely capable of directly challenging the person that was ranked at the end and had obtained the number 50 token. Actually, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian who thought like this, the other 49 young geniuses thought like this as well. Now, all of you follow the 10 elders of my Skywolf Fort and head to the 50 entrances of the illusory crypt. Vice Fort Master Feng will go with all of you, and at that time all of you can enter together after he gives the order. Ning Can spoke out. "Let's go." As soon as Ning Can finished speaking, Feng Wei gave the order and flashed out first. Instantly, all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties followed him, and Sword 13 and Saber 5 were amongst them. For a time, only Ning Can remained in the sky above the combat arena. After a short moment, their group arrived at the eastern area of the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. At that place, a total of 50 wide tiles had been opened up to reveal the pitch-black true appearance that entered their eyes. The 50 of you stand in front of an entrance and wait for my command before entering together. Feng Wei spoke indifferently. Instantly, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties flashed out successively to stand at the side of the entrance to the illusory crypt, and they were prepared to enter at any moment. Let's go! Duan Lingtian and the others flashed out as well. At the same time, they sent voice transmissions into the ears of Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Everything within this illusory crypt is unknown to us, but since Vice Fort Master Ning said that there are layer upon layer of barriers within, then I presume it wouldn't be too simple. If we want to pass through it, we'll probably encounter many difficulties and obstacles. No matter how difficult it is, we'll surely pass through it with our fastest speed. Feng Tianwu's group of 3 were filled with confidence. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but be suffused with a wisp of a grin when he saw their states weren't bad, and he followed them to descend at the side of an entrance. At the same time, the other young geniuses took their positions successively. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a cold and fierce gaze looking at him, and he couldn't help but instantly raise his head to meet the gaze. Zi Shang. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he looked at the owner of the cold and fierce gaze, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Duan Lingtian, that illusory realm soul skill of yours isn't of much use in the second round of the selections. You probably don't have the chance to obtain one of the top 10 tokens. Zi Shang's voice transmission was transmitted over, and it was filled with dense ridicule. Just you wait. I'll obtain token number 1. You're bound to be trampled beneath my feet. Zi Shang continued. As far as Zi Shang was concerned, so long as he allowed the incomplete soul of Elder Ghost to possess him, his strength would increase explosively, and it would be extremely easy for him to pass through the illusory crypt. He believed that he would pass through the illusory crypt on his first try and obtain token number 1. Hiss! Duan Lingtian laughed with ridicule and mocked via voice transmission. So what if you've obtained the number 1 token? Even if I'm unable to obtain one of the top 10 tokens, do you dare challenge me? Do you dare challenge me? Chapter 803. Humph! A cold light flashed within Zi Shang's eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and he muttered with a voice that only he could hear. Duan Lingtian, feel free to be complacent now. I can't be bothered to fuss about it with a person that's about to die. No matter what all of you encounter within the illusory crypt, all of you have to do is charge forward blindly, until you arrive at the end of the crypt and choose a number command token. Then you can leave from the exit at the combat arena. Feng Wei said. When he saw the group of young geniuses had already taken their positions, Feng Wei suddenly shouted out loudly. Enter! Enter! Feng Wei's loud shout was like a thunderclap that pierced into the ears of the 50 young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian. The 50 young geniuses shuddered and leaped into the entrance of the illusory crypt successively. After Duan Lingtian entered the entrance of the illusory crypt, he noticed that he'd entered an underground passageway, and his surroundings were filled with potholes on the walls. Whirlwind. After he entered, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and hurriedly utilized his movement technique with all his strength to swiftly dash forward. Of course, at the same time that he dashed out, he didn't forget to stretch out his spiritual force to sweep forward. Once anything was off ahead, he would be able to notice it at the first possible moment. Suddenly, the spiritual force that Duan Lingtian stretched out trembled slightly. There's a situation. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted abruptly as he looked ahead. Even though he'd realized that something was off there, his speed didn't slow down in the slightest. Every second counts. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian, who'd entered the illusory crypt, was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins, and he only knew how to arrive at his destination and completely disregarded everything else. It's wind. After flashing forward for a while, Duan Lingtian finally noticed what welcomed him. It was the piercingly cold, strong winds that practically filled the entire passageway and ceaselessly assaulted him. These piercingly cold gales were accompanied by some material wind blades that contained extremely terrifying offensive strength. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate when facing the impact of the wind that assaulted him, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed before transforming into waves of piercingly cold, strong winds that coiled around his body. Whirlwind. Facing the oncoming gales and wind blades, Duan Lingtian, who was enveloped by the vast gales, was not afraid in the slightest. He faced them head-on, allowing the biting cold gales and wind blades to sweep his body. Whoosh! 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 After a short moment, the material wind concept around Duan Lingtian's body was pressed down by the strong winds and wind blades that assaulted him to the point of almost collapsing, whereas his speed was forcefully pushed down to slow down. Boom! Boom! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's pair of iron fists were surrounded by strong winds, and then swept forward, colliding with the oncoming astral winds and wind blades. In an instant, the resistance Duan Lingtian felt lessened. There's a chance. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword. At any rate, Duan Lingtian was able to confirm that there wasn't a second person here, whereas the oncoming astral winds and wind blades were formed from an inscription formation, so there was utterly no need for him to conceal his strength. For the sake of arriving at the end of the illusory crypt as soon as possible, in other words, the exit, he had to go all out. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian commanded the quasi-royal grade spirit sword as if it was his arm, and it abruptly pierced forward. Instantly, two divine dragons that were completely condensed from material wind concept whistled out, and two pairs of eyes shot out for extremely bright lights as they welcomed the strong winds and wind blades that assaulted their faces. Instantly, the astral winds and wind blades were suppressed to a certain extent, and it also gave Duan Lingtian a chance to pass through. Just a little bit more. Duan Lingtian's gaze was firm as he swiftly flashed out with the intention of charging through the last strand of astral winds and wind blades that assaulted his face. The spiritual force he stretched out already told him that so long as he passed through the last strand of astral winds and wind blades that assaulted his face, he would have passed through the first barrier of the illusory crypt. Whirlwind. Swoosh! The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand opened up a path, and his entire body had perfectly fused with the material wind concept on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, causing his entire body to seem as if it had transformed into a sword. If someone was here and saw Duan Lingtian's current situation, that person would surely notice to his surprise that Duan Lingtian had practically fused into one with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. The material wind concept that suffused his body and sword had practically formed an enormous sword, and only Duan Lingtian and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that were concealed within it could be faintly seen. At this moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword seemed to be the tip of this enormous sword, whereas Duan Lingtian's entire body was the body of this enormous sword. Swish! The enormous sword tore through the sky like a swift arrow that was shot out from a strong bow. At this moment, the oncoming astral winds and wind blades were split apart from the tip of the enormous sword and were completely dispersed to the sides, causing the obstruction towards Duan Lingtian to grow smaller and smaller. I've finally come over. In just an instant, Duan Lingtian had passed through the section of the cave passageway where the astral winds and wind blades raged, and the inscription formation that condensed the astral winds and wind blades was left far behind him. Continue. After passing through the first inscription formation, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and continued forward. After a short moment, after turning a corner, Duan Lingtian felt a flash before his eyes, and balls of red-colored scorching flames actually burned ahead, and it was like a sea of fire. First it was wind, now it's fire, They're all inscription formations that were formed from origin stones combined with concept fragments. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed, and he didn't slow down in the slightest as he continued forward. These inscription formations probably weren't left behind by that martial monarch stage expert, right? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. After forcefully passing through the wind area with brute force and easily passing through the fire and thunder areas, Duan Lingtian quickly entered the water area. The water that appeared in this inscription formation that was formed from origin energy and water concept wasn't calm at all. If it was calm water, then even if Duan Lingtian didn't possess his current cultivation, he would still be able to easily swim through it. But this water was ceaselessly squeezing and colliding within this area of the tunnel. Once he entered it, it was extremely easy for him to lose control of his body and be swept away by the waves. Charge! However, all of this wasn't a problem for Duan Lingtian. His spiritual force swept out and easily shut off the inscription formation that created water temporarily. The water quickly vanished, whereas Duan Lingtian had passed through the area enveloped by the inscription formation. Only when Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual force did waves of boundless sounds of water that collided endlessly appear behind him once again, and it gradually faded away. Perhaps, even those people from Skywolf Fort never imagined that I would be able to easily shut off the inscription formation within this illusory crypt. With the attainments of the Samsara Emperor Wu in the Tao of Inscriptions, when combined with my spiritual force, it's simply an invincible cheating device. The term cheating device originated from the Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life, and it was commonly used in games that were unfair to other players and broke the rules. The inscription formation that's formed from origin energy and Earth concept should be behind this, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the empty tunnel ahead and guessed in his heart. Chapter 804. Right when Duan Lingtian was preparing to receive the earthen energy, he strangely noticed that an aged figure had suddenly appeared ahead of him. When he looked carefully, the owner of this figure was actually the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan. Presently, Ning Kan stood there and was looking at Duan Lingtian with an amiable expression, and it was as if he was looking at a junior that he doted on dearly. Congratulations! You're the first to complete the first phase of the selections in the illusory crypt. Now you can choose one of the 3 rewards. After Duan Lingtian stopped, Ning Kan said with a light smile, the first is a grade 3 spirit weapon. The second is swoosh. Ning Kan hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian's expression went grim, and then he flew out to actually pass through Ning Kan's body and continue flashing forward. At the same time, Ning Kan's body gradually dispersed as if he'd never appeared. Damn it! In the beginning, I actually didn't notice that it was an illusory realm formed from an inscription formation. The expression of Duan Lingtian, who continued flashing forward, sank slightly. At this moment, he didn't dare dally any longer and hurriedly stretched out his spiritual force. And as he moved forward, he didn't forget to search every single corner that he passed. Earlier, his thoughts were placed on the earthen energy, and he utterly didn't think about anything else. When Ning Kan appeared before him, it even caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Ning Kan to appear here. After all, Ning Kan had clearly spoken of the rules of the second round of the selections outside, and there wasn't a segment where the rewards would be distributed halfway. So when Duan Lingtian stopped for a moment, he completely reacted to the fact that it was an illusory realm formed from an inscription formation, and it was only for the sake of confusing him and delaying his time. Never mind, even though I've wasted some time, but I'm afraid anyone would be fooled by that scene from before. I was fooled, and the others ought to be more or less the same. Duan Lingtian ceaselessly consoled himself, and he still felt that he ought to be able to be the first to arrive at the end of the illusory crypt and obtain the number 1 token. After flying forward for a while, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force trembled, and it caused his brows to be unable to refrain from raising as he sneered. An inscription formation again. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force temporarily shut down the inscription formation he'd just noticed. Another inscription formation that can construct an illusory realm. When his spiritual force fused into the inscription formation, Duan Lingtian was able to notice the exact effects of the formation at the first possible moment. As long as someone entered this kind of inscription formation, it would immediately trigger the illusory realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian used his spiritual energy to temporarily shut off the inscription formation, so he did not have to face the unknown illusory realm. Duan Lingtian for me, Duan Lingtian to the Lingtian to Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and continued to fly forward at full speed. Subsequently, he detected a few inscription formations that could construct an illusory realm in advance, and he temporarily shut them off in advance, saving him a great deal of time. Perhaps my speed is inferior to those young geniuses at the third level of the void interpretation stage or above, but I have the assistance of my spiritual force in this illusory crypt, and I'm practically unobstructed. They ought to be slower than me, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Now, I'm afraid only Zishang is capable of threatening me in the second round of the selections. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to arrive before the 50 command tokens like a ghost, and he glanced at the number 1 command token before casually picking it up. Looks like I'm the first person to pass through the illusory crypt. After Duan Lingtian put away the number 1 command token, his eyes lit up, and then he soared into the sky to arrive nearby the exit of the illusory crypt. But he didn't leave directly. Duan Lingtian, who stood in the sky, was concealed within the mist near the exit, and his fierce gaze stared at the other 49 passageways. Suddenly, killing intent that was faintly discernible suffused his face. The reason he didn't impatiently take the number 1 command token and leave was because he wanted to do something that he impatiently wanted to do. Kill Zishang. He'd formed enmity with Zishang in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago, and when they met in the Darkhan dynasty later on, the conflict between them escalated ceaselessly, and it seemed to have arrived at a situation where they would fight to the death. Especially when he found out that the incomplete soul of an expert suspected to be Emperor Wu might be concealed within Zishang's body. Duan Lingtian felt an extremely great threat that came from Zishang. He kept having the feeling that if Zishang was allowed to continue living, then Zishang would sooner or later become a great calamity. With the assistance of the incomplete soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu, Zishang's future path would surely be smooth, and perhaps he would even have the chance to become a martial monarch or even an Emperor Wu. All of this wasn't something he was willing to see happen. Zishang, this illusory crypt is the time of your death, Duan Lingtian muttered. Duan Lingtian waited in the spacious underground palace just like this, and his gaze locked onto the other 49 passageways that led to this place because Zishang would come out from one of the passageways. Unfortunately, I don't know which passageway Zishang is at. Otherwise, I could consider taking the initiative to kill my way over. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he thought in his heart. On the other hand, outside the exit that wasn't too far away from Duan Lingtian was the sky above the combat arena in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. At this moment, besides Ning Ken, who'd always been waiting here, the representatives of the various dynasties that had followed Feng Wei to the entrance of the illusory crypt earlier had returned as well. Feng Wei had returned as well. The group of experts of the older generation stood in the sky as they stared fixedly at the exit of the illusory crypt. The exit was suffused with an expanse of white mist, and they were unable to see clearly what was beneath it. It was even to the extent that even spiritual force was unable to penetrate through it. Obviously, there was a special inscription formation situated there. I wonder who will be the one to obtain token number 1. Many people spoke out, including the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the Bladesex Sword 13 and Saber 5. The group of experts of the older generation slightly anticipated who would be the first to come out from the illusory crypt. At this moment, They were utterly unaware that a violet-clothed young man that could come out at any moment was standing in the sky at the side of the exit of the illusory crypt since long ago. He's really slow. Duan Lingtian, who stood in the sky near the exit that was coiled by mist and waited for a few tens of breaths of time yet didn't see Zishang, and he couldn't help but frown. Finally, Duan Lingtian noticed movement in one of the passageways that led here, and waves of swift howls of the wind were coming from there. Swoosh! A figure instantly flashed into the underground palace, and it drew Duan Lingtian's gaze at the first possible moment. Zishang. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at the familiar face that had a strand of black-colored flame brand between his brows, and his gaze stared fixedly at this person that he'd been waiting for a long time. Meanwhile, Zishang had already arrived nearby the pile of command tokens, and his expression went grim when he saw a command token was missing. Where's the number 1 token? There's actually someone that's even faster than me? An aged, hoarse, and ghastly voice sounded out from Zishang's mouth, and it was filled with disbelief, as if he didn't believe that someone was able to pass through the illusory crypt before him. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian was able to determine that the current Zishang was possessed by the soul of the expert that seemed to be Emperor Wu. Old fellow! Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Zishang, and he completely exposed his figure that was concealed at the side of the exit that was covered in mist. At the same time, a stone tablet appeared in his hand, a broken stone tablet. The stone tablet was densely inscribed with complicated words that were difficult to understand, and it caused others to be unable to figure them out. Duan Lingtian's cold laughter had just finished resounding out when Zishang had already turned around, and his pair of lusterless eyes flashed with a trace of fear. It's actually you, kid. How could you possibly be faster than me? It was precisely the incomplete soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu within Zishang's body, and it had occupied Zishang's body at the instant Zishang was about to be killed by him. Not only had it occupied Zishang's body, it even shattered the illusory space he'd created with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and it even helped Zishang avoid calamity. Kid, if you want to kill Zishang, you'll have to pass through me first. Zishang, who was temporarily possessed by Elder Ghost, laughed evilly. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he raised his hand to withdraw the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet seemed to have noticed something, and it flew towards Zishang on its own. Just as the Devil Seal tablet was about to smash onto Zishang, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished, and the Devil Seal tablet stopped in midair. Zishang, let me see if that old fellow can still save you this time. This time, for the sake of preventing that old fellow from possessing Zishang's body to save Zishang. Duan Lingtian didn't put away the Devil Seal tablet again. 1,000 illusions. Subsequently, a dim light flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he executed his exclusive soul skill once more. Instantly, Zishang was enveloped by the illusory space once more. Die! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and he raised the Devil Seal tablet and smashed it towards Zishang's head. He wanted to see if that old fellow still dared to come out. Once he did, he'd definitely make him and Zishang perish together. Humph! When the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was about to smash Duan Lingtian to death, a cold grunt entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Along with this was a shapeless, enormous force. Bang! The terrifying enormous force swept over and blasted Duan Lingtian flying, causing the piercingly cold strong winds that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body to shatter into pieces, and the sheen on the Devil Seal tablet in his hand dimmed down along with this. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he noticed that 4 figures had flashed in successively from the exit, and it was precisely Feng Wei, Ning Can, Sword 13, and Saber 5. The person that made a move earlier was precisely Feng Wei who'd arrived first. Feng Wei, what's the meaning of this? The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by your Skywolf Fort. As the dignified vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, aren't you going a bit too far by violating the rules and interfering in the martial competition? When Sword 13 entered, he just happened to see the scene of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying by Feng Wei, and his face instantly sank as he spoke with a cold voice. Waves of sword insight that shot into the sky abruptly swept out from his body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword that was prepared to whistle out at any moment to annihilate Feng Wei. On the other hand, the expression of Feng Wei, who was locked onto by Sword 13's aura, was unsightly as well, but he still said with a low voice, Sword 13, the second round of the selection is a selection of rankings, and there's no rule that allows the young geniuses of the various dynasties to kill each other. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Sword 13's gaze was like a sword as he took a step forward, and he was like an enormous sword that soared into the sky and brought even greater pressure to Feng Wei. Sword 13, this is my Skywolf Fort, not your Blade Sect. Even you've said that the martial competition was held by my Skywolf Fort, so the rules are naturally set by us. Ning Can glanced indifferently at Sword 13, and his tone was filled with obvious favoritism. So what if this is your Skywolf Fort? If I, Sword 13, want to teach someone a lesson, could it be that I have to find another place? Sword 13 sneered, and practically at the instant he finished speaking, his entire body moved. Within the scope of Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Sword 13 had vanished on the spot. At practically the exact same moment. Slap! A clear sound of a slap sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's vision shook as he noticed that Sword 13 had appeared before Feng Wei at practically the instant that Sword 13 vanished on the spot. Moreover, he'd even slapped Feng Wei. A clear palm print appeared on Feng Wei's face, causing Feng Wei to be slightly dazed for a moment. He ought to have never imagined that Sword 13 would dare touch him and slap him in front of so many people. Sword 13, you're courting death. Feng Wei was enraged, utterly enraged, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty wild beast as he opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards Sword 13. But unfortunately, he wasn't even able to touch the corners of Sword 13's clothes. How swift! As he looked at Sword 13's figure that occasionally vanished on the spot and appeared at another place, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. Feng Wei couldn't withstand a single blow before Sword 13. From the beginning until the end, only the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth caused by Feng Wei's attacks flashed in the sky, whereas there wasn't any phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky above Sword 13. It was obvious from this that every single move Sword 13 made was a flash in the pan, and it was utterly too late to condense into a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Even though Feng Wei's attack was swift, he wasn't even able to touch the corners of Sword 13's clothes. Sword 13. Ning Can's expression was gloomy, and then he joined the battle to join forces with Feng Wei to deal with Sword 13. But unfortunately, even if the two of them joined forces, they were still unable to touch Sword 13. Sword 13, you've broken through to that realm? Finally, Ning Can stopped and stood there, and he didn't waste any more strength as he gasped and asked. Whoosh! Sword 13's vanished figure appeared once more before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw that Sword 13 didn't dodge this time, and he casually smashed out with his fist like a heavy hammer to intercept Feng Wei's iron fist that shot out like a cannonball. Bang! An enormous bang resounded out, yet Sword 13 didn't move in the slightest, whereas Feng Wei flew out like an arrow that left the bow instead, and he smashed heavily onto the wall of the underground palace. Pooh! Feng Wei's throat felt sweet, and then he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with astonishment when he looked at Sword 13 once more. How could you possibly be so strong? Feng Wei, I really admire your courage. Even I didn't dare challenge Junior Brother Sword again since 1 year ago. A mere 7th level void transformation stage martial artist like you dares to be arrogant before a 9th level void transformation stage martial artist? Needless to say, your courage is worthy of praise. Saber 5, who'd always stood silently at the side, glanced at Feng Wei with disdain, and he seemed to be ridiculing Feng Wei for overestimating his ability. 9th level of the void transformation stage. Saber 5's words caused Feng Wei to be unable to refrain from shuddering, and he revealed an expression of disbelief when he looked at Sword 13 once more. How could this be possible? How could you, Sword 13, possibly break through to that level so quickly? 9th level of the void transformation stage. Feng Wei was naturally clearly aware of what these 5 short words meant. In Cloud Continent, beneath the unfathomable martial monarch stage, the martial artist with the highest cultivation was a 9th level void transformation stage martial artist. 9th level void transformation stage? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a time when he heard Saber 5. Sword 13, Su Li's master, was actually a 9th level void transformation stage expert? That was a formidable existence that was the closest to the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian, who possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of Samsara Emperor Wu, naturally knew of the existence of the 9th level void transformation stage and the meaning it represented, and he knew that it was the strongest expert in the void stage. The void stage was divided into 4 levels: void prying, void initiation, void interpretation, and void transformation. Whereas the 9th level void transformation stage originated from the 4 great void stages, and it stood at the peak of the 4 great void stages. Chapter 806. When they saw Sword 13 reveal a cultivation at the 9th level of the void transformation stage, Ning Can and Feng Wei, the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had fearful expressions as if they were facing a dreadful beast. Sword 13, since you're already a 9th level void transformation stage expert, the 2 of us know that we're not a match for you, but the rules of the 2nd round of the selections today were agreed upon since the beginning, and it's only for the sake of seizing the number tokens to carry out the ranking. Ning Can took a deep breath and said frankly, "These rules were set by the Lord Fort Master. If you have any doubts, you can follow me to see the Lord Fort Master for confirmation." The Lord Fort Master Ning Can spoke of was precisely the highest leader that commanded the entire Skywolf Fort, the elusive Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. After Ning Can mentioned the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, slight fear flashed past Sword 13's eyes, and then he grunted coldly in the end and didn't say anything further. Even though he wasn't afraid of the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort before him, he had no choice but to be extremely fearful of the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The Fort Master of Skywolf Fort had been famous for many years, and even if Sword 13's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage now, he knew that he wasn't a match for the Fort Master. Duan Lingtian, let's go. Sword 13 paid no further attention to Ning Can and Feng Wei, and he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time that he left with Sword 13, he didn't forget to put away the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, and at the same time he fiercely glanced at Zishang, who stood nearby. When Feng Wei rushed over in time, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Zishang. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no other choice. No matter what, this was Skywolf Fort, and Feng Wei was the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, the rules of the 2nd round of the selections did indeed not state that one could kill, so Feng Wei's interference couldn't be considered to have broken the rules. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have put away the Devil Seal tablet the first time I attacked earlier. Thinking about what had just happened, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of regret. When he made a move against Zishang for the first time, Zishang had hastily cried for help from Feng Wei, whereas he was worried that Feng Wei would notice the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, so he put it away at the first possible moment. At that time, he was in a hurry to kill Zishang, and for a moment, he forgot that there was a remnant soul that seemed to belong to Emperor Wu within Zishang's body, allowing Zishang to escape calamity under his soul skill 1,000 Illusions. When he recovered from his shock and realized his mistake, he withdrew the Devil Seal tablet once more, and intended to use the Devil Seal tablet to blast Zishang to death. Feng Wei had come, forced him to retreat, and saved Zishang. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. Duan Lingtian sighed. He originally had the opportunity to kill Zishang today, but because of a momentary lapse in judgment, Zishang had luckily escaped calamity. Of course, Duan Lingtian also understood that at this point, it was useless to think about it any further. In this world, there was no medicine for regret. What he had to do now was to not make another mistake when the next opportunity arrived, and strive to kill Zishang at the first possible moment. His heart couldn't be at ease until Zishang died. All in all, my current strength is still too weak. If I possessed a strength that surpassed Skywolf Fort, then not to mention Feng Wei and Ningcan, these two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, even if the fort master of Skywolf Fort personally made a move against me, I would similarly not be afraid, and I would be entirely capable of killing Zishang right before his eyes. Duan Lingtian realized once again that his strength was still too weak. Now, he didn't compare himself with the younger generation but Feng Wei, Ningcan, and the other experts of the older generation instead. Strength? I need a formidable strength, Duan Lingtian shouted ceaselessly in his heart, whereas the origin energy in his body seemed to have heard his soundless shouts, and it completely seethed as if it had transformed into numerous furious dragons that flashed through the meridians in his body. At the same time, the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was originally accumulated in the depths of his dantian fused a step further into his origin energy. At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body was filled with strength, and he'd taken another great step towards the third level of the void interpretation stage, and it was even to the extent that he'd arrived at the bottleneck. So long as I charge through the bottleneck, I'll be able to officially step into the third level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed like two dazzling stars that flickered. Before leaving the illusory crypt, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to glance coldly at Zishang. The day would come when he completely annihilated Zishang, and he would use the Devil Seal tablet to crush the incomplete soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu that was concealed within Zishang's body. He wasn't afraid of Zishang in the slightest. He was afraid of the incomplete soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu that was concealed within Zishang's body, and that was the greatest threat. Duan Lingtian, I'll make you die a graveless death. Right at this moment, Zishang's voice transmission that was filled with blood and ruthlessness sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Then let's see who dies first. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he replied indifferently to Zishang, and then he followed behind Sword 13 and Saber 5 to pass through the mist at the exit of the illusory crypt to return to the combat arena in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. As soon as he left, Duan Lingtian noticed numerous burning gazes descending onto him, and these gazes contained admiration, disbelief, and disbelief. A variety of emotions represented the feelings of the representatives of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena at this moment. It's actually him. How could it possibly be him? He's only 28 years old, the first to leave the illusory crypt at the age of 28. Even though I feel it's unbelievable as well, the facts prove that he's indeed the first to leave. The number 1 token has most probably fallen into his hands. He probably used some sort of special method to take a shortcut. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to leave the illusory crypt so quickly. 28 years old, he's at most at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and he might not even have broken through to the void interpretation stage. Besides the representatives of the Darkhan dynasty and Darming dynasty, the representatives of the other 8 dynasties discussed animatedly, and all of them revealed doubtful expressions. Obviously, they didn't believe that Duan Lingtian possessed the strength to be the first to pass through the illusory crypt. Duan Lingtian is actually the first to leave. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor's eyes lit up as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, congratulations on being the first to pass through the illusory crypt. Have you obtained the number 1 token? Duan Lingtian raised his head to glance at the Darkhan Dynasty's emperor when he heard the voice, and then he nodded indifferently. Haha, good. The Darkhan Dynasty's emperor laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. At the same time, the gaze he shot at the representatives of the other 9 dynasties had undergone a change, and it was filled with complacency as if he was saying, "See that? This is the young expert of our Darkhan dynasty." Bainan Yin, Zishang's master, glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Zishang in his heart. He was clearly aware of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and his disciple Zishang, and it was a conflict that couldn't be resolved and wouldn't end until one of them was dead. No wonder even Wei Yi lost at his hands. This Duan Lingtian is indeed extraordinary. The representative of the Darming dynasty, the expert from the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan, Elder Qian, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with astonishment. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to him. It was even to the extent that a few months ago, when he was still in the capital of the Darming dynasty, he'd heard that there was a young man that could easily defeat the strongest expert in the younger generation of their Zhao clan. When he arrived at the Zhao clan's Skywolf Fort and saw this young man for the first time, he felt shock that came from the bottom of his heart. Never had he imagined that this person would actually be so young. I originally thought that the first to pass through the illusory crypt would be the crown prince. I never imagined that it would instead be this Duan Lingtian. Elder Qian sighed in his heart. After leaving the illusory crypt, Duan Lingtian, who'd become the center of attention, silently stood in midair with sword 13 and saber 5. You passed through the illusory crypt long ago and obtained the number 1 token? Sword 13 glanced at Duan Lingtian and asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. So in this way, the reason you didn't come out at the first possible moment was because you were waiting for Zishang? How long did you wait for him? Saber 5's pupils constricted as he asked with surprise. I waited for around 50 or 60 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian said. 50 or 60 breaths of time. Sword 13 and Saber 5 couldn't help but glance at each other when they heard Duan Lingtian, and they saw astonishment in each other's eyes. There was only a single thought left in their hearts. Freak. This Duan Lingtian was simply a freak. Junior brother Sword. This little fellow must be pulled into our blade sect no matter what. Saber 5 looked at Sword 13 and spoke with a serious expression. Even though he usually didn't get along well with Sword 13, and it was even to the extent that he refused to accept Sword 13 in many aspects, but that was only a private matter between them. Once it was related to the Blade Sect, he would instead stand on the same side as Sword 13 and stand united against outsiders. I understand. Sword 13 nodded. Chapter 807. Vice Fort Master Feng. In next to no time, the representatives of the various dynasties saw that after the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Ken, the other Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, had followed him out. It wasn't just that, there was another person behind Feng Wei. It's him. He seems to be a young genius of the Darkhan dynasty as well. My God! The first 2 people to come out of the second round of the selections are actually members of the Darkhan dynasty. Instantly, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were in an uproar, and all of them stared fixedly at Zishang as if they wanted to discern something from Zishang. Ha ha ha! Good, good! The Darkhan dynasty's emperor laughed heartily, and his laughter was filled with delight. Never had he imagined that after Duan Lingtian, the second person to come out of the illusory crypt would be Zishang. Even though Zishang wasn't related by blood to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, he was the personal disciple of his imperial uncle, Bainan Yin. Most importantly, Zishang was representing the Darkhan dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Bainan Yin's eyes emitted bright lights as his body trembled slightly from excitement. Never had he imagined that his disciple would actually be the second to walk out of the illusory crypt. After Zishang came out, he couldn't help but reveal slight complacency when he noticed the numerous gazes converging onto him. But when his gaze saw the violet-clothed young man that sat cross-legged in the distant sky and cultivated, his pupils couldn't help but constrict abruptly, and cold lights flickered within them. Duan Lingtian. Zishang gnashed his teeth slightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. Even though obtaining the number 2 token caused Zishang to be rather delighted, but when he thought of how the person that obtained the number 1 token was Duan Lingtian, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. No matter who surpassed him, he wasn't willing to be surpassed by Duan Lingtian. To him, being surpassed by Duan Lingtian was a humiliation that was impossible to wash away. Zishang, have you obtained the number 2 token? The Darkhan Dynasty's emperor and Zishang's master, Bainan Yin, asked Zishang via voice transmission at practically the exact same time. Yes. Zishang flew out and arrived beside the two in a moment. He nodded slightly. When the two saw this, they immediately beamed with joy. Uncle, you've accepted a good disciple. The Darkhan Dynasty's emperor smiled as he looked at Bainan Yin. Bainan Yin laughed heartily. He was so happy that his eyes narrowed. To have such a direct disciple in this life, what more could he ask for? Zishang, I've decided to confer upon your father the title of Darkhan Dynasty's king with a different surname. Moreover, I'll bring your Z clan to the capital of my Darkhan dynasty. What do you think? The Darkhan Dynasty's emperor said to Zishang. Thank you, your majesty. Zishang nodded faintly and remained calm. I hope that when your strength reaches the heavens in the future, you won't forget about my Darkhan dynasty. The emperor smiled. Yes. Zishang nodded again. Suddenly, purple decease. The gaze of Ning Can that was the first to soar into the sky descended onto Zishang, and then he smiled amiably. Are you willing to take me as your master and become my personal disciple? After failing to take a disciple yesterday, Ning Can had once again taken the initiative to take a disciple. The target this time was still a young genius of the Darkhan dynasty, yet it wasn't Duan Lingtian but Zishang. Whoosh! Ning Can's words of taking a disciple drew the gazes of all the representatives of the 10 dynasties, and most of them revealed envious expressions as they looked at Zishang. They knew that because Zishang was the second to walk out of the illusory crypt, he'd obtained sufficient importance from Ning Can. He wouldn't be like Duan Lingtian and directly refuse Vice Fort Master Ning, right? He probably won't. He and Duan Lingtian are both young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. He wouldn't really make the same decision as Duan Lingtian, right? Many representatives discussed animatedly. Zishang quickly agreed. The eyes of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and Bainan Yin lit up when they heard Ning Can, and they hurriedly urged Zishang. They were worried that Zishang would be hot-headed and refuse Vice Fort Master Ning like Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, this was a good opportunity for the Darkhan dynasty to form a relationship with the Skywolf Fort, and perhaps it would even allow the Darkhan dynasty to obtain the protection of the Skywolf Fort because of this. When a man achieves the Tao, even his friends and family can ascend to the heavens. Nothing was better than this. I agree. Zishang flew out and knelt before Ning Can before kowtowing to take Ning Can as his master, and he seemed to be respectful and humble. Even though Zishang had the incomplete soul of an expert that was suspected to be Emperor Wu within his body, he didn't possess a lofty and unyielding character like Duan Lingtian. So long as it was something of value to him, he wouldn't let go of it. As for taking a master, it was only a formality to him. Even if Ning Can became his master, once a conflict of interest arose between them in the future, he wouldn't hold back because Ning Can was his master, and he would only think of a way to kill Ning Can at the first possible moment. Yes, he heard this. His master was only a stepping stone, an inconspicuous stepping stone on his path to the future. Of course, Ning Can didn't know what Zishang was thinking in his heart. Otherwise, he would probably be angered to the point of killing Zishang with a single strike. Good, good. Ning Can laughed heartily, and then he asked, what concept have you comprehended? When Ning can asked this, the representatives of the various dynasties knew what he wanted to do next, and all of them revealed envious gazes as they looked at Zishang. Amongst them included the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and Bai Nan-in. They knew that Ning Can intended to reward Zishang with a soul fragment. Master, I've comprehended the two concepts of wind and fire. Zishang's gaze flickered, and even his breathing became slightly hurried, even though the incomplete soul of an expert was concealed within his body. But besides guiding him to cultivate and passing down some techniques to swiftly comprehend concept to him, that expert was unable to give him anything material. For example, high-grade spirit weapons, spirit herbs, and concept fragments were all things that the expert was unable to give him. As far as Zishang was concerned, so long as he obtained a concept fragment and combined it with the technique of comprehending concept that Elder Ghost passed down to him, his concept would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Master just happens to have an 8th-level fire concept fragment in his possession. I'll give it to you. There's also this 6th-level wind concept fragment. With a raise of his hand, a red and green fragment flashed out, and it arrived in Zishang's hand in a short moment. 8th-level fire concept fragment. Zishang's eyes lit up as he never imagined that the 8th-level fire concept fragment that belonged to Ning Can that he heard from Lu Yong yesterday would so easily arrive in his possession. Besides that, there was also a 6th-level wind concept fragment. At this moment, including the representatives of the Darkhan dynasty, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were shocked. 8th-level fire concept fragment? 6th-level wind concept fragment? Vice Fort Master Ning is so generous. When compared to Zishang's, the gains of the Darming dynasty's Lu Yong yesterday are simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The representatives of the various dynasties exclaimed with admiration. In next to no time, they shut their mouths because they noticed that Feng Wei's fierce gaze was flashing past them one by one. Only now did they recall that speaking like this was undoubtedly indirectly showing that Vice Fort Master Feng was stingy, and they instantly shut their mouths and didn't dare speak another word. Junior brother Zishang were senior brothers in the future. Feng Wei looked at Zishang and greeted him with a smile. Senior brother Feng Wei. Zishang returned the greeting with a smile, and at the same time, he glanced complacently at Duan Ling Tian, who sat cross-legged in the distant sky, and he seemed as if he was flaunting his current noble identity. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was cultivating and utterly didn't open his eyes to look at Zishang. Not even a single glance. Congratulations to Vice Fort Master Ning for obtaining an outstanding disciple. Congratulations, Vice Fort Master Ning. Instantly, besides Sword 13, Saber 5, Feng Wu Dao, and Duan Ling Tian, who sat cross-legged and cultivated, the group of people in the sky above the combat arena congratulated Ning Can successively. Ning Can's face was filled with smiles, and his gaze quickly descended onto the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. At the bottom of it all, it's all thanks to your Darkhan dynasty that Zishang and I have the fate of being master and disciple. Take these 3 soul fragments as a gift of thanks. As soon as Ning Can finished speaking, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand, and he tossed them to the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor stretched out his hand to receive the 3 concept fragments, and he was extremely excited. At the same time, he satisfactorily enjoyed the numerous gazes that were filled with envy and jealousy from the surroundings. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of violent wind swept over abruptly, and it blew to the point the clothes of everyone in the sky above the combat arena fluttered with the wind, causing many people to look over. Where's the wind coming from? This violent wind came strangely, and many people looked towards the direction the violent wind blew from. A violet-clothed young man sat cross-legged there, and the violet-clothed young man's body was completely coiled by strands of material wind concept. 2nd-level intermediate wind concept. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky caused many people to exclaim in a low voice. At this moment, 30 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above the violet-clothed young man. Duan Ling Tian. Zishang looked over as well, and he gnashed his teeth with hatred. The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Lingtian, and he'd just comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept. Along with the material wind concept dispersing around his body, Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest intention of waking up, and he continued to close his eyes and sit cross-legged in the sky as he cultivated. What a kid! Feng Wudao's eyes lit up. He knew of Duan Lingtian's advancement in wind concept, but never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would break through in such a short period of time. Comprehending second-level void interpretation concept at the mere age of 28. This Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability can be said to be monstrous, a representative from an unknown dynasty side. His words obtained the agreement of many people. Humph! Ningkan grunted with a voice that only he could hear, and his gaze that was icy cold like a blade swept towards Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for him being afraid of losing his status, if it wasn't for him being afraid of Sword 13, he would wish for nothing more than to directly make a move and hack this kid that caused him to lose face completely yesterday into 1,000 pieces. Duan Lingtian, even if you're able to luckily survive the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, you won't be able to jump around for long after it ends. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.